You know what a royal decree is, right? A world decree works the same way, except it comes from us through the card world's will. Because of that, it's absolute. Whatever you inscribe into it becomes the new truth of the card world. But there are laws that govern how it can be used, depending on your intent. If those conditions aren't met, the decree won't function, and the worlds might even punish the user. That's why it's never used unless there is truly no other choice. Jill explained, sharing everything she understood about the world decree. It wasn't far from what I had already inferred about the world decree. As for the laws she mentioned, I could only assume they were the do's and don'ts they had uncovered through repeated trial and error, pushing the card celestial's patience until it finally rained divine retribution down on them. I say this because the card celestial, like any celestial, was remarkably patient with its natives. For it to be driven to punish them, they must have done something truly severe to provoke the celestial will of their own realm. However, knowing this did make me feel a little better about the card celestial ignoring my calls. What the masters were doing was essentially acting in a way designed to provoke a specific reaction from the card celestial. Otherwise, the very first thing they would have done upon obtaining the world decree was declare themselves rulers of all humanity. I bet they did exactly that but failed, until they figured out a list of do's and don'ts and declared them as the laws to using the world decree. I take it the masters understand these laws well enough to wield the world decree at their whim, especially since they plan to use it on me to force me to submission. I remarked to Jill, fully aware that the masters knew these laws thoroughly enough if they were confident enough to use it against me. Yes, they do. Even more so than my father, who invented the world decree, Jill said with a nod before asking, "By the way, how do you know about the masters? What do you think?" I replied, avoiding a direct answer as I debated whether it was wise to reveal the clown mask's future vision. The freedom fighters knew about it, but that didn't mean I should speak of it freely. No, at least not until I was certain I could handle the masters myself. Until then, it was better to let the three mischief deal with them as planned earlier. The world decree was more than a surprise. It was a warning not to underestimate them. If they were preparing to raid unranked dungeons, then they had long surpassed the chivalry class. I wouldn't be surprised if they were already in the noble class of the card demigod realm. Was it the Southern royal family? Jill guessed. It was the obvious assumption, after all. I could have taken the easy route, but I shook my head. No, I have my ways. I'll tell you when the time is right. I don't like that answer, but I do appreciate that you didn't lie to me, Jill said, leaning in to kiss my cheek. Only for one of the figures watching us from the clouds afar to suddenly move and appear several feet away. Jill froze mid-kiss in fear, but I simply pulled her into my embrace with a grin. "SHD, you scared me, Uncle Vaughn," Jill exclaimed as she pulled herself out of my embrace. In response, the well-groomed, neatly dressed demigod urgently asked calmly, "Does your father know about this?" From his words, and Jill's sudden, uncharacteristically reserved reaction, I immediately understood that this Uncle Vaughn was an elder she genuinely respected, unlike her Uncle Sean, before whom she had shamelessly sucked on my tongue as if it were the most delicious popsicle in the world. Realizing this, the grin on my face faded into a frown. The problem was simple yet aggravating. Uncle Vaughn was here on an official mission for the Masters, and he was also a friend of both Jill and Demigod Norley. In other words, the prey was dancing right before my eyes, yet I couldn't hunt it. And for a predator, what could be more tormenting than that? The entire 5 regions already know about it. If he doesn't by now, he will sooner or later, Jill replied calmly. "Ha ha, so I know before him," the demigod said, his dignified expression finally easing as clear amusement surfaced. He took visible pleasure in the fact that he had learned of Jill's relationship with me before her father. "I've heard he's opened a new laboratory and returned to researching to design pleasure cards. It seems time is finally beginning to favor your family." Then Demigod Vaughn suddenly turned his gaze on me and let out a weary sigh. Out of all the men in the world, it had to be him. "Uncle Vaughn, what is that supposed to mean?" Jill asked, her cheeks puffing in displeasure. "What's wrong with him?" "Nothing. That's the problem," Demigod Vaughn replied, shaking his head in quiet dismay. "Considering your condition, only someone like him could satisfy you. So you're fine with this relationship, or—" "I am," Jill cut in hurriedly, nodding vigorously. Her reaction drew a faint, amused smile from Demigod Vaughn, who clearly found her eagerness endearing. Hearing Demigod Vaughn's earlier words, I couldn't help but glance at him again, surprised by how much he knew about Jill's physique. In that moment, I finally understood why he was so invested in Jill and my relationship. It seemed Jill's carnivorous womb had long been a source of concern among her elders. As I studied him, he turned his gaze toward me. Our eyes locked, and he said evenly, "Young man, unless you intend to sign the world decree, return it to me now." Listening to Demigod Vaughn, I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Noticing it, he asked with mild amusement, "What's so funny?" Demigod Vaughn had been more than impressed watching me take down nearly 4 dozen demigods, each armed with time-related cards or runes, with effortless ease as a card master. Yet he wasn't afraid of me. With his mastery of the space rule, he had seen through my limitless strain trick and was confident he could overcome it, no matter how innovatively I wielded it. "I was just wondering," I said evenly, "whether you guys can bear the consequences of me signing this world decree." Then, shaking my head, I continued, "Now that it's in my hands, you can forget about that. Go and inform your masters that I love their gifts, and I wouldn't mind more of them. Tell them to send as many as they like. I'll receive every single one." Ha ha ha, young man. Now I know what they meant when they said I would see true arrogance when I met you. They were right. You lived up to your reputation. Demigod Ron nodded. But, young man, you need to know your limits. We are not someone you want to cross paths with, let alone the masters. Know what's good for you and hand over the world degree if you don't plan to sign it. Uncle Vaughn, why do I get the feeling that you're daring him to sign the world decree? Jill snapped, clearly sensing her uncle's rudeness toward her lover. She didn't care who was right or wrong. She cared about both of us, though, at this moment, she cared more about me than about her uncle. Girl, stay out of this. Hasn't he already proven that he can take care of himself? Demigod Vaughn said, warning Jill not to be overly protective of her boyfriend and risk bruising his ego. If her boyfriend truly loved her, he might understand. But over time, no one could say how such things might fester or twist into something ugly between them. As the saying went, prevention was better than a cure. Uncle, if you weren't related to me, he would have taught you a lesson by now. Stop trying to bully him through me, Jill said, fully aware that I was holding back because of her. If it had been anyone else, I would already be harvesting their divinity and grimoire. This man was fortunate to be Jill's uncle, and he wasn't shy about using that fact to his advantage against me. It wasn't that he believed he would lose to me. Rather, he preferred to resolve this matter peacefully if possible. I believed it was the reason he was the one who came here among his colleagues hiding in the clouds afar. Girl, it's my right as the bride's uncle, so stop meddling. This is between me and my son-in-law, Demigod Ron said shamelessly. Jill was left flabbergasted and immediately scolded him. Uncle, stop embarrassing me. We haven't thought that far ahead. You're still talking? Demigod Rod said sternly, though a teasing note lingered beneath his tone. Besides, what use are we elders if not to ask the difficult questions, no matter how awkward they may be? Uncle, I'm begging you. Please stop, Jill pleaded, nearly bringing her hands together in supplication. The longer I watched the exchange between Demigod Vaughn and Jill, the deeper my frown became. The closer Jill stood to Demigod Vaughn, the harder it was for me to embarrass him, let alone kill him and harvest his divinity and grimoire. Unless he gave me a compelling reason, I had no intention of doing anything that would cause Jill grief or jeopardize our relationship before it had even reached its first date. Vaughn had been given a longer leash, but if he didn't know when to stop while he was ahead, I wouldn't mind tightening it. Ignoring her pleas, Demigod Vaughn turned his attention to me and asked, Boy, what are your plans for my niece? I couldn't help but study him, sensing that his question carried more weight than it appeared. I attributed it to his concern over Jill's physique and it choosing me as her ideal mate. It seemed that, despite his subtle tests, he still wasn't entirely sure whether he was speaking to Jill herself or to the instincts of her carnivorous womb. If I were in his position, I would have shared the same concerns. Don't worry. Her physique is dormant, I said flatly. I prefer my dates to have brains. My deadpan assurance only served to fluster Jill further. She slapped my back in embarrassment and protested. How can you say something like that with a straight face? Demigod Vaughn's gaze shifted back and forth between Jill and me, still unable to determine whether it was truly Jill before him. Everything he knew about the carnivorous womb had come from Demigod Norley's accounts alone. He carefully observed every subtle sign, searching for any indication that it was Jill's physique acting rather than Jill herself. Yet, sensing each other's scent lingering on us, he found it difficult to accept that his pure, innocent niece could be so forward. It had to be the carnivorous womb, or so he convinced himself. "Uncle Vaughn, please stop," Jill said softly, growing uncomfortable under his scrutiny. His gaze wasn't vulgar, yet it carried a weight that made her feel as though she had disappointed him. In that moment, she wondered, if she couldn't face her uncle like this, how would she ever face her father? Unconsciously, she stepped closer and hid behind me, using me as a shield to block the demigod's probing stare. Seeing his niece retreat behind me, Demigod Vaughn immediately realized he had crossed a line and corrected himself. "You're an adult now. You're free to make your own decisions and choose your partner." Jill cut in comically, raising her voice in protest. "I've been an adult for the past few decades, Uncle." Demigod Vaughn ignored Jill's protest and stopped dwelling on whether the figure before him was truly Jill or the manifestation of her carnivorous womb inhabiting his dearest niece's body. He resolved to visit his old friend later, to inform him and seek his counsel on the matter. Until then, he chose to treat her as his niece, unwilling to see that unsettling gaze directed at him again. For now, however, he turned his attention back to his duty. His colleagues were already growing impatient. "Young man, hand over the world decree if you have no intention of signing it. It is not something you should possess. It will only bring you trouble, if not outright harm should you attempt to use it," Demigod Vaughn said one final time, extending his hand with a stern expression. It was clear he was prepared to resort to force if I continued to resist. "Very well, I will," I said. "But before that, answer me this. If I sign the world decree, are you certain your masters can bear the consequences?" I asked, a faint smile tugging at my lips. "Are you saying you intend to sign it?" Demigod Vaughn pressed, clearly amused by my words. "If so, then go ahead. The masters have outlived countless so-called geniuses. You will be no exception." "Yes, I do," I replied. I opened the scroll and, without bothering to read it, signed my name. I added calmly there, "Don't say I didn't warn you." "Wyatt!" Jill exclaimed, trying to stop me, but before she could react, I had already signed the scroll. It dissolved into the surroundings, and moments later, an aurora spread across the star-filled night sky. Demigod Vaughn was equally astonished. He had never believed I would sign the world decree. Yet as the decree dispersed and the aurora blanketed the heavens, he found himself at a loss for words. He never expected me to sign the world decree. Now that I had, it was far too late for him to regret his words. "Why did you sign that?" Jill demanded hysterically, grabbing my collar. Panic was etched across her face, her eyes glistening with tears. "Relax," I said, pulling her into my embrace. "I just wanted to see what divine retribution looks like." As I spoke, I gently turned her head toward the sky. The aurora that had moments ago painted the black sky had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a starless night shrouded in dark, roiling clouds. Watching the exchange between Jill and me, Demigod Vaughn finally accepted that it was truly his niece standing before him, and not the carnivorous womb. His gaze followed hers toward the sky to witness a sight even the masters feared. The aurora had vanished, replaced by roiling dark clouds. It was the unmistakable sign of the world's will and fury. What followed was divine retribution. "What did you do?" Demigod Vaughn asked in dread, unable to tear his eyes away from the churning heavens as the thunder grew louder with each passing moment. "What did I do?" I echoed, shrugging innocently. "I warned you before I signed the world decree when you asked me to. The reason I signed the world decree, declaring myself a slave of the masters, was simple. I knew that even if I agreed to the contract inscribed in the world decree, the card celestial would not. I was not merely one of its investments. I was also a hybrid celestial. It might be willing to abandon an investment, but it would never sacrifice a fellow celestial. Hybrid or not, it had already accepted me. Otherwise, it would never have entrusted me with the Eye of Fortune, nor assisted me in obtaining the Eye of Prosperity to recreate the Eye of Tao. It was no different from a cat being indulged by its human owner with the finest cuts of meat. The owner might spoil it endlessly, but the moment the cat dared to ask for human flesh, it would be put down without hesitation. The same held true for the masters, who had grown accustomed to being indulged by the card celestial through their incessant world decrees. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I added, "Who inscribed that world decree? Right now, I wouldn't want to be in their place." I paused, genuinely wondering who the card celestial would punish, though I was almost 90% certain that it was the masters. It would be shocking if a master were to perish under divine retribution, and even more so if all of them did. Was it all of the masters, or just one of them? "It was the masters," Demigod Vaughn replied with a steady tone. "But don't worry. This isn't their first rodeo, and it won't be the last." He spoke with confidence in their ability to withstand divine retribution. After all, if they were unable to endure such punishment, they would never have been able to push boundaries or explore the limits of what could, and should, be achieved through the world decree. It was through this process that they deduced laws to wield the world decree without provoking the world's will. Had they been deterred by divine intervention, they would never have risen to their current heights. They feared it, yes, but they never allowed that fear to halt their pursuit of power. "How did you know the worlds would reject the world decree?" Jill asked, staring deeply into my eyes. "I didn't actually know," I replied. "I just felt that if it were any parent, they would never agree to let one child enslave another, let alone assist in making it happen." I spoke in a deliberately profound tone, hoping she would get lost deciphering the metaphor rather than pressing further. I had no intention of explaining that I was part celestial, and that the card celestial would never consent to such an arrangement. Even if it somehow did, it would never enforce it. I was no longer dependent on it. It was much like a parent who may dictate a child's life while they still live under the same roof, but loses that authority once the child starts earning and moves out on their own. I wouldn't be wrong to say that I had grown independent of the card world. I no longer needed it, except for a lingering sense of belonging. As someone who had sensed the origin source and was part celestial, I truly had no reliance on the card world except for its occasional baptism every time I broke through to higher realm in the card power system. That was a gift and not something I couldn't do without. For a card apprentice, the only thing binding them to the card world was its rules within its womb. Unless one had sensed the rule source itself, they could only continue comprehending rules within their world's womb without risk of rule contamination. That was why, no matter how powerful the dark race became or how far across the myriad realms they ventured, they always returned to the dark realm and never dared to set their sights on its celestial will. Sensing the origin source as a part celestial, I had outgrown this dilemma and had achieved complete independence from the card world, and that was one of the key reasons the card celestial regarded me as an equal. Now that I was no longer dependent on it, how could the card celestial possibly enforce the world decree on me? It had no leverage to do so. Even if it tried to impose the world decree by force, what could it accomplish if I simply left its sphere of influence and moved to Lil Redstorm, the Dark Realm, or any of the thousands of other realms out there? Nothing. It could not even stop me from leaving, especially with the Devil Merchant Code aiding me. If it were to enforce the world decree, it would only turn a potential ally into a potential enemy, and the card celestial was far too shrewd to make such a mistake. That much was evident when it offered me affiliation, or alternatively, the freedom to carve my own path in the wider realms. A being capable of such foresight would never be foolish enough to uphold the predatory world decree of the masters. This was the true reason I dared to sign the world decree, and the card celestial did not disappoint me. Now, I could only hope that in its rage, it had killed a few of the masters, if not all of them, becoming the catalyst that would accelerate the Three Mischiefs plan to overthrow the masters. That way I could implement my plans to overthrow them and prepare the card world for the upcoming demon invasion. "How dare you gamble with your life?" Jill shouted, striking me as tears streamed down her face. "You belong to me now. You don't get to gamble with your life unless I say so. Do you understand?" All right, calm down," I said, catching her wrists and stopping the rain of slaps. "I'm fine. Nothing happened to me. I'm nobody's slave." I hadn't expected her reaction to be this intense, though I can't say the same for those who tried to enslave me. Seeing that I was still in the mood to joke, Jill glared at me with fierce, unyielding eyes. "Remember this," she said firmly. "Your body is mine, so you're not allowed to hurt or harm it. If my body is yours, does that mean your body is mine?" I began with a playful smile. Jill flushed and shyly nestled into my embrace, until her uncle loudly cleared his throat. Startled, she sprang out of my arms like a frightened little cat. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him and ask, "Why are you still here?" "I've already signed the world decree. If you're not satisfied with the outcome, bring me another one. I'll sign that too." Demigod Vaughn shook his head at my remark and said, "You know, many of my colleagues have signed the same world decree. Yet it never enraged the world's will. It has enforced those contracts to this day, let alone punish the masters with divine retribution for it." He paused, then added thoughtfully, "I suppose, like any parent, our worlds will has a favorite child." By his words, Demigod Vaughn was placing both the masters and me among the favored children of the card world. Yet among them all, I was favored enough for the world's will to punish the masters on my behalf. I had met the card celestials favored ones, and I knew I was not among them. I was an anomaly, an unforeseen variable, even to the card celestial itself. The fact that it treated me as an equal was proof enough of that. Soon after, Demigod Vaughn shook his head. Stopping his whining, he said, "Very well. You're right, my work here is done. I should be on my way. Before I go, just remember this. If you ever mistreat Jill, I will hunt you down, even if it means going against the world's will." "I don't mistreat my possessions, let alone my woman," I replied calmly, mocking him as I added, "And aren't you overestimating yourself? Forget challenging the world. I don't think you could defeat even one of my summon cards." Demigod Vaughn clenched his fist at my taunt, but he restrained himself when his gaze fell on his niece. With a final shake of his head, he turned to leave, only for Jill to call out, "Uncle, when you meet my father and he learns about my relationship, can you tell me how he reacts? So I can prepare myself accordingly." "Of course," Demigod Vaughn replied with a nod. Taking the cue, I added, "If possible, please keep me updated on the master's status as well. And if one of them happens to die, don't forget to invite me to the funeral." Demigod Vaughn paused mid-step and fixed me with a long, hard stare. It looked as though he wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and left in silence. After Demigod Vaughn left, I immediately contacted Lois through my hive spirit, leaving her a message to ask about the masters facing divine retribution. I didn't attempt to contact her directly. I had no idea where she was at the moment, nor did I understand the full extent of the master's means. Instead, I left her messages, trusting that she would reach out to me when she could. "Wyatt, don't blame Uncle Vaughn. He means well," Jill said after making sure Demigod Vaughn had truly left. "In fact, he was my nanny. Being a single parent wasn't easy for my genius father. For someone who could unravel the mysteries of the world, he somehow couldn't figure out how to raise a baby. Uncle Vaughn, on the other hand, became a father in his teens. He had plenty of experience in that area and helped my father tremendously. If not for his love for you, he and his companions wouldn't have left this place alive," I assured her, making it clear that I hadn't taken offense at Demigod Vaughn's overprotectiveness regarding our relationship. "That said, if your father truly understands how difficult parenthood is, especially single parenthood, what is he doing researching pleasure cards? Shouldn't he be developing nanny cards instead? Unless..." I paused, a crooked smile forming. "Unless he plans to get all men addicted to pleasure cards, leaving them with neither the interest nor the time to make babies with real women. Now that would be a truly diabolical plan, as expected of a founder." "That's not funny," Jill said, fixing me with a stern look. If anything, it only encouraged me to push further. "Why?" I teased. "Because it could very well be true." Jill narrowed her eyes at me, but realizing that the more she reacted, the more I would needle her, she forced herself to calm down and smoothly changed the subject. "Actually, the nanny card idea isn't bad at all. Maybe nanny summons could take the form of the parent while caring for the baby. That way, parents wouldn't worry about their children forgetting them." "What is it with you and your father?" I cut in, feigning indignation. "Why are the two of you so determined to steal my ideas and claim them as your own? Can't you come up with something original for once?" "Since when did nanny cards become your idea?" Jill shot back. You only brought it up to mock my father. I'm the one who realized that, if it were a real card, the 5 regions would have a strong market for it. Stop being such a greedy narcissist. By your logic, the first person who ever joked about creating a powder to boost one's soul power or a card to digest soul energy monster meat should be credited with your silver milk powder and VR slime cards. She didn't pause, her frustration finally spilling over. And my dad didn't steal your idea. At best, he copied it. No, he took inspiration from it. That isn't a crime. You should be flattered that my father found inspiration in one of your works. Instead, here you are, ungratefully calling him a thief. Yeah? Are you even hearing yourself? I shot back without thinking. You sound like every damn lawyer out there defending a thief. The moment the words left my mouth, regret hit me. I knew I had gone too far. Jill was right about her father drawing inspiration from ideas. Unless he had created pleasure cards using the actual card recipe of my slime fairy card, he hadn't technically copied or stolen anything from me. He had merely taken inspiration from my work. The real reason I was angry lay elsewhere. It was how he had taken that inspiration. He had trespassed into Feingold's research facility and gone through my work without my permission. That was what truly infuriated me. Still, considering he was my girlfriend's father, it was something I could have overlooked. But after what I had just said, I wasn't so sure I still had a girlfriend. Call my father a thief one more time and see what happens, Jill warned, her gaze sharp and unyielding as it locked onto mine. You saw me kill nearly 4 dozen demigods in the blink of an eye, didn't you? Instead of apologizing, I coldly reminded her of the gap in our strength. At that moment, I was certain I had crossed a line that couldn't be walked back. No, I didn't, Jill snapped, her expression stern. All I saw was you collecting nearly 4 dozen divinities and diamond grimoires. Then she pointed at me, her voice hardening. That's more like it. Don't you ever insult my father in front of me again. So, it's fine if I insult him without you knowing? I asked. At that point, it sounded less like I was trying to save the relationship and more like I was actively trying to end it, let alone fight for it. I'll remember this, Jill said grudgingly, then added firmly. Take me home. Sure, but that will have to wait, I replied, turning my gaze toward the Brothwork Manor. The ambush meant for me had been arranged right outside their estate. That alone made their involvement obvious, and I wasn't in the habit of letting enemies walk away, nor of forgiving them. Wyatt, tell me you're not thinking of raiding the Brothwork Manor, Jill said, horror creeping into her voice. Tell me you're not that foolish. She had watched me kill nearly 4 dozen demigods, but she also knew exactly how terrifying the descendants of the founders were. It wasn't just their personal strength. Everything about them was overwhelming. Their subordinates, their resources, their arrays. They surrounded themselves with the best of the best. Jill didn't believe I would fail to achieve whatever goal I set my sights on inside the manor. What she feared was what would come after. Once I was done, I would place myself squarely at the top of the founders' hit list. And she didn't want her boyfriend to die before he had even taken her out on a proper date. I understood where Jill was coming from. Landing at the top of the master's hit list would do me no favors and might even disrupt my plans for them. However, leaving things as they were would run counter to the very reason I had come to the central region. It would send the message that no one could challenge me or I what was mine, unless they were descendants of the masters. That idea didn't sit right with me. I couldn't overlook this. If anything, I was more certain now than before. Everything about the situation only reinforced that I was doing the right thing. Now you have 2 choices, I said calmly. I can take you home first and come back later to settle the score, or I can settle it now and take you home afterward. Your choice. It was, in its own way, my attempt to make amends for my earlier arrogance. Hearing this, the tension in Jill's expression eased. She smiled faintly and said, Fine, take me home. I knew immediately what she was trying to do. Once I took her home, there would be no returning here. Realizing that, I withdrew the offer without hesitation. Too late. I've decided I'll take you home after I'm done here. Have you lost your mind? Jill exclaimed. The array covering the manor is immovable. Rather than wasting her breath arguing knowing once I made up my mind I wouldn't change it, she tried to warn me instead. Jill, I replied. Do you know what happens to an immovable force in an endlessly stretching space? What? Jill asked, not even giving it a thought. She didn't even try to guess. Now that was rude. Nothing, I answered. Nothing will happen. Jill frowned and pressed, pointing out, would it not move along with the space? Yes, you would be correct if I were stretching the space actually occupied by the immovable force, I replied. But that isn't what I'm doing. I'm only stretching the surrounding space, the parts unoccupied by it. That way, the immovable force remains exactly where it is, while everything around it is pushed farther away. By then, I had fully captured her attention. So you're planning to stretch the space beneath the array covering the manor? Jill said, her tone dripping with skepticism. The manor would sink along with the land below it, while the array stays fixed in place. This isn't a cartoon. Don't you think the masters would have anticipated underground attacks and ensured the array protects the manor from every direction? She scoffed, openly mocking the idea. Who said anything about stretching the space under the array? I snapped. That's your ridiculous idea, not mine. No wonder you and your father like to S. I stopped myself mid-sentence, realizing too late that I had crossed another line. Jill was already staring at me with blazing eyes. Yes, she barked. Tell me, my father and I like to what? Go on. Say it. Sing, that's it. You and your father like to sing, I said, grasping at the first word that came to mind starting with S. Sing, Jill repeated, incredulous. Is that really the best you could come up with on the spot? And you still like to fancy yourself a genius? Humph. She sneered openly, holding nothing back. At this rate, I doubted we would even make it to our first date. Anyway, she continued, regaining her composure. How do you plan to deal with the array after stretching the space around it? Watch me, I replied, offering no further explanation. There was no need for words when I could give her a live demonstration. Limitless celestial domain. I invoked my celestial space rule domain, expanding it from my immediate vicinity until it enveloped the entire Brothwork Manor and its surroundings. The array protecting the estate immediately detected the intrusion and reacted, but its influence failed to reach the limitless celestial domain, becoming lost within the boundless expanse within the space rule celestial domain. What's wrong with the array? Jill blurted out as she watched it grow dimmer and thinner by the second. Then realization struck her, and her eyes widened. You're killing the array by using its own design against it. You not only realized that the array was customized to its surroundings, making it immovable like a mountain in this region, but also understood that trying to destroy those surroundings would only strengthen it, Jill said, her thoughts racing as she watched my plan unfold. Any damage dealt to the environment would simply be absorbed by the array, since channels the array uses feed on the surrounding energy to keep running. Her eyes widened as the conclusion clicked into place. So, you stretched the surrounding space so far apart that the energy transfer between the array and its environment became inefficient. It can no longer sustain itself, such that it's slowly dying. She let out a sharp breath. Damn, it was right there. How did I not see it before? I nodded, assuring Jill that her deduction was correct. In truth, I didn't need to do things this complex. I could have simply released the limitlessly stretched space itself, collapsing the array, its surroundings, and everything within the space in an instant. The pressure and temperature unleashed in that moment would have annihilated everything inside, evaporating it all to nothingness. But doing so would have killed innocent people within the manor as well. People like Drew, for example. My grievance was with the Brothwork family, not with everyone under their roof. That was why I devised this method to deal with the array instead. Once it was neutralized, I would personally deal with every Brothwork inside the manor and leave the rest alive to spread the story across the 5 regions. I watched as the array protecting Brothwork Manor slowly withered and died. Until the very end, the Brothworks array master never realized what was wrong. They attempted to call for reinforcements, but every signal, every plea, vanished into the boundless expanse of my limitless celestial domain. When the array finally collapsed, I extended my arm toward Jill and said, "Come, help me spare the innocent." The Brothworks, and, in truth, most descendants of the masters, were an enigma to the 5 regions. I was no exception. Aside from the individuals I had already identified, I had no idea who among those inside the manor were Brothworks and who were merely their servants and guests. Hopefully Jill knew. Are you crazy? Jill slapped my hand away at once, staring at me in disbelief. Are you doing this on purpose? What do you mean? I replied, feigning ignorance. I had another motive to have Jill tag along with me while I killed the brothworks present at their Morningstar Manor, but Jill caught on immediately. I knew she wouldn't fall for it, yet I had to try. Don't give me that dumb look. And how dare you try to use me to get to my father? Jill shot back, mentally adding another mark to the growing list of things she intended to get back at me. Oh yes, she was pettier than I was. That was one of the things I liked most about her. Anna and Susan didn't compare to Jill in this regard. If either of them had been in her place, Susan would have quietly endured it or done something drastic, like leaving me without a word, while Anna would have called me out, perhaps even started a heated argument, only to forgive me almost immediately out of love. Jill was different. I knew for a fact that she was only overlooking my loose tongue and careless actions for now. She was simply waiting for me to grow comfortable in our relationship. When that time came, she would make me pay for everything I had said and done today, and for whatever I might say or do in the future. In her presence, I could finally let loose the greedy side of myself. It was the same greed that had made me a world-renowned entrepreneur in my past life, doing what I felt, saying what I thought, and taking what I wanted. I could allow that side of me to surface around her because I knew she would keep it in check, rather than silently suffer or walk away because of it. After all, when it came to greed, she had me thoroughly beaten. When I was with her, I couldn't help but think, if it's with her, I could monopolize any market across the myriad realms. Fine, you got me. But how is this any different from you using his dream nymph cards to get to me? Come on now, there aren't two different sets of rules for us, are there? I argued with Jill, not hesitating to strike below the belt. If not, then tell me why I can't use you to get to my father-in-law when you can use your father to get to his son-in-law. Aren't you ashamed of such blatant double standards? Who is your father-in-law, and how are you his son-in-law? Damn it. Wyatt, stop spouting nonsense. Jill snapped, flustered despite herself, her cheeks heating up with embarrassment. Isn't your father my father-in-law? Or does this mean you're just going to dine and dash? Hit it and quit it? I feel so used, I said, wiping at imaginary tears and putting on an exaggerated show of sorrow. Are you crazy? How dare you call my father your father-in-law when we haven't even been on a proper date? Jill exclaimed, worked up by my cringe-worthy words. Then, catching the subtle, playful glint in my eyes, she huffed and added, believe it or not, I'd dare to marry you right here, right now. You know what? Let's get married right now. Jill, stop being so clingy. We haven't even been on our first date. I should have known this would happen when you put out on our first meeting. My mother warned me about girls like you. I teased, unable to resist how cute she looked while fuming. I could practically imagine myself biting those puffed-up cheeks and filling my stomach. Before I could finish, she pounced on me, raining punches and kicks as she shouted, I'm going to kill you. All right. You're not clingy or easy. I'm the clingy and easy one in this relationship, okay? I surrendered at once, knowing better than to push my luck. Don't patronize me. Only time will tell which of us is clingy and easy, Jill shot back, taking my teasing a little too personally. If it's with you, I'll always be the clingy and easy one between us, I said, trying to sweet-talk my way out of it. Instead, Jill flared up. Why are you putting it like that? Do you plan on being with other women while you're with me? I knew you were a scumbag. My father warned me about boys like you. What are you doing? Before she could finish turning my words against me, I leaned in and bit her left puffed cheek, gently sucking on it. Jill yelped, but the sound quickly melted into a soft moan. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Blame your cheeks. They tempted me, I said as I let go. Of course, blame the woman. You men really are cut from the same cloth, Jill complained, wiping my saliva from her cheek. Then she turned toward the Brothwork Manor and said calmly, Go on. Do what you need to do. I'll wait for you out here. There was more to my asking Jill to come along to the Brothwork Manor than simply having her help me identify the Brothworks within the crowd. I wanted to use this opportunity to draw a clear line between demigod Norley and the Masters. If Jill were seen assisting me in killing the Brothworks, then the master to whom the Brothwork family belonged would inevitably blame demigod Norley for his daughter's involvement in the deaths of several of his descendants. I didn't know whether this would be enough to sever a relationship that had endured for millennia, but it would be a solid first step. I did this because of the direction things were taking between Jill and me. When the time came for me to overthrow the Masters, I didn't want to be forced to face and kill my potential father-in-law just to reach his allies. To prevent that possibility, I had already decided to push demigod Norley away from the Masters. I didn't need him to join my camp, but I could not allow him to side with them. If he did, I would have no choice but to kill him alongside the Masters, carving a tragic end into my relationship with Jill. Are you sure you don't want to come? I asked Jill, using the moment to gauge how serious she was about our relationship. I knew she liked me, but how much? It was in moments like these that one truly measured a partner's feelings. Wyatt, I know what you're trying to do, Jill said calmly. I love you, but I can't be selfish because of that. I have responsibilities and duties as a daughter. My father has always been there for me, quietly fulfilling his role and his obligations as a father, and more than that. It would be irresponsible of me to do what you're asking. If I went through with it despite understanding this, I would be ungrateful. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed that you would use my father to test my love for you. Her words laid bare my intentions and explained her sense of duty as a daughter, expressing her disappointment in my actions. I had no intention of making you choose between me and your father. I began, wanting to explain that my goal had never been to estrange her from him, but to separate her father from the Masters. This misunderstanding between us stemmed from my belief that demigod Norley's love for his daughter ran so deep that he would fight the entire card world for her. Jill, however, didn't want her father to wage war against the world on her behalf. She wanted him to be happy, doing what he loved, and always be in her life. She was willing to go to any lengths to ensure that. Once I understood this, I was about to explain myself fully, but Jill cut me off. Wyatt, I know. Just go. I'll be here, waiting for your return. I hesitated, wanting to explain again, but Jill reassured me that no explanation was necessary, silently mouthing, "Trust me. I understand." That was when I truly realized it. This was Jill I was with, not Susan or Anna. She proved me right. She understood me and my greed for our future. That was why she didn't need me to spell out what I was doing or why I was doing it. The only miscalculation I made was failing to consider what Jill wanted as a daughter, not just as my lover. As a man, I had blindly assumed it was a father's duty to sacrifice for his child. But as a daughter, Jill didn't want her father to sacrifice himself for her. She simply wanted him by her side, always. "You get me the best," I murmured, pulling Jill into my embrace and kissing her forehead. When I was with her, I felt everything at once. It wasn't chaotic, but perfectly measured, moving in a cadence that made me want to lose myself in it. "I have to, because you're the one for me," Jill replied softly, leaning in to seal her words with a kiss before I could say anything that might ruin the moment. After the brief kiss, Jill reassured me. "Don't worry about my father's past and his friendship with the Masters. As far as I know, he always treated it as a business transaction. He created cards and stuff for them, and they ensured his research and projects were well funded. It has been decades since my father last needed them. Now, all that remains is nostalgia. They've already begun sidelining him and eyeing his inheritance. His patience with them is wearing thin. I'm sure my father has his own plans for them. Once our relationship develops further, I'll talk to him. Anything before that would be pointless." "All right, we'll do it that way. But what do you mean by once our relationship develops further? We've already done the deed multiple times. How much further can it go? Don't tell me you're planning to tell him only after we have our first child," I teased, unable to help myself. I was hopelessly addicted to her cute reactions. To my surprise, Jill ignored my jab and fired one back instead. "Our first child? How many children do you see us having? Pump your brakes, you despo. Let's raise an entire army." I leaned in and whispered into her ear. "One big enough to help us monopolize all the markets across the myriad realms." Her eyes widened at my words, and she gave me a playful punch. "Slow your roll, buddy. When you say things like that, I start reconsidering this entire situation." "Situation?" I blurted out, genuinely offended that she'd reduced our relationship to a mere situation, only to hear her shoot back. "Now who's clingy and easy? Didn't I already tell you?" I replied without missing a beat. "When it comes to you, I'll always be the clingy and easy one in our so-called situation. Now do you believe me?" I asked, lacing my fingers with hers and holding her gaze. "Whoa, you're really getting good at this," Jill said playfully. Or is it that you're only putting in the effort now that I outed you as the clingy and easy one between the two of us? As she spoke, she leaned in until her lips hovered just short of mine. Even without touching, I could feel them. She was a temptress, no doubt about it. If I lingered any longer, she would occupy my thoughts for the entire night, becoming the only thing I could focus on. That wasn't good, considering a manor full of clueless people was waiting for me to pass judgment on their fate. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Jill asked when I didn't respond. In that moment, I finally understood why people said work and relationships didn't mix. If this was what working alongside Jill was like, I'd never get anything done. Shaking my head, I said, I have work to do. Stay right there. I'll be back, and we'll continue where we left off. With that, I hurried into the brothwork manor, leaving Jill, who had thought she had me wrapped around her skirt, momentarily stunned. She called out, Wyatt. But I was already gone. Master Wyatt, what is the meaning of this? One of the demigod guards stationed at the manor gates demanded an explanation. After experiencing the endlessly stretching space of my limitless celestial domain, they had no choice but to wait for me there. All of them were adept in the space rule, as expected of guards employed by a major noble family. Yet none of them could breach my domain. Even after deducing the mechanism behind it, they were powerless. As this was not an ordinary rule domain, it was a celestial rule domain. Where were you? I asked coldly, when I, one of your guests, was ambushed right at your doorstep. As I spoke, Hive Spirit quietly hacked into their grimoires, sifting through their contact lists to help me distinguish the brothworks from their invited guests. Master Wyatt, we truly had no knowledge of this. But you seem unharmed, and that is fortunate. He never finished the sentence. The moment Hive AI retrieved all the information I needed, I killed the demigod. Without wasting another breath, I slaughtered the remaining guards, collected their divinities and grimoires, and moved on without pause. Then the real hunt began. I swept through the manor, killing every brothwork and their subordinates one by one. I ignored their curses, pleas, their bargains, and their desperate attempts at negotiation. None of them were spared. Fortunately, this manor was merely a venue Brolock used to host parties and gather members of the Divine Heirs Club. There were no children present. Because of that, I had no reason to spare any of the brothwork family members or their subordinates in this manor. In the end, I found Brolock cowering behind his entourage. Shielded by his aides, he desperately offered me wealth, influence, and favors in exchange for his life. There was nothing he could offer that I could not simply take for myself. So, I killed Brolock, along with the few guests who stepped forward to defend him or plead on his behalf. Once I was certain that every brothwork family member and subordinate within the manor was dead, I ordered the remaining guests to leave in an orderly fashion. I did not seek out Drew Rockin, nor did he seek out me. Neither of us wished to cross paths. After everyone had departed, I returned to Jill. Together, we stepped out of the limitless celestial domain, and I recalled it. The endlessly stretched space collapsed in on itself, shrinking back to its original size. Everything caught within it was crushed, reduced to dust, and evaporated into nothingness. With that, the Brothworks Morningstar Manor was erased from the face of the world overnight by a single card master. True to the low-key nature of the master's descendants, the incident would never be made public across the 5 regions. Yet those who needed to know would learn of it all the same. If you asked me, half of my agenda for coming to the central region had been completed flawlessly. Anyone who dared provoke me after this would either be profoundly ignorant or supremely confident in their own strength. Either way, I welcome them. They would all meet the same end. Now I see what you and Anna have in common, Jill said suddenly, referring to the Southern Emperor and her personal army's massacre of the Davis family. I froze, unsure how to respond. I wanted to ask her why she would bring up Anna now, of all times. I thought we were doing well. One of the reasons I had wrapped up my business so quickly was so I could come back and continue where we had left off. And yet, she chose that moment to mention Anna. How do I feel about it? First, I feel cock-blocked. Second, I feel like I let Anna down. I had feelings for her, and I still do. Those feelings will not simply vanish overnight. Third, no, I do not plan on seeing Anna. I am with Jill, and I am not a two-timing asshole. That said, I do owe Anna an explanation and an apology. I promised her I would wait, and take her on a proper date once she made it out of the mystic dimension. Granted, I said it partly to motivate her, but it was not a lie. I missed her, and I missed her antics. After all that, how could I turn around and hook up with Jill? I feel like a liar. Like a monster. I honestly do not know how it happened. How could I break a promise like that? If I am being truthful, Jill swept me off my feet. I do not feel comfortable admitting it. She made me feel as though, for once, I could forget everything else and be selfish. Just for a moment. To accept her affection without expectations or conditions. All I had to do was let her love me. Regardless, it does not change the fact that I betrayed Anna's trust. Knowing her, she will find it in her heart to forgive me, but I do not think I will ever be able to forgive myself. Worse still, she will likely make it her life's mission to hunt Jill down, just as she does with her father, demigod Gainover. At least Anna was trapped in the mystic dimension and had no idea about my betrayal yet. Susan, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. I could not imagine what she must be going through after watching me accept Jill's confession on a live stream. It was not as though this thought had never crossed my mind before. Somewhere deep down, I was angry at Susan for asking for space and leaving me behind when I could not have been more transparent about my feelings for her. I had avoided confronting that anger until now. A part of me had been punishing her for doing that to me. The more I thought about it, the more I questioned myself. Why was I entangled with these three women? Why could I not simply choose one and commit to her? It was not that I did not want to. It was that each of them appealed to a different side of me, and those sides of me refused to be ignored. Susan appealed to my Republican side. She embodied my values and principles. Anna appealed to my Democratic side. She reflected my pursuit of freedom and peace. Jill appealed to my capitalist side. She embodied my greed and selfishness. In other words, I needed Susan, I longed for Anna, and I was addicted to Jill. For now, that was as far as I could understand my feelings for the three of them. "Don't worry, I'm not starting anything," Jill said, her disappointment evident after watching my stiff, conflicted expression for far too long. It was clear I had failed her test. She was certain of what she had already sensed. I still had feelings for Anna, strong enough to weigh on me with guilt. Strong enough to prove that she was not the only one in my heart. Then why bring her up now? I asked, needing to be sure she had not mentioned Anna simply to test me. I believed that being with Jill meant I would not have to deal with that kind of drama. "Because Anna has come out of seclusion as a card demigod," Jill replied. Coming out of seclusion, she immediately broke into the northern region to kill demigod Gainover, her father. It's all over the Grimoire network. Top 10 trending, right after our relationship scandal. She tried to sound nonchalant, but the worry beneath her tone was unmistakable. She was afraid I would leave now that Anna was no longer in seclusion. Jill had never truly believed she could be the only one in my heart. She already knew about my feelings for Anna and Susan. I had been painfully obvious about that. And now that Anna had returned, the fears she had buried deep within herself surfaced all at once. Also, Susan Tucci has made it onto the trending list as well, Jill continued. People are maliciously dragging that poor girl through the mud because of our relationship scandal. They're calling her a mistress, a third wheel, a gold digger, and worse. I checked to see if someone was orchestrating it, but no, she isn't being specifically targeted. It seems she simply became the focus of public envy and jealousy because you chose her. The Southern Hope chose her. She went on. I've used my connections to suppress the worst of the hate posts and comments, but there's no denying it. Your popularity has become her curse. She spoke calmly, but her words subtly pushed the blame onto me, as if implying that the closer I stayed to Susan, the more harm I would cause her. I immediately understood what she was doing and why. She was afraid that now that Susan was suffering, I would rush to her side and leave Jill behind. As I had said, Jill understood me better than anyone. She knew what Anna and Susan meant to me. However, she was too clever for her own good. She had thought through all of this, yet she failed to consider one crucial thing. She had forgotten to understand what she herself meant to me. I stepped forward and pulled Jill into my arms, saying softly, "Thank you and sorry for putting you through this. Now I know I didn't choose wrong." Her eyes widened in confusion. Of course she did not understand what I meant. How could she? All she had done was put me before everything else, even herself. Despite knowing that I might leave her the moment I learned Susan was in trouble and that Anna had come out of seclusion, she still told me everything. She knew how much they meant to me, and did not want me to be devastated by learning the truth too late. I held her by the shoulders, steadying her dazed expression, and looked down at her. Jill, come with me to the fine gold. I need you. What? Jill blurted out, startled. I wanted to talk about this tomorrow, after our breakfast date, but it looks like that will have to wait, I said. So I'll say it now? Jill Norley, will you stay by my side? As I asked, I lowered myself onto one knee. It was not a proposal. I knew she was not ready for that yet. It was simply a gesture and a promise of intent. You are shameless and selfish, you know that, Jill said, piecing everything together. Just this once I will help you. As for my answer, ask me again after our first date. I'm not some little girl who will be overwhelmed by emotions and willingly give up her interests for her love, only to regret it later. I will take what's mine. What are you talking about? What's mine is yours, I said, watching Jill turn calculating and greedy right after I had practically confessed to her. What kind of luck was this? First Susan, now Jill. These women were going to drive me insane. I'm sure you think that, Jill replied, rolling her eyes, but I don't think the other two would agree. She did not need to spell out who she meant. They were Anna and Susan. She couldn't be more obvious. Also, she added casually, I want the biggest share. After all, I got intimate with you before them. That makes me the first. Wait, what? I asked, completely missing the obvious double entendre. The confusion must have been written all over my face. You don't know that. How could you even know that? I know, Jill said confidently. At best, you kissed them. You didn't even make it to second base with either of them. You're wrong, I protested. I had gone to second base with Anna. Over the clothes doesn't count, Jill said flatly, as if she had read my mind. You witch, how are you doing this? I asked with exaggerated shock and disbelief. What kind of sinister magic is this? Why don't you come fight me with your mighty sword? Jill teased. If you defeat me, I'll tell you. Her hands slid around my waist, drifting lower until they squeezed my ass, but after a little playing around her expression soon turned serious. Aren't you worried, she asked quietly, that Anna didn't come looking for you after coming out of seclusion? Instead, she broke into the northern region to kill her father. Why would you ask me that? I said, startled, suddenly wondering if she knew more than she was letting on. It's no secret that Anna is an extreme path practitioner, Jill replied. That's one of the reasons the masters didn't oppose the southern ruler choosing his granddaughter as his heir instead of his daughter. She never finished as a furious, thunderous voice cut through the air. How dare you? How dare you kill my son and then stand there flirting with your woman? I will make you scandalous lovers pay for your sins. Snap. The furious voice vanished, swallowed by the thunderous snap of stretched space rebounding as abruptly as it had formed. A moment later, a divinity in a diamond grimoire streaked toward me. I collected them and turned to Jill, asking, whose father was that? One of the brothworks you killed, obviously. You took out quite a few of them today. So, it's hard to tell whose father he was exactly, Jill replied, unaware of exactly who I had just slain. By that logic, it could have been anyone, I countered. It's not just brothworks I killed here today. Then I added, let's get out of here before more mouths throw themselves onto the fire. To where, though? Jill asked, just as I summoned Henrix to pick us up. What do you mean, where? To find gold, I said. A portal opened beside me, and from the other side, Henrix greeted us. Welcome back, boss. Moments later, Jill and I stepped through the portal and emerged atop the rooftop of the TSR Guild's new headquarters in the Sky Blossom City. By the way, what about the group of demigods I sent with Redfall? Have they settled in well? I asked, checking in on the West Princess and her companions, who arrived here with Redfall. Later finding a change, he ditched them to go revive his mother. I did give him a primordial calamity daughter gem, leaving it up to him to decide. This way I could better test my cursed Bloomline and Bloodkins. Yes, they have. In fact, they've taken quite a liking to your criminal rehabilitation and reintegration program. Ever since their arrival, they've done nothing but ask about it, Henrix replied. He had no idea what the West Princess and her entourage were doing in Sky Blossom City, especially alongside Redfall. After all, it was common knowledge that they had been the prime instigators of his downfall. Keep them occupied until the Southern capital transfers that student gang that got tangled up with the Southern noble families, I instructed. Once that happens, hand the students over to those five and inform them that they are responsible for the students' criminal rehabilitation and reintegration program. As I spoke, I thought to myself, that should keep them busy until I'm free to make proper arrangements for them. Got it, boss, Henrix nodded. Noticing me wanting to ask something but hesitating, he added, anything else, boss? How is Susan doing? I finally asked. I had already decided not to go see her. This was something she had to face on her own if she truly wanted to be with me. Jill had put it perfectly, my popularity was Susan's curse. Unless she could fathom the courage and strength to undo this curse, there was no real future for us. To the world's leaders and the citizens of the 5 regions, she was the easiest target among my 3 girls. She needed to toughen up, because this kind of instance will be a common thing if she wants to be with me. She's buried herself in work. The other girls tried to talk to her, but she brushed them off, telling them not to worry and insisting she was fine. Henrix replied, a hint of sympathy in his voice. He had been rooting for Susan ever since they met. Compared to me ending up with Jill or Anna, he felt it would be better for the freedom fighters if I chose Susan for the very same reason people were tearing into her on the Grimoire network right now. She was seen as weak, a nobody. What do you think? I asked, seeking Henrix's opinion rather than a simple report of what he had observed. I don't think she's doing fine, Henrix said honestly. I saw her come up to the terrace during her break, cry it out, and then head back to work. Then, glancing at Jill, he hesitated before adding, I mean no offense, but I think she's hurting more because you chose Her Highness Jill than from the online hate. Are you calling me a homewrecker, ex-field marshal? Jill snapped instantly, taking offense. His fleeting thoughts had not escaped her notice. She immediately understood that the freedom fighters, now a significant part of my forces, were aligning themselves with Susan to secure their interests as my forces continued to grow. I'm sick of people saying no offense, and then saying the most offensive thing possible. As far as I know, Wyatt wasn't in a committed relationship with anyone when we got together. So, how am I the villainess here? Please forgive me, Your Highness. I overstepped. Henrix apologized at once. After all, Jill was now officially his boss's lady. He couldn't imagine Susan ever speaking to him so sharply. She would always find the patience for her elders. Nor could he understand how his boss had chosen the bossy Jill over the gentle Susan. Yes, you were out of your lane, ex-field marshal. Make sure there won't be a next time, Jill warned. She knew that if she wanted to stand as my eldest, she could not afford to let these people walk over her. She had already begun to play the game, while the other 2 did not even realize it existed, let alone that they were part of it. Rest assured, Your Highness, Henrix said, swallowing his grievances. He resolved to contact Susan as soon as this was over. He had been waiting for a chance when I could meet her alone, far from that damned white snake and crazy Corey. But with events moving so quickly, he could no longer afford to wait for the perfect moment. He would have to wing it. Humph. Jill snorted, picking up from Henrix's tone that he had chosen to stand behind Susan and that there was no changing his mind. I pretended not to hear the exchange between Henrix and Jill, choosing to stay in my own lane and let Jill handle it. Sometimes, one needs to know when to do nothing at all. I got news on Ned, I said, breaking the standoff between Jill and Henrix. Ned? Where is he? How is he? Henrix asked eagerly. Ned's whereabouts and well-being had been weighing on his mind ever since they left me alone with Sansa at the Yellow Plains. Sansa's pawns dropped him off somewhere in the central capital late this evening. I replied, based on the information the Hive Spirit had gathered from her Paw Clan's VR chats. Really? Then why didn't he contact me? I've been in this realm the entire time, Henrix asked frantically. I don't think he knows it himself. He was probably drugged. I began, but Henrix cut in. Why would she do that? What does she stand to gain? Is this a trap to lure us out? She did it because I suggested it, I said calmly. That way, she ensured Ned's death while keeping her promise to Baylor. No, it's not a trap for us. It's a gift for the central government. I answered patiently, fully aware of Henrix's fragile state of mind. This man-child was the same man who had remained calm when the freedom fighters were on their last legs, betrayed by the Southern Princess, infiltrated by the matron, and the world leaders breaking in through the front door. For him to act like this in front of me showed how much Ned's friendship meant to him, and how wholeheartedly he had accepted me as his boss. Now that he was no longer the leader but a subordinate, he no longer felt the need to hide his emotions from those beneath him. He could show them openly. Still, he might have done so with a little more restraint. I could see Jill losing all respect for him. Or perhaps that was exactly what he was aiming for. I didn't dare underestimate this old fox, and neither should Jill. Why? Henrix finally asked, having calmed himself. His face was deadpan, his voice edged with cold intent. It conveyed the unspoken intent that if I failed to give him a satisfactory answer, he would gracefully retire from his duties to me and the freedom fighters alike and fight me to the death. To save him, Sansa would have killed him, unable to swallow what happened in the Yellow Plains. So I warned her that killing him would only earn her more hatred from Baylor. Instead, she could show mercy for appearance's sake, dump Ned onto a busy street in the central capital, and let the government handle the rest. She took my suggestion, though she made a few adjustments of her own, I explained, mindful of Henrik's bond with Ned. I, too, had known brotherhood in my past life, but unfortunately, it had not withstood the test of time. Hopefully, there's wood. I see. Do you know where exactly? I'll go get him now, Henrik said urgently, his mind finally locking onto what needed to take priority. No. So far, I haven't been able to find out where in the central capital they dropped him, I said. I suggest you head there and start searching. I'll contact you immediately if I learn anything. Henrix thanked me at once and summoned a portal to the central capital, but I stopped him before he stepped through. Take Ollie and Cam with you. They'll come in handy if things escalate. Ollie too? Henrix asked doubtfully, unable to believe that Pervert would be of any real help in the search, if not a hindrance. He may be sleazy, but this falls right under his alley, and the central capital happens to be his turf, I replied. Promise him a few free trips to brothels, and he'll be plenty motivated. I knew Ollie appeared unreliable, but in truth, he was the one who handled all the dirty work in his group so the others wouldn't have to. As for Cam, with him around, they wouldn't have to worry about being surrounded or outnumbered. Henrix nodded in understanding. Then Jill added, I'll have my people monitor the government's secure channels and keep an ear open for anything related to Ned or the freedom fighters. If they hear something, you'll know. Thank you, Henrix said gratefully, noting Jill's willingness to help him despite his earlier challenge to her authority through Susan. Jill nodded as she watched him summon another portal and head toward the West Princess and her entourage. What's Big Sister Christina doing here? Jill asked, catching sight of the latter's figure through the portal. She and her friends work for me now, I replied. At the same time, the Hive AI tapped into my VR information network and informed me that Susan was still in the building, working, with Corey keeping her company. I suspected Corey had rushed over to stay by her mother's side after learning about the scandal involving Jill and me. When did that happen? Jill asked in shock, then added, You do know she prefers women, right? What do you take me for? I asked, exaggerating my reaction as I feigned offense. Besides, how do you know that? Jill confided in me with a smug smile. She approached me after hearing that I wasn't interested in men. When I told her about my condition, she said she'd be open to a nightcap, provided my partner was handsome and accommodating. What are you suggesting? I asked, feigning ignorance, even though I knew she meant nothing by it, and was merely sharing a juicy bit of gossip with her partner. Nothing, Jill said, brushing it off. She rolled her eyes at my childish reaction before asking, Aren't you going to meet Susan? Or is my presence stopping you? No need to spare my feelings. No, she asked for space, and I'm giving it to her, I replied. Besides, she has to get through this on her own. Otherwise, a life with me would only make her miserable, and resentment would follow. It's best to let nature take its course this time. So, you're giving her space by being with me. Otherwise, what am I supposed to make of what you said? Jill suddenly turned my own words against me, pressing them to my throat and leaving me momentarily speechless. Seeing my stunned expression, she patted my back and added consolingly, It's good that you're finally being honest with me. That way, I can start helping you deal with those two little girls. After all, it's the queen's duty to find wives and concubines for the king. I stared at Jill with a deadpan expression. She had a way of drawing out my primal side, as if simply being near her stripped away my restraint. Worse still, she didn't shy away from that part of me. She accepted it, even encouraged it. If she was the spark, then her words and actions were the fuel, lighting and feeding a fire in my heart that refused to die. Yet, despite everything, I always found myself drawn to her. I wouldn't go so far as to say she brought out the worst in me, but I also couldn't claim she brought out the best. I lacked the words to label the part of me that surfaced in her presence. But there was one thing I knew for certain. I never regretted what I said or did when I was with her. Seeing my hesitation, my reluctance to fully accept the thoughts I had just voiced, Jill shook her head and said, "The sooner you come to terms with how you feel, the better it will be for you, for me, and for those too." I wanted to deny it, yet I couldn't. There was nothing left to deny. Jill was right. Noticing my inner struggle, she finally relented and went easy on me. "Stop wasting time here. Go find Anna. Leave this one to me," she instructed before adding pointedly. "And in exchange, put a lot more thought into our first date. Don't you dare forget." Jill turned to leave with practiced composure. But just as she reached the terrace door, she found herself unable to open it. She paused, then awkwardly turned back to look at me, her cheeks flushing red. I hurried to explain, "I've added your grimoire ID to the system. You have full access to all my facilities." "Thank you," Jill muttered before opening the terrace door by scanning her grimoire ID and hurrying down the stairs. She had played the role of a chill, calculating, diplomatic queen flawlessly, only for her exit to undo it. Had she maintained her composure instead of giving in to embarrassment, she might have pulled it off. Shaking my head, I forced myself not to dwell on it, avoiding my own feelings out of shame and guilt. When I was with Jill, she made those feelings seem acceptable, even natural, yet I knew they were wrong. All my life, I had believed in monogamy. I had been raised on the idea of the one. And now here I was, harboring feelings not for one or two, but for 3 different women. Each was equally beautiful and intriguing in her own way, each making me feel complete and whole in a manner unique to her. Facing them brought me as much happiness as it did shame. All my life, especially in my past life, I had never been ashamed of myself. I was guilty of many things, but shame had never been one of them. Yet whenever I confronted my feelings for those 3 women, I felt equal measures of joy and shame. Why was that? Why could I face those feelings when I was with Jill, but not when I was with the other 2? Was it because I had been honest with Jill in a way I hadn't been with the others? Was it because Jill had accepted my true feelings? Did that mean the only way to rid myself of this shame was to be honest with Susan and Anna, just as I had been with Jill? To let them decide whether they wished to respond to my feelings or not. To let them decide whether their feelings for me were strong enough to look past the ugliness of my own desires? Was my truth, and their acceptance of it, my salvation? Was that it? So, was it acceptable for me to be in a polygamous relationship, so long as everyone involved was willing and accepting? Was that truly all there was to it? No. My salvation lay in accepting my own truth. And the truth was simple. I wanted all 3 of them. The very thought of being forced to choose between them set my nerves on edge. I had never liked the saying that to gain something, you must lose something else. In my past life, or in this one, I despised that phrase because it claimed to be an unavoidable truth. Perhaps it had been true once, but in this life, I refused to believe it. Here, I was no longer as helpless as I had been before. I possessed the power and the means to pursue everything I desired. And all I wanted now was to not be forced to choose between Susan, Anna, and Jill. Was that really too much to ask? Yet, in the end, it seemed that even in this life I was just as helpless as I had been in the last, because the enemy I faced was myself. I was the judge, the jury, the executioner, and the defendant of this case. No one else was forcing me to choose between Susan, Anna, and Jill. I alone stood in my own way. Jill, who was part of it all and knew everything, wasn't forcing me to choose. If anything, she was pushing me to confront my feelings and accept them, believing that the sooner I came to terms with them, the sooner I could act on them. The only person who needed convincing was myself. And perhaps Corey. If she knew what I was thinking right now, she would never forgive me. Fortunately for me, she was now one with her darkness. Otherwise, I would have to worry about that psycho trying to kill me in my sleep, or worse, on the toilet seat. Thinking of Corey snapped me out of my spiral. Having the memories of Earth, she was likely the only one who could truly understand why I struggled so much with the idea of embracing polygamy. Setting those thoughts aside, I headed toward the teleportation hub. "Hi there, boss," Cindy greeted me as I arrived. She had clearly traveled from the southern capital to Sky Blossom City after learning I was here. I suspected Henrix had tipped her off. I nodded to her and couldn't help asking, Should I be worried that you're already forming factions, even before we can be considered an established force? Boss, it's the only way for us little guys to stay relevant in your fast-growing organization. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, we'll be replaced by card emperors and demigods, Cindy replied candidly. She wasn't wrong. I had already brought in the Western Princess and her ragtag group of demigods, and now I was planning to bring in Jill, Asung, and Agatha as well. With so many powerful and capable figures joining, it would be difficult for talents like Cindy and Diana to rise any further in ranks. At best, they would be stuck at the middle tiers of my organization. Yes, my organization operated on a merit-based system, but there was no denying that a low-level card apprentice could never earn merit at the same pace as a high-level one. Left unchecked, it would simply become another case of the rich getting richer while the poor grew poorer. That wasn't to say the high-level card apprentices didn't deserve their rewards. They did. But as their leader, it was my responsibility to help everyone grow, so they could continue earning more merit by serving me more effectively. It was my duty to ensure that the ceiling above every member of my organization kept rising. If it didn't, they would begin to feel trapped, pressured into survival mode, and driven to actions they would never normally consider. Everyone was fighting for a better future. I didn't want to be the one who denied them that chance. With that in mind, I met Cindy's gaze and said, I completely overlooked that. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. Give me some time. I'll figure out a solution. Why? Cindy replied, a hint of self-reproach in her voice. It's not your fault that our talent isn't good enough. Neither is it your fault, I said firmly, knowing from experience that a person's talent alone did not define their worth. And sadly, in this world, no amount of hard work was enough to make up for talent. Cindy was taken aback by my words. After a moment, she shook her head, assuming I was merely trying to comfort her, and continued with her self-deprecating smile. Yes, I know that. I blame my luck. I don't know about your luck, I replied, but I do know this. You chose to follow me, and you're giving me everything you have. I can't walk your path for you, but I will make sure you have every opportunity and every tool you need to keep up with me. That I promise. So don't lose sight of your dreams yet. Don't get lost in these games. Let's make it there together. Okay, I said, offering her a simple, honest smile. Okay, Cindy answered eagerly. Then, returning my smile with one of her own, she added, now I see why those girls keep falling for you left and right. Don't tell me you've fallen for me too. I teased as we walked toward the teleportation array. Unfortunately, no. Your aesthetics aren't my type. Only little girls like Jaya would be into that. Cindy clarified in excessive detail, to the point that it felt like she was overcompensating, as if trying to hide something. So, you like a dad bod? I asked. After all, my physique was the pinnacle of the human male form. It didn't get better than this. Yes, but not the kind that comes from overeating and a lack of exercise, Cindy replied. I mean the natural kind, aged like fine wine. Dense, rugged beard. Menacing, yet comforting at the same time. Every time I kiss him, it reminds me that I'm with a man. A true man. Lost in her imagination, she forgot herself and began to overshare. Ahem. I cleared my throat, feeling uncomfortable, snapping her out of her trance. She blinked, then instead of apologizing, asserted firmly, you're the one who asked. This counts as sexual harassment, right? I said, reminding her that we were still at work and that I was, in fact, her boss. Boss, no one would believe you, Cindy replied calmly. Your reputation already precedes you across the 5 regions. What reputation? I asked, genuinely astonished. Come on, boss. First Anna, then Susan, and now Jill. People are bound to talk, Cindy said as if it were inevitable. They even started a betting pool on which other women you might be seeing on the side. Someone made a whole list. There were a few names on it that even surprised me. It hasn't even been a day, I complained helplessly. There were just too many card apprentices with too much time on their hands out there. Hey, boss, Cindy continued, leaning in conspiratorially. Why don't you tell me who else you're seeing besides those 3? If I win, I'll split half the profits with you. She tried to pass it off as a joke, but the glint of greed in her eyes betrayed her. Have you lost your damn mind? I thundered. Where are your priorities, woman? Your boss is being publicly shamed across the Grimoire network, and all you can think about is hitting the jackpot with insider information instead of defending my reputation. Boss, I am defending you, Cindy replied smoothly, rubbing her hands together with a sly grin. This is my way of getting back at them for insulting you. If I cheat them blind and take all their money, wouldn't that be the most satisfying revenge? Sure, they lose money, you make money, but what about my reputation? I snapped, thoroughly displeased. The 5 regions will stop calling me the Southern Hope and start calling me the Southern Manhwa. The thought made my blood boil. Whoever had started that betting pool was going to pay for it. Cindy and I used the teleportation array together to arrive at the southern capital. The Freedom Fighters Array Masters had picked up the pace and were doing an impressive job constructing teleportation hubs, linking them one by one to the teleportation network across all first-tier cities of the southern region. Our focus on first-tier cities was deliberate. These hubs could be opened to the public sooner, allowing us to generate revenue to maintain the completed infrastructure while simultaneously funding the construction of hubs in other cities. Expecting a single individual to shoulder the full cost of a project of this scale was never realistic. My intention was only to invest enough to initiate the project and keep it operational long enough for the revenue it generated to fund the expansion. This approach ensured that the project was self-sufficient from the ground up, preventing it from collapsing and dragging my savings down with it. Now, even the Southern royal family, which was still sitting on the fence, would have no choice but to stop stalling with senseless politics and begin pulling their weight. All of this was possible because the first-tier cities of the southern region proved remarkably welcoming and accommodating toward the fine gold, despite the higher-ups having yet to greenlight the project within their jurisdictions. These cities went out of their way to assist us, helping select suitable land and construct solid infrastructure so that, in the end, all that remained was for the array masters to arrive, inscribe the teleportation arrays, and connect them to our teleportation network. In their efforts to accommodate the Southern Hope and do him a favor, they were, in truth, acting in their own best interests. It was not that they failed to understand the benefits a functional teleportation hub would bring to their cities. Rather, they lacked the authority to approve a project of this magnitude on their own. Even so, where there was will, there was a way. These cities exploited loopholes in their bylaws to not only allocate land for the teleportation hubs, but also secure funding to build the infrastructure, then patiently wait in line for the array masters to arrive and complete the inscriptions, integrating each hub into the teleportation network, proving that when interests were aligned, no force could halt progress. Keep up the good work, I said to Cindy before taking to the skies. As I rose into the night, my hive spirit detected multiple demigod realm energy signatures hidden among the clouds, picked up through the edge of my primordial soul pupils. I had not been paying attention, but it had. As I drew closer to the demigods concealed in the clouds, their heated argument drifted to my ears. How can you still have the face to defend him after he killed so many innocent people, including the demigods on duty who tried to stop him? One of them demanded. Stop repeating the same lie over and over. Another snapped back. It's not as if telling a lie enough times will turn it into the truth. We both know what actually happened. Leave while we are still being civil. He killed nearly 60 elite demigods. With the second demon invasion on the brink, do you have any idea how long it will take to make up for those losses? How can you be indifferent to such a senseless massacre? How can you be so indifferent when you know that what you call senseless is exactly what you speak of? Came the cold reply. Please leave. My answer will remain the same. He is under the protection of the Southern royal family. Nothing you shout or do here will change that. You've said enough. What is there left to discuss? The other voice snapped. He is a bloodthirsty murderer. We only stopped out of courtesy to notify the Southern ruler. We will do what we must. It would be best if you do not get in our way, if you know what's good for you. What exactly are you trying to achieve here? The voice snapped. Everyone knows the Southern royal family will never abandon him. And if you truly intended to bring him to justice, you would have acted already instead of coming here to inform us. Don't tell me you're not here to seek justice, but to blow this matter out of proportion and use it to pester him into paying you a sizable compensation. What makes you think that would work when he wasn't afraid to face nearly 4 dozen demigods inside a temporal separation array? How? What in the hell are you talking about? The other voice blurted. Don't deny it. We know exactly what you bastards tried to pull. Fortunately for you, he ended it quickly and cooled down after massacring those pups from the Brothwork family. Had he delayed even a little longer, you would have been forced to face the Southern Prince himself. And given the path he is walking, he wouldn't have concluded it by wiping out the Brothwork family's pups anyway. So whatever it is you're trying to accomplish here, stop it now, before it's too late for you to regret it. The voice warned them to stop seeking disaster. Instantly, the other voice refuted, believe whatever you want, but you can't deny the hard evidence. He killed Brolock and other Brothworks in their Morningstar manner over a rivalry in the pleasure card market. When the demigods on patrol attempted to intervene, he killed them as well. There are numerous cases lodged against him. Unfair trade practices are the least of his concerns. Unfair trade practices? Came the mocking reply, followed by laughter. Now I finally understand. You're not here to beg. You're here to bury him under a mountain pile of laws and steal what's his claiming you are following legal procedure. I shouldn't have expected anything less from you lot. We are not doing anything to him. He should have known better than to employ unfair and hostile practices when starting his business, the other voice retorted. You do you, came the reply. But what business of his are you actually after? As far as I know, all of his operations are in the southern region. The central government has no jurisdiction here, and he has the Southern royal family's unconditional support in everything. So what exactly are you planning? The voice had convinced they saw through their intentions, now found themselves confused once again as the pieces refused to fit. We've already informed you. Our business here is done, the other voice said, turning to leave. His companion chuckled and followed. But before they could depart, another voice cut through the clouds. I heard you were looking for me. You? What are you doing here? One of them asked, startled to see the one they spoke of appear right before their eyes. Why does that matter? I replied calmly. You were coming to find me, and I found you first, saving you the trouble. So tell me, what business do you have with me? I asked with a smile, giving a brief nod toward the mature form of the Arya art. I guess she was a member of the art family and was on duty today. What truly surprised me was that the Southern royal family had not only refused to receive those demigods, who were clearly the master's hounds, but had also barred them from entering the city altogether, delivering their response, and ushering them away without delay. It seemed they had taken my being ambushed at the Brothwork family's Morningstar manor to heart. I appreciated the sentiment, but it also filled me with unease. Could the Southern royal family, and the Southern region as a whole, truly withstand the master's inevitable retaliation? The masters would not take direct action themselves, but they had countless ways to bypass open conflict and still inflict harm upon the southern region. Trade was one such avenue. Imports and exports flowing between the southern region and the other regions could be choked off or manipulated with ease. Unlike me, whose roots were shallow and shielded from every conceivable angle, the Southern royal family and the southern region had roots that spread far and wide, leaving them exposed from too many directions. The masters could not target me directly, but the same was not true for the Southern royal family or the southern region. No, I didn't have all my bases covered. How could I have overlooked something so obvious? The Southern royal family and the southern region as a whole, which had once been my strength, were now my weakness. These masters' dogs were never here for me. They were here to use me as a wedge, to antagonize the Southern royal family until they made a single reckless move. One mistake would give the masters ample justification to retaliate, while simultaneously preventing the other royal families from coming to their aid. Once the Southern royal family and the southern region were pushed into trouble, I would have no choice but to intervene. Yet as long as the core problem remained unresolved, no amount of support I provided would truly save them from the masters choking them. At best, I would only be delaying the inevitable. I had planned to wait for the three mischiefs to overthrow the masters, granting them a few more days of borrowed life. But these people were intent on forcing my hand. It's regarding the massacre at the Brothwork Manor. We have numerous witnesses claiming that you killed Brolock Brothwork, along with his kin and aides present in the manor, over a rivalry in the pleasure card market. Please surrender. You will be given the opportunity to defend yourself in court. But if you resist, you will only make matters worse for yourself, the demigod said, restraining his emotions as he presented the case against me with practiced ease. Yes, these masters' dogs were scared sh. They hadn't expected to run into me here. How could they not be afraid? After all, I had killed nearly 4 dozen of their colleagues, each one stronger than the 2 of them combined. Now, forced to face me directly. It felt to them as though they were conversing with death itself. I wanted to kill them as well, but I didn't. If I did, the masters would immediately tie their deaths to the Southern royal family, but not me. These men were sacrificial pawns from the very beginning, and they knew it, which was despite their fear of me, they dared to dictate the false case against me to me. They wanted me to kill them out of anger. Killing them would hand the masters exactly the justification they needed to openly target the Southern royal family and the Southern region, and to sell that narrative to the other royal families, restraining their hands from helping out the Southern royal family. Hey, the central government has no jurisdiction here, and Wyatt is under the custody of the Southern royal family. If you want to arrest him, follow proper protocol first. The mature Arya lookalike shot back immediately, playing straight into the master's scheme. They were betting on the Southern royal family opposing them on my behalf. Madam Art, please stay out of this. This is a matter concerning the central government. The Southern royal family has no right to interfere, the demigod thundered, summoning all the courage he could muster. If you continue to insist on intervening, we will have no choice but to assume that the Southern royal family is challenging the authority of the central government. What the FCK are you talking about? Madam Art snapped. Didn't you just hear me? He is under the custody of the Southern royal family. If you want to detain him for the crimes you're alleging, then you must follow proper protocol. If anyone here is challenging authority, it's the central government, for challenging the authority of the Southern region within its own territory. Get the hell out of here, or I will detain you guys for blasphemy against the royal family. Listening to Madam Art threaten to detain them for the crime of blasphemy against the royal family, the two dogs of the masters could not hide the joy flickering in their eyes. After all, she had unwittingly found a way for them to complete their mission without dying. If Madam Art detained them while they were carrying out their duties as officials of the central government would gain the justification it needed, while they themselves could keep their necks and live to face death another day. Yet the one in charge of the pair could not help but wonder, what if the Southern royal family chose to release them and even issue an apology? In that case, their mission would be deemed a failure, and a fate worse than death would surely await them. Still, if one of them were to die in detention while under the custody of the Southern royal family, everything would change. At least the other would be allowed to live. And why could the one who survived not be him? He knew that if they fought now, both of them would die. There was no escape. After all, they had been sent here to die. But if they were detained by Madam Art, he could finally set his plan in motion and claw his way out of here alive. Detain us? You dare, the demigod roared. Have you ungrateful mongrels forgotten your place? The Southern region is an affiliated region under the central government. While the Southern royal family maintains sovereignty over the Southern region, it has pledged multiple obligations to the central government. How dare you forget them? Do you want us to dig up your ancestors' graves and have them remind you? His thunderous outburst was cut short when Madam Art slapped him across the face. The strike was sharp and precise, knocking every tooth from his mouth in a single blow. For a brief second, I sensed an unfathomable power radiating from her. It was the Art family bloodline at work, carrying the effect of subtle reality distortion. I had studied it before, back when I was searching for a way to help Arya with her condition. She bore both the Art family and the royal family bloodlines, the two clashing within her. As a result, despite possessing an unparalleled lineage, she was unable to shine in an equally unparalleled manner. That was why I set out to devise a method to make the two bloodlines complement one another instead. How dare you? You are obstructing official business. Don't blame me for being cruel. The demigod snarled as his shattered teeth regrew. Fixing her with a cold stare, he continued. What's with that look? Do you want to kill us, servants of the central government? Is the Southern royal family planning to rebel against the central government? Are you prepared for the consequences? Shut up. Just shut up. Madam Arya thundered, irritation lacing every word as she invoked her bloodline ability to augment her voice, amplifying it, adding crushing authority and intimidating to it. When the demigod finally fell silent, she issued a final warning. Just because you are servants of the central government does not give you permission to commit blasphemy against the Southern royal family. This is your last warning. If you dare utter one more word about the Southern royal family, I will take action against you. I could see it in Madame Arya's eyes. She wanted nothing more than to tear those two dogs of the Masters into a million tiny pieces for everything they had said about the Southern royal family. Yet she restrained herself, forcing down her raging emotions and stretching her waning patience as far as it would go. She understood that they were here for something far greater than merely burying me under a mountain of false charges and making preposterous claims over what's mine. She did not want to become the spark that allowed them to set their schemes in motion, nor did she intend to be anything less than an iron wall standing in the way of their conspiracies. What she did not realize was how grave the situation truly was. It was far worse than anything she could imagine. It was not just me who was in danger. The entire southern region stood on the brink of being slowly choked to death by the Masters, unless the southern royal family surrendered me. The last time I had ever considered the possibility of my enemies targeting the southern royal family and the southern region was when I handed over the production, distribution, and sales rights of silver milk powder to the southern royal family. Given the circumstances at the time, I knew that neither I nor the southern royal family could stomach and digest the full weight of the profits from that venture. That was precisely why, after securing my royalties and a respectable percentage of the shares, I dumped all the operational burden onto the royal family. Back then, I was not particularly worried. I believed the Heatsend royal family would distribute their share of silver milk powder's production, distribution, and sales to the other royal families and the central government, while extracting additional political concessions in return. In my mind, it would settle into a neat, win-win arrangement. However, this time was different. The Masters were not here to negotiate for profits, but to ensure their own survival. Because of that, there was no middle ground, no compromise to be reached. Either the southern royal family surrendered me to them, or they would destroy the royal family and the entire southern region along with me. After being punished by the divine retribution of the card world's will for actions they had carried out unchallenged for nearly a millennium, they finally understood that this time, their opponent was different. I was not like the countless geniuses they had suppressed or slain with a casual flick of the hand during their long reign over the 5 regions. That divine retribution was a wake-up call for the Masters. It warned them that the times were changing, and that if they failed to act, this could very well mark the end of their era and the dawn of a new one. So, the Masters chose to act, seeking to preserve their reign over the 5 regions by strangling the herald of the new era while it was still in its crib. I blamed myself for all of it. If I had not shown off by signing their ridiculous world decree, none of this would have happened. They would not have been struck by divine retribution, nor would they have grown so wary of me to the point that they were now willing to threaten one of the 4 royal families with extinction just to get their way. It was not as though I had acted without reason. I simply never expected the Masters to come after me through the southern royal family and the southern region, turning what the world believed to be my greatest source of strength into a glaring weakness. Because of my existence, the 3 mischiefs were no longer what they had been in the clown mask's future vision. The supreme leader and the matron were the most heavily affected by my presence. As for the emissary of light, I had yet to encounter him, making him the least affected, or perhaps only indirectly influenced, by my existence. What was truly interesting was that none of them had grown weaker because of me. On the contrary, they had grown stronger not only in terms of realm, but in their overall means as well. All 3 had broken through to the demigod realm far earlier than they had in the clown mask's future vision. Even though I had stolen the soul pupils from the supreme leader, he had somehow managed to raise his undead card demigod army ahead of the timeline shown in the future vision. That could only mean one thing. He, too, had broken through to the card demigod realm. I suspected he had the backing of a demon or devil merchant, most likely Gideon Grimm. As for the matron, despite being exposed as Sansa Baylor and placed on the central government's most wanted list due to her entanglement with me, she overcame the odds and broke through to the card demigod realm as well, keeping pace with the other 2 mischiefs. Lastly, the emissary of light. Because of the incident involving Gideon Grimm and the rapidly spreading fear of a second demon invasion, he had gained a far greater number of followers ahead of schedule. That surge of faith allowed him to ascend to the card demigod realm and push further ahead with his plans of becoming the true son of the card celestial. Despite all the variables, all 3 of them were growing and advancing at an astonishing pace. As a result, they had drawn the attention of the masters, especially the matron and the emissary of light, since unlike the supreme leader, neither of them were loyal servants of the masters. In fact, in the future vision, these two had never even appeared on the master's radar until much later, when they aided the supreme leader in killing them after returning from an unsuccessful raid on an unranked dungeon. This time, however, they were already under scrutiny. That realization worried me. If this continued, it could affect the success rate of the three mischiefs overthrowing the masters. Because of that, I decided to make myself a sufficiently powerful distraction, one large enough to blindside the masters and keep their focus away from the three mischiefs. That was one of the primary reasons I went to the central region in the first place, to showcase my strength and lay out my future plans for the 5 regions. However, I crossed the line when I chose to flaunt my power by involving the world decree. That was far more than the masters could process. It shattered the worldview they had accumulated and reinforced over the course of countless millennia. 4 ages uncounted. They had repeated the same actions until those actions became their unquestioned norm. Because of that, when divine retribution finally struck them, it did not feel like punishment for wrongdoing. To them, it felt like being punished despite having done nothing wrong at all. Nothing was more terrifying than that, and it made no sense at all. That single incident had shattered their entire framework of laws governing the use of the world decree. As terrifying as that realization was, what frightened them even more was the existence responsible for it. Me. I had always expected the masters to come after me. What I never anticipated was that they would do so by holding the Southern royal family and the entire Southern region hostage. Should we take that as a threat? The demigod asked heavily, listening to Madame Art's warning. Has the Southern royal family grown so rebellious that they now dare not only to shame the central government's servants, but also to threaten them? Silence. Madame Art invoked the silence rule, empowered by her bloodline's subtle reality distortion. The demigod was instantly rendered mute, his soul energy and rule power collapsing in on themselves. The two nearly plummeted to their deaths, but she caught them with her intense sense before they could fall. I warned you enough times, she said coldly. Now I am detaining the two of you. Madame Art, please stop. Let them go. I called out, finally steeling myself to do what needed to be done to prevent all of this. Madame Art paused, a frown creasing her brow. Then, a gentle smile softened her expression as she reassured me. Don't be rash, young man. I know what I'm doing. The Southern region is not what it once was, but it can still protect its citizens, especially its children. Madame Art, what I mean is that I plan to surrender to them and face my date in court. The moment those words left my mouth, a familiar voice shouted from afar. Wyatt, have you lost your damn mind? Hearing me say that I intended to surrender to them left the two central government demigods utterly stunned, Madame Art included. Before either of them could voice their disbelief, a familiar shout rang out from afar. Wyatt, have you lost your damn mind? Queen, Princess, Madame Art said at once, bowing respectfully to the newcomers. They were none other than Soldier Queen Colleen and Anne, the Southern heir's twin. Though they were all extended family, they upheld strict hierarchy in the presence of outsiders, careful not to undermine their standing or prestige. I nodded to them as well. However, to my surprise, Anne was still a card emperor, even though her soul energy signature closely resembled that of a semi-card demigod. Either Anna's good-bad daughter origin card was not as perfect as rumored, or Anna was deliberately punishing and forgoing along with their mother's schemes, pushing her further down the extreme path. Anna was clearly hesitant to continue along the extreme path, fully aware of what it would do to her despite the power it granted. Yet, and kept her in the dark about it. That much was evident in Anna's decision not to take Anne along when she went to hunt down their scumbag of a father. Also, and wouldn't meet my eyes. Things couldn't be more obvious. After all, she was the good daughter. Ambella, take them away and detain them in separate cells, Colleen ordered, addressing Madame Art without waiting for my explanation. At her command, the demigod in charge of the two central government envoys stared at Colleen in shock, wondering if she could somehow read his mind. Had he known that the Southern royal family would truly dare to imprison the master's servants in cell blocks like common criminals, they would have resisted when demigod Ambella moved against them instead of allowing themselves to be captured so easily. He had assumed they would be placed under house arrest in one of the Southern royal family's guest residences. Now that things had come to this, he saw only one remaining option: to take his own life in his cell. He knew his partner would never do the same, convinced as he was that they had successfully completed the master's task without being killed. From the faint glint in that fool's eyes, it was obvious his partner was feeling rather pleased with himself. He had no choice but to kill himself. If he did not, both of them would remain alive, leaving the Southern royal family with a possible way out when the masters openly started their offense on the Southern royal family. If that happened, the fate awaiting them would be worse than death. So he chose to end his own life instead, knowing that his death would become his dumbass partner's saving grace. That realization troubled him more deeply than the fact that he was about to die. Only then did he truly understand the meaning of the saying, "The Lord takes care of fools and drunks." He blamed himself for being too smart. As for my claim that I intended to surrender, he did not believe it for a moment. Even if I were willing to sacrifice myself for the sake of the Southern royal family and the Southern region, he was certain the royal family and the people of the Southern region would never agree to it. A part of his mind also screamed that I had only said it for appearances, to uphold my image as the Southern hope. "Yes, Your Highness," Ambella Art replied, moving to escort the prisoners away. She had taken only a few steps before stopping, and I appeared before her, stopping her in her tracks, adding, "Madam Art, please wait. There is no urgency to take them to their cells. Ambella, you are authorized to detain anyone who interferes with your duty, even if it is the Southern hope," Colleen ordered firmly. The command left Ambella momentarily uncertain. As a member of the Southern royal family's extended circle, she was aware of my contract with Anna. Confronting me directly was simply not an option. If they did, Anna, the Southern heir, would inevitably bear the consequences. Using a soul whisper, Ambella reminded Colleen of this fact, explaining that the only way to resolve the situation was through communication, not force. "Sometimes I can't help but wonder what he was thinking when he chose her as his heir," Colleen muttered, voicing her frustration with both her husband and their granddaughter. Then she met my gaze and said flatly, "Whatever you want to say, save it. I don't want to hear it. Let Ambella do her duty." I had just opened my mouth to plead my case when Colleen cut me off, her anger erupting. "I let you go to the central capital against my better judgment, and look what happened. I should have known better than to place my trust in a kid who's still wet behind the ears. I've had enough of this. Starting tonight, you will live in the royal palace until the next academic year begins, at which point you will take charge of the Southern academic city. That's final. I don't want to hear another word about it." I remained silent, waiting for Colleen to cool down. I had always seen her as the caring elder I never had, so whenever she became unreasonable, I couldn't help but find it endearing. In her own way, she truly believed I needed protection from myself. Well, considering the things I've done lately, I think she was actually onto something. "Are you calm now?" I asked after some time had passed in heavy silence. And Ambella observed in silence. They both knew Colleen's temper well. It took a great deal to provoke her, but once she was truly angry, heads would quite literally roll. They feared that if I continued to press the issue, Colleen might behead the two demigods from the central government on the spot. "Why are you still standing in Ambella's way?" Colleen thundered, then added in a cold, stern warning, "Young man, I am telling you now, I know methods to detain you without triggering the clause in your contract with Anna." "Oh, I believe you," I replied calmly. "I haven't forgotten the time you kidnapped me. It's still fresh in my mind. So why are you still not moving out of her way?" Colleen asked, frustration seeping into her voice. She genuinely did not know how to deal with me, especially with force being her last resort. "Because I want my day in court and to clear my name," I replied. I deliberately avoided saying that I did not want the Southern region to suffer because of me. Openly admitting that would have been unwise, given how many powerful enemies I had made, each one capable of terrorizing an entire region. I was not afraid of them, but I refused to let the Southern region become collateral damage. Colleen and the others stared at me in disbelief. None of them believed I was naive enough to think that surrendering to the central government would earn me fair treatment or due process. To them, it was obvious that I was saying this because I had no intention of revealing what I was actually planning. "Young man, stop with these charades. The Southern region is not so helpless that it needs to sacrifice a child for its own safety. Let the adults do their job. You focus on growing what you do best and making us all proud, Colleen said firmly. The words were admittedly a little cringeworthy, yet they warmed my heart all the same. She wasn't finished. The Southern royal family promised to be your sword and shield, and we will uphold that vow until our dying breath. I know your intentions are noble, but what you are doing right now borders on insulting our honor. Wyatt, I am asking you to let us do our job. As I listened to Colleen, an overwhelming, aspirational warmth spread through my body, rising from my heart. In that moment, she truly lived up to her title of Soldier Queen. Though Colleen's words were good to listen to, the truth was impossible to ignore. If the Masters set their sights on the southern region, it would not take them long to choke its economy to a crippling halt. The first and most to suffer would be ordinary families, households, small businesses, and obviously the Southern Treasury. I could not allow that to happen, and the only way to prevent it was for me to surrender and resolve the immediate crisis. As for my personal safety after surrendering, it was the least of my concerns. With my current strength, my identity as a demon merchant, and the card celestial watching over me, I was not worried on that front. Even so, I could see only two possible endings to this path. Either I would confront the Masters head-on and kill them/die in the process, or I would be forced into hiding, my name etched onto the top of the central government's most wanted list right above Gideon Grimm's. However, just as I was about to press my intent to surrender even more forcefully, a soul whisper reached me. Wyatt, stand down. There are many forces at play here. Follow our arrangements. We know what we are doing. This isn't our first rodeo with the Masters. We clash with them every other day. This time it's more serious, yes, but we still know what we're doing. Step back and watch us do what we do best. Drive this region into an economic crisis? I cut in sharply. I simply could not bring myself to trust the Southern royal family to handle the governance of the Southern region when their opponents were the Masters. The last time I had trusted them, I was doing it again now, trying to shoulder everything by myself. I knew I needed to place my faith in the Southern royal family and let them do their job, but when it came to me, their track record did not inspire confidence. In the end, I stepped aside, moving out of Madame Ambella Art's path and allowing her to detain the central government demigods. Yes, I chose to trust the Southern royal family one more time. They, too, had witnessed the clown mask's future vision, and I believed the Southern princess had her own designs when it came to dealing with the Masters based on what and said. Thinking back on it, the Southern princess had spent the past few weeks traveling across the 5 regions, meeting reputable world leaders on various diplomatic missions. She even used my VR slime cards as gifts. Then finally, under the pretense of the second demon invasion and Gideon Grimm, she arranged many assemblies with these world leaders. At the time, I had assumed it was solely about the distribution of the silver milk powder across the 5 regions. Now, however, I couldn't help but suspect there was far more at play. If the worst came to pass, I would release relief funds for struggling households and businesses. I would also use the situation to relocate people and card apprentices to Freedom City in Lil Redstorm, increasing trade between Freedom City and the southern region. With Dahlia and the Devil Merchant Code at my beck and call, I was confident I could compensate for any import-export shortfall. It wasn't a long-term solution, but it would help the southern citizens to continue with their regular lives without any hitch until the 3 mischiefs have dealt with the Masters. Seeing me finally relent and follow her arrangement, Colleen's expression brightened into a satisfied smile, as though she had just achieved a great victory. She slowly floated over to my side and said, "Don't worry. We know what we're doing. If we couldn't handle issues this small, the Masters would have swallowed us long ago. Have faith in us." I simply nodded in response, having placed my trust in the Southern Princess. Time and again, she had proven herself a formidable adversary. I trusted that she would never gamble with her family's survival unless she was confident of winning. "Let us head to the palace. Your room is still empty, kept just as you left it," Colleen said, resting a hand on my shoulder. "For a change, your mother-in-law is home. You can meet her over breakfast tomorrow morning." I wasn't surprised that Colleen still treated me as her grandson-in-law. After all, the Southern royal family never had an issue with me becoming their son-in-law. Their concern lay with Anna's unhealthy obsession with me. They believed that, as the next ruler of the Southern region, such fixation would interfere with her duties as the future Southern ruler. That was precisely why they had conspired against her, pushing her further down the extreme path. Fun fact, the new Anna, who had emerged from seclusion within Field Marshal Lawrence Mystic Dimension, also regarded me as her future husband, in accordance with the arrangement imposed by her family. How did I know this? The dummy ring was still on me. If she truly had any objection to marrying me, she could have reclaimed the dummy ring the moment she emerged from seclusion, or at any time thereafter. Yet she never did. If that wasn't a clear, if silent, acknowledgement of her family's arrangement, then what else could it be? Or maybe she simply hadn't remembered it, and I was overthinking everything. Yeah, right? A card apprentice would just forget that one of their 6 item card slots was not only unavailable, but permanently active. There was no chance of that. Clearly, she had accepted the arranged marriage, believing it to be the best outcome for the southern region. As the future ruler of the southern region, she was willing to sacrifice herself for its sake, let alone marry someone she no longer had feelings for. Not to mention, someone who was in scandalous relationships with other women. That was the Anna I knew and fell in love with. A sentimental fool, unwavering in her convictions, never hesitating to offer herself up for what she believed in and loved. I'm sorry, Your Highness. That breakfast will have to wait. I came in a hurry to borrow an. I was hoping she could help me locate Anna in the northern region, I said, rejecting Colleen's invitation and revealing the real reason for my visit. Anne and Anna were connected through their origin cards. With Anne's help, locating Anna in the northern region would not be difficult. If only Anna had equipped a VR slime card, I wouldn't have needed an at all. I could have tracked her myself. Why go through all that trouble to find her? Colleen asked. She will be back in a few days anyway. Just rest in the palace until then. She will be delighted to find her fiancé waiting for her victorious return. She pressed the matter of my marriage to Anna more aggressively than ever. It seemed my scandal with Jill had given her a sense of urgency. If it were up to her, she would have married Anna and me off immediately. Unfortunately for her, her granddaughter was still in the northern region, hunting down her own father. Honestly, I was surprised that neither Colleen nor Anne were bringing up my relationship with Jill. It only deepened my belief that only I was having a hard time accepting polygamy. Your Highness, I'm just worried about Anna. I began, intending to persuade Colleen to let me go and help her. After all, Anna was alone in the northern region. Now that the entire world knew she was hunting her own father, Demigod Gainover might already have begun preparing to face her. Given the complicated relationship between the southern and northern regions, and between Demigod Gainover and the northern region itself, I wouldn't be surprised if the northern region's local forces, and even its royal family, chose to aid Gainover against his daughter. According to the Clown Mask's future vision, Demigod Gainover had married Anna's former schoolmate and rival, the northern princess Ivanka. However, before I could begin to dictate my concerns and try to persuade her, Colleen cut in coldly. Her voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Wyatt, this is Anna's journey. Only she can walk it. Others cannot walk it for her. She has gone to confront her demons, and once she is done, she will return to claim her birthright. I know you are worried about her, but if you interfere now, all you will do is hinder her growth. Have faith in your bride. Also, now that the masters have made it clear that you've become a thorn in their side, it's best that you remain here in the palace instead of running around. The southern region can afford a war with the masters, but it cannot afford to lose you. Stop foolishly placing yourself in harm's way. I heard what you did in the central capital. Everyone did. Just because you are strong and capable doesn't mean you are invulnerable. Don't underestimate them. There's a reason why they have been around since the founding of the 5 regions, while many geniuses that shone brighter than them eventually fell. No, I won't make the mistake of underestimating the masters. But that doesn't mean I will sit by and wait for Anna, I declared, not giving Colleen a chance to cut me off again. I turned to Anne and asked, will you help me locate Anna or not? Wyatt, and dragged out her words, unable to decide. After all, as the good daughter, she could not decide for herself. Her family would decide for her, and only by continuing to follow their will could she remain a good daughter. That was the nature of her origin card. She was bound by her obligations and duties, while the bad daughter, Anna, followed her heart, pursuing absolute freedom without reservation. Yes or no? I pressed, and, seeing that she still hesitated, I shook my head and bid my goodbye. I will be back with Anna. Hearing my words, Colleen finally lost her patience and resorted to force just as I prepared to leave. The surrounding temperature plummeted in an instant, and my perception of time slowed dramatically. Somehow, Colleen's ability bypassed all my defenses and directly affected my bodily functions and soul pathways, particularly the chemical reactions and soul circuits within my brain. My thought processes slowed, dragging my perception of time and my reflexes down with them. She appeared right beside me, clearly intending to abduct me as she had before. However, my hive spirit reacted immediately, erecting a limitless celestial barrier between us, an endlessly stretching expanse of space that severed her influence. Colleen's ability no longer affected me directly, though its residual effects lingered, taking longer than expected to fade. Only then did I truly grasp how terrifying Colleen's compression-based temperature manipulation had become. Had she invoked her domain, I would have been completely defenseless, and she would have succeeded in capturing me. Fortunately for me, she underestimated me. I didn't count on her to make the same mistake again, so once the effects wore off, I immediately activated the Demon Codex, using the Devil Merchant Code's inter-realm travel function to teleport out of the southern region and into the northern region, specifically the northern capital. This was where Gainover had last been sighted and was believed to be hiding. That crazy itch. I cursed as I arrived on the outskirts of the northern capital. I hadn't expected Colleen to be reckless enough to attack me. Either she genuinely believed she was saving me from myself, or she was willing to risk Anna facing the backlash of a contract breach to stop me from doing what she considered foolish and unnecessary. Knowing her, it was the former. She truly believed she was protecting me from myself. Hopefully, I was right. Otherwise, Anna would be in for an unpleasant surprise. But given that and seemed fine, my judgment was mostly correct. Once I calmed down, I surveyed my surroundings. I was on the outskirts of the northern region, at a location that had been deliberately selected and prepared by my Calamity Gems from the Center Squad. I had sent them to the northern region earlier to investigate Gideon Grimm's past after learning that he originated there. When my Calamity Daughter Gems failed to uncover anything valuable about that bastard's history, I instructed them to explore the northern region more broadly, thinking the preparation might prove useful someday. As it turned out, that day had arrived. The northern capital's third main entrance lay a few kilometers away from my current location. I activated my Myriad Devil transformation, shifting into one of the many carefully prepared aliases the Center Squad used for operations across the 5 regions. After all, my Calamity Gems had inherited that same Myriad Devil transformation ability of mine. I disguised myself as a middle-aged, handsome card king. Then, I used the soul energy manipulation to materialize soul energy into a refined, noble, and in-fashion winter attire that matched the status and preferences of my current identity and location. Once every detail was in place, I flew toward the northern capital. At present, I was far too recognizable as the Southern Hope. Given the tension between the southern and northern regions, I wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. That was why I chose to disguise myself as a card king, an existence considered little more than a bottom feeder in a first-tier city, let alone the capital itself. As I reached the city's entrance, I found a long line of card apprentices waiting to enter the city. Each of them was being thoroughly vetted before being granted permission. Tourists and workers from the southern region were denied entry outright. Only those with a documented history of business and employment in the northern capital were allowed in, and even then, only under short-term permits. Any violation risked heavy penalties, including the loss of their business and employment visas. It still wasn't enough for me to assume that the northern royal family had already sided with demigod Gainover at this point in the timeline. Their actions could just as easily be interpreted as an effort to maintain order within the capital. After all, supporters of the Southern Emperor had dared to travel from the southern region to the northern capital to show their support, even at the risk of their lives. No one understood the tension between the 2 regions better than they did. I didn't know whether to call those people foolish or to commend their unwavering loyalty to the Southern Emperor. What concerned me more was that I had already confirmed Gainover was hiding within the city, simply by overhearing the crowd's chatter. Given the capital's heightened security, I couldn't help but wonder how Anna planned to enter the city and assassinate her father. What worried me even further was that, without her voice of reason by her side, Anna might choose to storm the city directly in search of demigod gain-over. Even a 10-year-old would know better than to attempt something so reckless. But Anna was an extreme path practitioner. It was highly likely she would favor a direct approach, refusing to strain her mind even in the slightest. Standing in line as I waited my turn to enter the city, while I still mentally debated whether I should remain at the gate and wait for Anna here, or enter the city and wait for her there. I didn't even bother to consider the possibility that Anna was already inside. As much as I didn't want to underestimate her, I still doubted she possessed the patience and discipline required to infiltrate the capital without drawing attention. If she truly had that level of restraint, the entire 5 regions would not have learned that she had broken through to the demigod realm and entered the northern region to hunt down her father, alerting her prey long before she ever laid eyes on him. Frankly, I couldn't find a single reason to defend her on this point. What had the southern royal family been thinking, allowing such information to leak? All 5 regions were protected by their own greater array formations, thin veils designed to detect card emperors and trespassers of higher realms. Each city also possessed its own major array formation. These arrays did far more than simple detection. They protected and defended the cities and their citizens against any threats. This was especially true for the formations covering the capital cities. They had been erected to defend against the monsters that emerged from the dungeons, but now they were being turned against card apprentices themselves. Under normal circumstances, card emperors and demigods could not simply walk into another region or city without being detected, unless they were equipped with black cards. These cards were used primarily by operatives of the 4 royal families and the central government when executing operations across regional boundaries. These blank cards were symbols of alliance between the central government and its affiliated regions, silent warnings that discouraged either of them from harboring reckless intentions, having grown comfortable in their array formations. I believed Anna was also equipping a black card, given that the northern royal family had yet to locate her. Instead of finding her trail, they were forced into a state of high alert, scrutinizing everyone who entered the city. They had no idea where she was or when she would arrive. What surprised me most was how Anna had managed to avoid being found or spotted even once by the northerners so far. It was truly beyond me. If I had to guess, I would say it was not merely luck. More likely, she simply had not yet crossed paths with anyone strong enough to detect her. After all, she was a demigod who had forged extreme divinity. Regular demigods never stood a chance against her when she was only a card emperor, let alone now. In the meantime, I had been calling her through the grimoire, hoping we would meet up and plan how she could hunt her prey, which had fortified itself within a city protected by an SSS-rank array formation and hundreds of demigods. However, my calls to her either went unanswered or were abruptly cut, but never blocked. I did not know what to make of it. Perhaps it was only in my head, but I could not shake the nagging feeling that she was deliberately avoiding me. The only way to be certain was to get her to meet me. If she truly was avoiding me, then how would I ever get her to meet me? As that question crossed my mind, an idea took shape. Deciding to act on it, I chose to enter the city instead of waiting for Anna outside. Not to mention it was reckless. The city had multiple entrances, and I had no idea which one Anna might use to break in, assuming she was even planning to do so. Soon, I entered the northern capital without any hiccups. The Sinner's squad had been meticulous when creating documents for our aliases. The moment I stepped inside the city, a wave of warmth washed over me as the cold embrace of the northern wilds finally released its cold grip on my body. Heading in, I found myself intrigued by the city's architecture, streets, and overall layout. Everything was designed to withstand the northern region's brutal winter that lasted year-round, while still functioning as a proper metropolis. To my surprise, the entire ground beneath the city was heated through a separate array system. They had given new meaning to heated floors. Now I truly felt as though I had entered a fantasy city. I had never experienced a similar sensation in any other city across the 5 regions. The Morningstar campus came close, but it was not a city. All I could say was that whoever had built this place had put immense care and thought into it. They had to, if they wanted it to endure such brutal weather and last for millennia to come. As I walked the streets of the northern capital, I wondered how labels like brutes and savages had ever come to be associated with its people, as the city painted a totally different picture. Beneath the night sky, The streets were breathtaking. If not for the snow clouds obscuring the stars, the view would have been even more spectacular. I had heard that auroras appeared in the sky during dusk and dawn, a phenomenon said to be truly mesmerizing. It made me reconsider everything I had heard about the northern region and its people. I would not have minded retiring in a place like this. Far from dense human habitation, it seemed perfect for the quiet, unhurried life I had been envisioning for 2 lifetimes now. As I walked through the streets, the hive spirit worked in the background, determining my exact location within the northern capital and calculating the shortest route to the demigod Gainover's domicile. It was then that I spotted a small corner cafe, ivy hanging from its roof and a chalkboard menu standing by the door. Its aesthetic and ambience drew me in instantly. It looked as though it had been lifted straight out of an anime, with woodwork reminiscent of a 19th century French or British parlor, the sort of place where a hero and heroine would have their first, fateful meeting. I could not help but feel drawn to it. Deciding to indulge the impulse, I put my plans on hold and stepped inside. As I entered, the bell above the door chimed, and I was immediately greeted by a maid who reached for my coat. When my coat dissipated instead, she smoothly adjusted and led me to a table. The cafe's interior did not disappoint. Dark, polished wood dominated the space, complemented by brass and gold accents that glowed warmly under amber lighting. The atmosphere was further enriched by the gentle soundscape around me. The soft clink of a ceramic spoon stirring a cup, the delicate tink of a saucer being set down. Yes, I was in a proper cafe after a long time. Yes, I was in a proper cafe after a long time. Even the prestige cafe I visited in Sky Blossom City could not compare to this. I passed a wall lined with cups and siphon brewers, crossed the checkered floor, and reached a tiny, marble-topped circular table that was realistically too small for 2 people to dine comfortably. It seemed deliberately designed to force couples to sit uncomfortably close to one another. Just as I neared my table, my gaze fell upon a girl who appeared to exist in a different reality from the rest of the cafe. The light from the street outside, pouring in through the window behind her, was so bright that it formed a halo around her head and shoulders. Though we were indoors, a strange, gentle breeze lifted a few strands of her golden hair, causing them to drift upward as if she were submerged in water. At that moment, she gracefully turned, and our gazes met for the first time. In that brief moment, the cafe walls and tables seemed to vanish, as if it were just the 2 of us left in the world. All diegetic sound in the background, the hiss of the espresso machine, the chatter of other customers, the music, cut to dead silence. The only sound that remained was a single, heavy heartbeat, my own. The reflection in her eyes resembled a kaleidoscope filled with me, and me alone. Not the disguised version of myself, but the true me. How was that even possible? I snapped out of the moment and back into reality, only to hear the maid sigh softly. Ah, youth. Youth? What did she mean by that? I was a middle-aged man at the moment, unless she was far older than she appeared. To my disbelief, she was a semi-card demigod. No wonder. After taking my seat, I turned to look at the girl once more, only to see her friend joining her with 2 cups of coffee before activating the privacy array of their table. An impulse rose within me to use my soul pupils to spy on them, but I restrained myself, reminding myself that just because I could did not mean I should. Doing so would make me no different from a voyeur. I sent the maid away, ordering their best coffee along with a pastry, all the while finding my gaze drifting toward the golden-haired girl's table. There was something about her that unconsciously drew my eyes in her direction. I had no idea what it was that I saw in her eyes earlier, but I refused to let it unsettle me enough to spy on them. Under normal circumstances, I would not have hesitated to violate someone's privacy, yet for some reason, when it came to this golden-haired girl, I found myself unusually reluctant. I had no idea why. I deliberately lingered over my coffee and pastry, hoping to catch one last glimpse of the golden-haired girl. No, it wasn't romantic interest that stirred me. Rather, it was an unexplainable sense of curiosity and familiarity I couldn't quite place. Still, it seemed that such a moment was not meant to be. She and her friend never lowered the privacy array shielding their table. I couldn't help but wonder what they had been discussing. Shaking my head, I settled the bill and left the maid a more than generous tip. As I stepped out of the cafe, my thoughts drifted back to the golden-haired girl and the lingering taste of the coffee. I hadn't even noticed the cafe's name, nor had I cared enough to check, let alone ask. Following Hive Spirit's directions, I made my way toward demigod Gainover's manor, quickening my pace as I set out to carry through my plan to force Anna into meeting me. Upon reaching Gainover's manor, I conducted a brief reconnaissance to confirm his presence and assess the array formation enveloping the estate. Once I was certain he was inside, I activated my soul pupils and focused on deducing how to dismantle the formation in an instant. I had no intention of running into the city guards, especially those affiliated with the Northern Royal family, midway through the operation. I had heard more than once that the Northern Royal family's descendants were not to be underestimated, and after witnessing the brutal winter they endured, I found those words hard to doubt. Moreover, the Southern hope killing Northern guards or royal descendants would only further inflame the already fragile tension between the two regions. I needed to proceed with precision, keeping the scope of destruction limited strictly to demigod Gainover and sparing any innocent bystanders. The last thing I wanted was to worsen the southern region's position while it was already locked in a dangerous confrontation with the masters on my behalf. It didn't take long for Hive Spirit and me to deduce a method to instantly break the array formation shielding demigod Gainover's manor, allowing me to seize him and withdraw from the northern region well within the Northern Capital Guard's response time. Once my preparations were complete, I moved without hesitation. I deployed my limitless celestial domain over both the manor and the array surrounding it. This time, the space within the domain compressed inward. When I released it, the space snapped outward, generating a suction pressure so overwhelming that, with a heavy clunk, the array encasing Gainover's manor shattered, its fragments raining down to the ground below. I did not rush into the manor in search of Gainover. Instead, I immediately began to contract my domain, allowing the space within it to stretch endlessly to trap the manor inside it. Soon, the entire domain rested on my palm, no larger than a small marble. If you want Gainover, come find me where we first met. Revealing my original appearance, I announced in a voice that carried to every nook and corner of the northern capital before departing the city and returning to Sky Blossom City using the Devil Merchant code. Just then, inside a corner cafe, a golden-haired girl seated at a window-side table shot her friend an annoyed glare and complained, "See? I told you it was Wyatt. You didn't believe me." Without waiting for a response, she sprang to her feet and rushed out of the cafe, shattering both the privacy array and the door in her haste. However, she was already too late. I shouldn't have listened to her. Damn it. The golden-haired woman cursed as she hovered above the massive crater where a manor once stood. Just as she prepared to leave, city guards swarmed in from all sides, surrounding her in an instant. "Halt. Identify yourself. What happened here? How are you connected to this incident?" The city guard captain demanded, firing off his questions one after another without leaving her any room to respond. When he finally paused and waited for an answer, the woman abruptly dissipated and vanished, much like a clone or summoned entity being recalled into its card. The guard captain's eyes widened at the sight, and he immediately barked orders. "Seal the city. No one enters or leaves. The Southern Emperor has infiltrated the city in disguise." "Sir, what about Dalton Wyatt?" the captain's deputy asked hesitantly. Eyewitnesses reported seeing him at the scene, and the entire city heard his voice. He voiced his doubts, clearly unconvinced that the Southern Emperor was responsible for the massive crater now carved into the heart of the city. He should either be with her or come for her eventually. For now, focus on locating the Southern Emperor, the guard captain ordered, all the while praying they would not cross paths with the boy who had butchered nearly 4 dozen elite demigods, each equipped with time-related cards or runes. Yes, he loved his motherland, but not enough to throw away his own life or those of his men for some no-name, cheating bastard who survived on his looks and deceived women at every turn. On the outskirts of the northern capital, "Stop struggling and cursing. I'm letting you out," a woman clad in combat attire muttered under her breath as she summoned her diamond grimoire and conjured a female figure, the golden-haired woman. The golden-haired woman instantly morphed to resemble her summoner, yet her attire and hairstyle differed, giving her an entirely distinct aesthetic and presence from the woman in combat gear. After glancing around, she spoke anxiously. "Anna, why did you leave the city? Wyatt told me to find him at the place where we first met. We met at the corner cafe. We need to go there now. He'll be waiting for me." She paused, a conflicted smile tugging at her lips. The thought of making him wait makes me feel bad, but it also excites me. Wyatt is waiting for me. Let's go. Hold your horses, Anna said, grabbing her look-alike by the collar. The sudden restraint made him yelp. What gives? He wasn't talking to you. He doesn't even know you exist, Anna said flatly. He was talking to me. That means he's waiting for me at the place where I first met him, that old warehouse of the Guild Association Mall back in Sky Blossom City. Anna understood her triplet well, as intelligent as Anne was. The moment the boy of her dreams was involved, she became no different from a lovesick fool, a hopeless simp in every sense. Anna despised both of her triplets. One was an incurable mama's girl, and the other was this idiotic romantic. Yet somehow, both of them were still smarter than her. If not for this love-drunk fool, Anna would have never broken past the northern border or infiltrated the northern capital, let alone relax in a cafe and begun planning the assassination of her scumbag father in his own home. Don't be smug. He may not know I exist, but I'm the one he loves, and snapped, a fanatical glint burning in her eyes. I was born from Anna's love and obsession for him. That means I am the Anna he loves, the one he came all the way to this damned place for. Her dissatisfaction with Anna's words was so intense that she referred to her in the third person. If they were not one and the same, she would have already come to blows with her. Let's return to the southern region. This trip was a waste because of that whimsical boy, Anna said coldly, venting her frustration over the wasted trip to the northern region. Failing would have been one thing. At least then she would have had the satisfaction of trying. But this was nothing short of childish. She found it hard to believe that the man who had discovered silver milk powder and created the VR universe, along with several other groundbreaking inventions, could behave so immaturely. Had she known he would react like this, she would have answered his call. Yes, she regretted ignoring his calls. Don't you dare talk about him like that. And suddenly snapped at Anna, the outburst catching her off guard. If you hadn't insisted on killing that jerk who ran away abandoning us instead of going to meet him like I wanted, Wyatt wouldn't have had to risk his life by coming all the way here to meet us. You're lucky nothing happened to him. Some jerk who ran away abandoning us? Anna shot back, her voice sharp. He didn't just run off and abandon us. If that were the case, I would have been grateful to him for keeping his filth out of my life. Instead, he ruined it. Her eyes burned as she continued. You have no idea what Anne and I endured at Morningstar University. The mockery, the insults. She scoffed coldly. You're fortunate you were only born now, when we finally have the power to kill him and erase one more problem from our lives permanently. Anna's fists clenched. She despised how easily and dismissed Gainover's sins. She wanted nothing more than to punish that lying scumbag with her own hands. Hello, we can share memories. I know every little detail, and said sharply. It was horrible, yes, but it's been so long. Stop living in the past. There are far more important things demanding our attention right now. Stop wasting our time on that trash. She tried to pull Anna away from old wounds and toward the present and future, toward the one thing that truly mattered to her, her sole obsession, the love of her life. Also, there's something that's been bothering me, and added, her tone suddenly suspicious. Wyatt should have had the dummy ring on him. How did you not recognize him? If you hid it from me, so help me God. I swear I did no such thing, Anna cut in immediately. His transformation skill is bizarre. He morphed the dummy ring so flawlessly that even the card within my grimoire couldn't sense it, and paused, then nodded as she sifted through their shared memories of her beloved. She knew Anna was telling the truth. I returned to the warehouse that had once served as my base. The Guild Association Mall had left it untouched, despite numerous parties offering vast fortunes to purchase it. The new city lord had declared it a historical landmark. Had I been dead, they likely would have turned it into a museum in my memory, or at least that was the reason I believed this old warehouse had earned such a designation. As I walked through the warehouse, waiting for Anna to appear, I couldn't help but notice that nothing had changed since the day we left. Everything within these walls echoed my humble beginnings. I had come a long way since then. I remembered Susan introducing me to this place, then helping me build a card lab for creating cards, along with a bedroom, so I could move in. Right over there, Susan and I had recruited Corey after she apologized for her uncle's actions. And on that couch, I clearly recalled sitting in that very spot, worrying about how to deal with the Zhang financiers. And right next to it, Anna had impaled my arms and legs, trying to force me to sell her the rights to silver milk powder production and distribution. Funny how things had turned out. Now, I was willing to risk my life and kidnap her father, all for a single chance to meet her. As I lingered in those memories, Hive AI warned me of a familiar presence nearby, carefully trying to sneak up on me. I let it play out. Moments later, a supple pair of pale arms wrapped around my neck from behind, and a familiar voice whispered softly in my ear, "I missed you. Now that I've got you, I'm never letting go." At the sound of her voice, my heart began to race, and I blurted out, "Anna." I had thought she would lose her love for me. I had been told she would lose her obsession with me. Everything in the past suggested that her passion for me would fade. Yet the reality unfolding before me told a very different story. I grabbed her arms and pulled her in front of me, to see the familiar figure I have been missing. It had been a while since I had seen her. However, as our eyes met, I pushed her out of my embrace, saying, "You are not Anna. You are that woman from the cafe." I didn't need my soul pupils to distinguish the real Anna from a fake. I had her eyes etched into my memory. I could never forget them. And the ones staring back at me now were not hers. "Who are you?" I demanded coldly. "Tell me before I lose my patience and kill you." At my words, the fake Anna's eyes welled up with tears. Then, with a fanatical fervor, she rushed out her reply. "Wyatt, it's me. The one you love so deeply that you made a deal with the devil to save. It's me, the one you risked your life for, the one you went to the northern region for. Wyatt, it's me." I frowned, staring at the imposter, wondering what kind of sick mind would find pleasure in such a grotesque charade, one worth risking their life for. "All right," I said flatly. "You've chosen death." Just as I was about to invoke my celestial domain, Hive AI alerted me to another familiar presence nearby. At the same moment, a voice I had missed and longed to hear echoed through the space. "And you heard him," the voice said calmly. "You're not the one he's waiting for. Now, obediently return to your card." I finally saw the figure of the person I had been missing. It was Anna, clad in combat attire, clearly prepared for a fight. "No, there has to be some mistake," and cried out, disbelief twisting her features. "I'm the one who loves him. I'm the embodiment of the love that made him fall for Anna. I'm the one he's supposed to love. Wyatt, it's me you love." She called out desperately to her beloved, only to realize that my gaze had never once left Anna. Shock and rage flooded her in equal measure. With a shrill scream, she lunged at Anna. "You? What did you do to him? Give me back my Wyatt. Give me back my..." And never finished her sentence. Anna forcefully retrieved her into her origin card. Ideal, dumb, crazy daughter. It had evolved from her origin card ideal/dumb daughter through the power of the extreme path and the baptism of the card world when Anna broke through to the demigod realm. Fully aware that Anne's obsessive madness was a liability, Anna had confronted her directly and proposed a wager to determine which of them was the Anna their fiancé truly loved. Anna issued the challenge knowing one crucial detail. Their fiancé's origin card was Aurasight. He would be able to distinguish and from her instantly, and, blinded by her obsessive love, overlooked this critical point and accepted the wager as Anna had promised that if and won, she would never recall her into her origin card without her consent. The outcome now stood plainly before them. Anna had not expected and to renege on her word. Fortunately, she had the foresight to bind, and with an oath sworn in the presence of the world's will. Anna sealed and within her origin card, to be released only when she needed her again. "It's been a while," I said, finally recovering from the shock and surprise that was Anne. I quickly understood that, and was much like Anne. The difference was simple. Anne was obsessed with her mother, while Anne was obsessed with me. I hadn't expected such an outcome was possible. I guess when it came to origin cards the possibilities were simply infinite. Fortunately, Anna had dealt with her decisively, and was terrifying. I feared her not only for my own sake, but for Susan and Jill as well. From the way she had been ready to kill Anna, I had no doubt she would have done the same to Susan and Jill. "I'm going to skip the formalities and excuse my language," Anna said sternly before she exploded. "What the heck were you thinking, breaking into the northern capital like that?" I should be the one asking you that. I shot back, taking slow, deliberate steps toward Anna. Normally, she would have been all over me, heedless of personal space or consent, but this time she kept her distance. The restraint felt alien, almost cold. I shook my head, thinking she had already made enough of a spectacle of herself by openly flirting with me. I guess now it was my turn. And who are you to question me? Also, I asked you first, Anna replied, clearly flustered as her teenage groom approached her so boldly. The glint in his eyes warned her that he was up to no good, yet she neither retreated nor so much as twitched. Instead, she met his gaze head-on, her expression stern, refusing to let him undermine her authority. Actually, she felt nothing for him. What stirred within her instead was a curiosity, prompted after closely observing his reaction toward Anne. It was entirely different from what she had assumed. When she had first introduced Anne to her mother, the latter had been so taken with, and that she all but forgot her own blood daughter. Anna had expected her teenage groom to react the same way. Yet, to her astonishment, after distinguishing Anne from her, he had been prepared to kill Anne for deceiving him by impersonating her. This outcome was beyond anything she had imagined. She could not help but wonder if perhaps he truly loved her. Otherwise, what could compel him to choose an Anna who felt nothing for him over an Anna who would do anything for him? His choice stood in stark contrast to her mother's. Her mother had never been satisfied with the daughter she had, instead yearning for an obedient and clever child who would carry out every command without question, never daring to talk back or say no, doing exactly as she was told. Anna began to see her teenage groom in a new light, despite the childish antics he used to draw her attention. She praised her former self for giving her whole heart to the right man, yet at the same time reproached herself for failing to temper and guide him properly. Who am I? Why don't you ask the ring you gave me? And since when did it ever matter who comes first or second between us? I asked, stopping a finger's breadth away from her. We could both feel the warmth of each other's breath. It's been a while. Let me taste those plump lips and supple tongue of yours. Without waiting for Anna's consent, I pulled her into my embrace, pressed my lips against hers, and forced my tongue past her defenses, trying to rouse a partner that refused to cooperate. She resisted and struggled, yet in that moment she was just as helpless as I had once been. However, a sudden surge of strength coursed through her body. It met my force head-on, parried it, and sent me flying like a rag doll. I only came to a stop after crashing into the wall. As I struggled back to my feet, her furious voice rang out. How dare you? You should count yourself lucky. If not for the foolish contract I signed back then, I would have your head for this. Anna was enraged, and rightfully so. Yet she had no choice but to rein in that fury, bound by the grave mistake her former self had made when she signed that cursed contract. One had to understand that every time Anna carried her obsessions to their extreme and forged them into her sisters, she emerged as the same person, but with altered priorities. After shaping her filial devotion into and her love into Anne, her focus now lay wholly on her duty and responsibility toward her realm and its people as the Southern heir. And as the Southern heir, no one was permitted to undermine her or challenge her authority, not even her teenage groom, the future prince consort of the Southern region. That was to say, the Southern princess had succeeded. She had molded her daughter into an heir worthy of her father, an heir deserving of the Southern region. In truth, however, it was her son-in-law who deserved the credit for that success. It was his influence and encouragement that pushed Anna to take her responsibilities seriously. She abandoned frivolity altogether, devoting her time and energy to her beloved and to her duty toward the Southern region. Now that her beloved had been removed from the equation, all that remained was her sense of duty to the Southern region. The Anna who stood before them now was the product of that single shift. Had it not occurred, there was no telling what her extreme path might have driven her toward next. She could have become a sadistic serial killer seeking pleasure in the dying screams of the innocent souls, or a despairing savant bent on ending everything, destroying the card world and the myriad realms along with it. Either outcome was possible. That was why one had to be exceedingly cautious when going down extreme path. How dare you? It's fine when you do it, but it becomes a crime when I do the same. Is it because you're royalty and I'm just an orphan commoner? I said, feigning indignation. I realized then that my skin hadn't grown thick enough to shamelessly chase after a woman's skirt, even if that woman was Anna. With that in mind, I adopted a different approach. It was a little sadistic, perhaps, but it felt like the right tool to confront Anna's newly hardened, authoritative side. Royalty or commoner, no one has the right to force themselves on another, Anna replied. Then, with a slight bow, she added in a subdued voice, I apologize for my past actions. I am no longer the same person. Please find it in your heart to forgive me. Her apology caught me completely off guard. Her new bearing reminded me of the royal snobs back in the capital, JJ for example. But right now, it was clear she was not merely flaunting her title like those snobs. She was shouldering the duty and responsibility that came with it. Well, that was my Anna. I expected nothing less from her. Every version of her was just as captivating as the one I had once fallen for. Forgive you? You must be joking, I said to Anna in disbelief, releasing a dense, malevolent pressure woven from more than 1,000 ruler-class curses. The moment it descended upon her, Anna was drenched in sweat. For an instant, all her strength seemed to drain away. Breathing became difficult, as though she were in the presence of pure evil itself. Yet in the next heartbeat, her will flared to its absolute limit. She forced herself upright and pushed back, her resolve colliding head-on with the oppressive pressure. Gathering every shred of strength she had left, she cried out, Wyatt. At the sound of her voice, I withdrew my pseudo-intent. My aim had never been to crush her, only to make one thing clear. She might have grown stronger, but I was still stronger than her. It was a reminder not to flaunt her authority in front of me. This, however, was only the beginning. From here on, it would become far more sadistic on my part, and far more humiliating for Anna. I intended to tame her and make her fall in love with me all over again. Anna stared at her teenage groom in shock. She had heard countless accounts of his exploits, but experiencing them firsthand was entirely different. In that moment, she understood that none of what she had heard about him had been exaggerated. Her brows knit tighter. Not only were her hands bound by the contract, but he was stronger than her, or at the very least, he appeared to be. With that realization, it dawned on Anna that she had walked straight into his trap of her own volition. Though she had lost her love for him too, and she had not forgotten just how intelligent he was. That was precisely why she had been so cautious, allowing and to meet him first, and only revealing herself once she believed it was safe. Yet despite all her precautions, she had still stepped into the snare, unaware until it was too late. Anna gave her teenage groom a hard glare, now fully aware that the situation was not under her control, as she had once believed, but entirely under his. Saying nothing, she met his gaze and waited for him to lay out his demands. Yes, he was her teenage groom, but she was the future southern ruler, and he was the future prince consort. Though they were partners, a clear hierarchy of power existed between them. If she could not even handle her own prince consort, how was she supposed to govern the entire southern region and navigate its treacherous political landscape? She had to assert her authority and remind her teenage groom that this was a marriage of convenience, not a marriage of love. If not today, then someday. She would never allow him to disrespect royal authority. She would engrave that truth into his mind. What are you glaring at? I said calmly. Do you feel helpless? Enraged? Then imagine how I must have felt back then when you forced yourself on me. Well, thinking back on it, I would deny it if asked, but I enjoyed it. Your attention, your touch, all of it. Unable to endure the intimate implications, Anna cut in sharply. Wyatt, where are you going with this? I smiled when I saw that Anna no longer carried her lofty, imperious demeanor. Instead, her expression spoke of desperation, of someone willing to do anything to survive the moment. I know this was the woman I loved. And yes, as I had already warned, it was going to be sadistic on my part and humiliating for her. When I couldn't defend myself, you used your power and authority to toy with my body and my heart whenever you pleased, without the slightest regard for my consent. I shouted, my gaze locked onto Anna. And now that I'm addicted to it, now that I can't live without it, you tell me you've changed and expect me to find it in my heart to forgive you? How dare you? My voice rose further. How dare you think a simple apology could ever make up for that? Anna stared silently at her teenage groom, his words forcing her to relive the foolish things she had done in the past. She knew her actions had been wrong, Yet at the time she had been ignorant, blind to the consequences. Now she knew better. Since no one had ultimately been harmed, she had hoped that acknowledgement and remorse would be enough. But as she listened to him, she began to realize that it wasn't. No. What was she thinking? Things had never been as her teenage groom recounted them. She had been forceful and had not sought explicit consent, but she had never crossed the line. If he had truly hated it all he needed to do was reject her advances resolutely, instead of offering weak refusals while still cooperating with her. After all, she loved him and respected his boundaries to the extent of making a fool of herself and herself alone in front of the entire 5 regions. In truth, it was he who had been misleading her, sending mixed signals and leading her on. They were both responsible for what had transpired between them. She more than him, perhaps, but he had just admitted that he enjoyed her advances. She owed him nothing. And yet, here she was, ensnared by his words, blaming herself, waiting for his judgment. How could her partner in crime presume to judge her? It made no sense. Then again, he had always been dangerously good with his tongue. And she almost forgot. He had cheated on her with a BTCH from the central capital. Anna had let his affair with Jill slip from her mind, convincing herself that their marriage was nothing more than a matter of convenience. After all, there was only chatter about their marriage. It had yet to be acknowledged publicly. Anna had let his affair with Jill slip from her mind, convincing herself that their marriage was nothing more than a matter of convenience. Not to mention, there was only chatter about their marriage. It had yet to be acknowledged publicly. However, now that he dared to accuse her, the memory resurfaced unbidden. He was hardly innocent. He had far too many skeletons buried in his closet. Back then, he had used his manager to torment her. Now, he was using a researcher from Morningstar University to humiliate her, openly cheating on her with that itch. If anyone owed an apology, if anyone needed to offer an explanation, it was him. Instead, he had deftly placed her on trial, blaming her for everything and posturing as the victim, when in truth, he was far worse than she had ever been. How dare I? Anna shot back, her voice cutting and unyielding. If what you say is true, then how dare you announce to the entire world that you are dating Jill? How dare you put me on the stand when you are guilty of something far worse? She flung her accusations at her teenage groom, with all 5 regions standing as her witnesses. So it did bother you, I remarked, a smile breaking across my face. Phew, that's a load off my mind. I was scared that it didn't. At my words, Anna snapped back at once. Yes, I almost didn't care, until you dragged it out of me. Then she let out a long sigh and asked, Tell me, what is it that you want? Why did you bring me here? I want you, I declared, slowly closing the distance between us. I want you to hold me the way you used to. I want you to smile playfully while you do it, just like before. So you want to live in the past? Anna cut in, refusing to listen further to her teenage groom's profane wishes. I don't have to tell you. You're smart enough to know that's impossible. Yes, living in the past is impossible. But learning from the past is not. I continued, my voice steady as the words spilled out. Back then, everything was right in front of my eyes, yet I didn't have the courage to reach for it. I regret not taking your hand when you offered it to me. I regret hesitating. I regret my indecision. I regret thinking that I had to choose between you and Susan. I regret. Just as I was pouring my heart out, Anna cut in, interpreting my words differently. What do you mean by, I regret thinking I had to choose between you and Susan? Does that mean you chose me over her? I thought you didn't care. I smirked, deliberately teasing her. I knew it wasn't love that prompted the question, but her vanity, her need to confirm that she stood above Susan. No, it means I chose both of you. Actually, all 3 of you. Anna was so taken aback by her teenage groom's words that she couldn't react for a moment, struggling to process what he had just said. Then she exploded. What the FCK is that supposed to mean? Without waiting for my response, she pressed on, her outburst continuing unabated. Wyatt, you are the prince consort. You don't get to choose. I chose you. You don't get to be with anyone else but me. Get that through your thick head, Anna said coldly. Because I promise you this. If you continue this behavior after we marry, I will not tolerate it, and I will not hesitate to execute you. Prince consort, I scoffed. Who decided that? I never agreed to it. My voice hardened as I continued, no longer holding back. And get this through your thick head. If I want all 3 of you, whether you like it or not, You are all mine. I finally revealed the side of myself I had only ever shown to Jill, a side I had been too afraid to show to Susan and Anna. The side of me that took what it wanted without waiting for permission or caring for others' opinion. Anna stared at her teenage groom, her eyes wide with shock. She had not expected him to harbor such fantasies, and she could not help but think that her mother had been right. All men were the same. Damn these Morgels. If you did not train them properly, they would start shting in your bed and making a mockery of you. She blamed her past self for this outcome. It had been she who had repeatedly suggested threesomes, hoping to seduce him. And now, as a result, he was demanding 3 wives, and Lord knew how many concubines. She was the future Southern ruler. She could not have a husband who openly cheated on her or kept other wives and concubines. That would be a mockery of the entire Southern region and its citizens. As the future Southern ruler, she represented the Southern region and its people. To disrespect her was to disrespect the citizens she stood for, and that was something she would never tolerate. If it had been anyone else, Anna would not even be entertaining this conversation. She would have already broken off the engagement without hesitation. But this was the Southern hope. She had to marry him and guide him, ensuring a better future for the Southern region and its people. Though he had clearly gone astray, she believed that with firm guidance, she could steer him back onto the right path. Therefore, she not only accepted this arranged political marriage, she regarded it as her duty. She would ensure that this marriage came to pass, binding him to the Southern region for centuries to come, so that he would stand beside her in governing and developing the Southern region and its people. Have you gone senile? You will be doing no such thing. You will properly marry me and work your butt off for the Southern region and its people. I'm warning you, Wyatt. Don't you dare entertain such thoughts ever again. As my prince consort, you represent the Southern region. It's about time you started acting your role. Don't you dare make a mockery of me or the Southern region. And make sure you live up to the faith the Southern citizens have placed in you. Anna warned her teenage groom, reminding the weight of his title and the responsibilities that came with it. Listening to Anna, I shook my head in quiet disappointment. Seeing my reaction, she quickly softened her tone and tried to persuade me. Wyatt, I'm doing this for the greater good. I understand, Anna. I cut in before she could finish. That isn't the issue. I'm disappointed because your vision is so narrow, so limited. Yes, listening to her plans on how to use me was an eye-opener and had offended me, but I forced myself to remain tolerant. After all, she had shown the same patience when I had used her love and status to establish myself in the Southern region and the card world itself. What is that supposed to mean? Anna asked, visibly shaken. Don't tell me you want to be the next Southern ruler? In her memory of me, such ambition had never existed. Her regal status had meant nothing in my eyes. My indifference to power was part of what had once drawn her to me. Yet, here she was doubting my intentions. Such was the allure of the throne and crown. There you go again, I said, shaking my head with exaggerated displeasure at her closed-mindedness. Once more, you prove just how narrow and limited your vision truly is. I'm honestly feeling second-hand embarrassment for having fallen for someone like you. And here I thought you would be different from your ancestors. My voice cooled. I suppose the extreme path really did ruin you for me and the card world. I don't understand, Anna said, frustration seeping into her voice. Stop beating around the bush. If this is your attempt to mock my intelligence, then I give up. Surprise, surprise, you're smarter than I am. Now be straight with me, just as I was with you. She abandoned the guessing game altogether, openly admitting that she had no idea what I was hinting at. Why limit yourself to the Southern region? I replied, still denying her the direct answer she wanted. Why not change the entire card world? Why settle for improving the lives of Southern citizens when we could uplift the whole card apprentice society to unprecedented heights? I spoke deliberately, believing that an answer one arrives at on their own lingers far longer than one simply handed to them. As far as I know, you have no history of abusing drugs, Anna replied dryly. Did you hit your head during the fight or something? For a moment, she thought she might have missed something crucial. Instead, it sounded no different from every warlord's wet dream. Every warlord has said the same thing before declaring war on their neighbors, she continued, her tone turning sharp. They ruined millions of innocent lives and shattered countless families, yet their people still defended them as conquerors. Let us first improve ourselves. Then we can talk about improving others, and only if they want it. Otherwise, it's pointless. Honey, I don't fancy myself a conqueror or a savior, I said calmly. I'm a capitalist, through and through. The more they earn, the more they spend, and the more I stand to gain. I would never do anything to break that chain. I appeared behind Anna and wrapped my arms around her, activating my "if you see me, I see you" ability. She struggled instinctively, trying to break free. Leaning closer, I whispered into her ear, "The card world is not our final stage." Her resistance weakened as I continued, my voice low and measured. There are individuals across the myriad realms who can destroy our world from the farthest corner of existence, long before we even sense our impending doom. When she finally stopped resisting altogether, I spoke again, unrestrained. When I reach that height, I want you by my side, as one of my 3 queens. Hearing that, Anna asked coolly, "And what guarantee do I have that it will remain just 3 queens, with no additions along the way?" "You women need to learn how to protect your man," I replied with a light, teasing tone. "Do I need to teach you that too?" She shot back instantly. "So now it's my fault that you want 3 wives?" "Yes," I agreed shamelessly. "If you had forced yourself on me back when you had the chance, the way Jill did, who knows what might have happened?" I even used Jill as proof to support my argument. "So, it was Jill you were referring to back when you returned from Sun Blossom City after faking your death," Anna said irritably, piecing it together. "And should have realized it the moment Jill rushed to the southern capital to warn you about the central government's plan to kidnap you. What was she thinking?" She spoke her thoughts out aloud, frustration creeping into her voice, coming dangerously close to the truth that, and had likely found a way to hide or mask her memories from her. It was a real pain to deal with cards that were smarter than you, fortunately, and possessed an obvious weakness, one Anna could exploit to bend her to her will, unlike in Anne's case. I chose not to tell Anna that and had already guessed my relationship with Jill back in the southern capital. I had no desire to wedge myself further between the twins, no, triplets, than I already had. It felt like navigating a real-life game of Minesweeper. One wrong step, and I had no idea what would explode. So I decided to avoid that subject altogether, and had already made her eagerness toward me painfully clear, and as for Anne, there was no question at all. As for Anna, that was best left unanswered for now. "How long do you plan to keep holding me like that?" Anna asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. Despite her words, she made no attempt to struggle free. With that, my courage grew bolder, planning to slowly and steadily break past all her defenses. "So," I asked, nestling my head on her shoulder from behind, "should I take this as a sign that you agree with me?" "Your vision is grand, even noble. I will give you that," Anna replied. "But can you truly achieve it?" She didn't seem to mind that my head was buried at the nape of her neck and I occasionally sniffed the body and hair's scent. She had convinced, even fooled, herself that I was her groom, and that there was nothing inappropriate about it. "Yes," I answered without hesitation. "The plan is already in motion. Even your mother is pulling her weight and doing her part." "You met my mother? How am I only hearing about this now?" Anna asked, shock evident in her voice. The thought sent a chill through her. She began to believe that, and might truly have found a way to hide memories from her. Anna had endured what felt like an eternity with that deranged and in the mystic dimension, all to grow stronger for everyone's sake. Yet the other was now developing methods to keep things from her. In silence, Anna resolved to make Anne's punishment far harsher than it was now. "No, I haven't met your mother yet," I replied calmly. "We've merely crossed paths a few times while conducting our respective business. For now, I believe our interests happen to align." I had already guessed that the Southern Princess, understanding the inevitability of the coming upheaval, was also waiting for the 3 mischiefs to make their move against the Masters. As a safeguard for the Southern region, she kept the hero within Clown Mask's memories of the future close at hand. ABA Windsor, the VR Universe addict, had been persistently asking to return to Sky Blossom City to be with me, the creator of the VR Universe, but she could not. Her father had entrusted her custody to the Southern royal family, particularly to the Southern Emperor. By using and as an intermediary, the Southern Princess had effectively kept ABA anchored in the Southern capital. I allowed her to do so simply because I did not want her pestering me. She might have been the hero in Clown Mask's future vision, but at present she was nothing more than a stinky gamer with heavy, dark bags hanging beneath her eyes in a world filled with all manner of miraculous cosmetic cards. That alone spoke volumes about the degree of her VR addiction. It was best for both of us that she stayed far away from me. And what is that? Anna asked, clearly having lost track of why she was even here, what they had been arguing about, and how the conversation had reached this point. Overthrowing the true oppressors of the 5 regions and uniting them under a single vision, just as our true founding card apprentices once envisioned, I said, spouting some grandiose nonsense while deliberately withholding my real plans from her. It wasn't that I didn't trust Anna. I didn't trust, and the one who shared her memories. By now, I was certain she was the snitch helping the Southern Princess stay one step ahead of me. Perhaps she had even approached me on her mother's orders. Even though I knew better, that was how it went once trust was broken. Every action became suspect. Every word carried an ulterior motive, and nothing about them felt incidental or genuine anymore. Now whose vision is narrow and limited? Anna snapped. If you don't want to tell me, then don't. Just don't lie to me. Sorry, my bad, I said, offering a quick apology. Since we were already on the subject, I added, you know I can see your true form, right? You don't need to hide it from me. Still, I'd prefer it if you maintained this one. No, I was not body-shaming Anna. Her situation was simply similar to that of her grand-aunt, Field Marshal Lorne. After breaking through to the card demigod realm, both of their bodies had transformed to better suit their latent potential. At least Field Marshal Lorne's body had merely regressed to that of a teenager. In Anna's case, it was worse. Her body had reverted to that of a preteen. Mind you, she was well over 100 years old, and I very much preferred her mature, curvy form. Is that so? Anna said playfully as she turned to face me, then abruptly transformed into her original form, a little girl whose apparent age I was too sick to my stomach to even acknowledge. She wrapped her arms around me and chirped, Daddy, am I a good girl? FCK. I blurted, instinctively trying to pull away. I let go of little Anna, but she refused to release me, clinging tighter as she repeated sweetly, Daddy, was I a good girl? Stop it, I blurted. I promise I won't approach you without your consent. Now stop it. I knew exactly what she was doing. This was retaliation for my getting handsy earlier without her permission. Ha ha. Little Anna burst into laughter. In the next instant, she transformed back into her adult form and said smugly, That should teach you to think twice before testing me again. Don't even joke about that again. I almost vomited on you. I warned Anna, making it clear she shouldn't take too much pleasure in my misery. It could have just as easily backfired on her. That said, thinking back on it, preteen Anna really was far too cute. Any parent would be lucky to have a child as adorable as her. Anna rolled her eyes at my empty threat, then finally turned to the real reason she was here, having avoided it long enough. That's enough for the reunion. Now where is he? She paused, her voice tightening. Don't tell me you've already killed him. The moment she mentioned him, Anna's demeanor shifted. The air around her seemed to boil, thick with barely restrained fury as her rage bled into the space between us. No, I didn't kill him. But are you sure you want to do this? I asked Anna. Massacring a clan of demon worshippers was one thing, but killing her own father was not something one could ever truly come back from. And what exactly am I hearing now? If you're looking for a damsel to protect, go find the other two. I can handle my own affairs, Anna replied, a smug grin playing on her lips as she signaled for me to hand Gainover over to her. When she saw the genuine concern in my eyes, her expression shifted. She shook her head and said calmly, I never had a father. And Gainover is no less guilty than the Davis family. He should have died that night with the rest of them. The only reason he didn't was because he got a tip-off and escaped to the north. I simply nodded and expanded my limitless celestial domain within the confines of the warehouse, engulfing both Anna and me. As we entered, we saw the space stretched boundlessly in all directions, and at its center stood a lavish 3-story manor, silent and still. I had already ejected the demigod guards back to the northern capital. At this moment, aside from Gainover, the domain was completely empty. Gainover possessed an impressive mastery over compressed space rule. Unfortunately for him, his pursuit of the space rule had diverged entirely from mine, though it bore some resemblance to Anna's amphitheater, the field marshal's mystic dimension, and similar constructs. From what I had gathered, The unparalleled bloodline was known for using dimensions to trap their enemies and overwhelm them through sheer bloodline dominance. It seemed his time in the Southern Royal Palace had not been without its benefits. However, unlike the descendants of the unparalleled bloodline, his dimensional technique was tailored for defense rather than to trap the enemy. He could only cower within it, like a turtle retreating into its shell. Alone and trapped within my celestial rule domain, he had no choice but to wait for his inevitable demise in his shell. As we stepped into the manor, Anna spoke firmly. "Wyatt, no matter what happens, stay out of this. This is my score to settle." "I will respect that." I lied. I fully intended to step in, even if Anna ended up hating me for it. Gainover was a capable card demigod. If not for my unconventional methods, even approaching him would have been difficult, let alone capturing him before the Northern Capital Guards arrived. Although Anna was powerful for a newborn card demigod due to her extreme divinity, she was still inexperienced. "Well, would you look at that?" Anna mocked. "You've gotten better at lying. Or is it just that I can finally see the real you now that my eyes are no longer blinded by your charm?" Her tone made her dissatisfaction unmistakably clear, especially regarding my relationship with Jill, after I had explicitly promised to take her on a date once she emerged from the Field Marshal's mystic dimension. I followed her in silence, choosing not to argue. The tension was already thick enough as it was. Besides, strictly speaking, I was in the wrong for having double-booked. When we reached the manor's main hall, we found a translucent, glass-like surface suspended in midair at its center. It was the entrance to Gainover's dimension, clearly sealed. Judging by how he had positioned the entry point, I could tell he was not simply waiting for death. He had thrown a welcome party for it. Pointing at the suspended glass, I said with certainty, "He's in there." Anna nodded and began preparing to force her way into the dimension. Before she could act, Gainover suddenly appeared at the very spot where the glass-like entrance hung. The moment Anna laid eyes on him, she lunged forward. I grabbed her wrist and yanked her back, warning, "It's just his reflection. A sloppy trap." I focused on analyzing both the dimensional entry and the reflection bound to it, which meant I did not see Anna's expression. But I could hear it in her voice, sharp with fury, as she shouted aloud, "Wyatt!" When I turned to her, she was seething. She demanded, "What did I just tell you?" Before I could even explain myself, Anna cut me off, shouting, "What did I just tell you? No matter what, stay out of it." Was that really so damn hard to follow? What was I even thinking, asking that of you? It's you. You'll do whatever you want, and the rest of us are supposed to either accept it or just FCK off. I immediately understood that this had nothing to do with Gainover at all. Anna was not fine with me dating Jill after I had promised to take her on a date. I didn't mind her anger. She had every right to it. What troubled me was where that anger was coming from. I knew for a fact that her resentment toward me did not stem from love. It came from the belief that she had to marry me for the sake of the southern region and its citizens, made worse by the fact that I now had openly declared my relationship with Jill. She was angry because things between us were not developing the way she had expected when she chose to respect the Southern Royal Court's decision and accept me as her prince consort. She was angry because, somewhere along the way, she had begun to see me as no different from Gainover in certain respects. Now that she was facing Gainover up close, those thoughts had grown louder, more insistent, until she could no longer suppress them and lashed out. There were countless reasons for Anna to be angry with me at that moment. My problem was that her love for me was not one of them. I had no intention of ever giving up on her, but the longer this dragged on, the more it hurt. And then there were the other two. If I chose to focus on Anna alone, I would be unfair to them. They might forgive me, but was that really the kind of person I wanted to be? Someone who hurt people who loved him? At this point, even I was beginning to think that in some ways, I truly was no different from Gainover, let alone Anna, who had been wounded by both of us. It seems I've become more of a distraction than any real help. Since you don't need me, I'll take my leave. Stay safe, I said, taking my cue to withdraw. Without waiting for Anna's response, I stepped out of the limitless celestial domain. The Anna Heatsend I knew, the bad daughter, could never let duty and responsibility bound her. If such chains were forced upon her, she would eventually begin to wither under their weight. As she was now. Yes, Anna had accepted the duty and responsibility of being the southern heir of her own volition, but she was now carrying them out the way others expected her to, not the way she herself desired. In truth, the Anna standing there had no feelings for me. Yet she was preparing to enter matrimony with me because others insisted she needed the Southern hope by her side, nurturing and guiding me for the sake of the Southern region. If it had been her true self making the choice, she would have long since ended whatever remained between us. However, this would not last long. Like every ruler, Anna would eventually recognize the error in her path, tune out the noise, and begin doing what she should have done from the start, reigning with her will and not others. She was still learning. Without mistakes, how could she grow? That was to say, my window to rekindle things with Anna was narrow. Before long, I would be no different from one of her exes in her eyes, with only An's presence setting me apart. With me gone, Anna once again dashed toward Gainover, who remained suspended in the air, disregarding my earlier warning that it was nothing more than a reflection and a trap. The instant she made contact, her body was swallowed whole, like a pebble sinking into a lake, except there were no ripples to follow. She simply vanished. I immediately switched on my primordial soul pupils and peered into Gainover's dimension. What I saw was Anna trapped within what resembled a nightmarish version of a circus house of mirrors. Only, these mirrors were not glass. They were thin, translucent sheets of ice, transparent, yet completely non-reflective. Yet, they reflected Gainover's image. At the very heart of the dimension, I spotted Gainover hiding. I had to admit, he was strikingly handsome, like a snow elf carved from frost itself. No wonder women across the 5 regions had gone mad over him, including 2 princesses. One had been Anna's mother, and the other Anna's rival, the northern princess. "Welcome to my mirror maze, my dear daughter." Gainover's voice echoed throughout the dimension as every reflection of his reflected on the towering sheets of ice turned to look at Anna. Anna did not wait to hear another word. She charged forward and began smashing at the ice. To her shock, every strike passed straight through it. From where I stood, I could see what was happening. Each time she made contact, she was flung to the far end of the maze, while the section she had just traversed subtly reconfigured itself, reshaping and realigning until it fit seamlessly back into the structure. The result was cruelly elegant. Every attempt to break the ice only forced her to start over, trapped in a newly altered mirror maze each damn time. As I observed more closely, it became clear that Gainover's mirror maze held far more depth than what was currently on display. He simply had not been given the chance to reveal it yet, not while his foolish daughter was still struggling to understand the first stage. He showed no urgency in dealing with her, and I felt there was a reason for that. I wondered how long Anna would continue charging forward like a wild bull. Had her enemy been anyone other than her cowardly father, they would have already exploited her rage and killed her by now. Before long, I noticed something else. On every ice sheet filling the dimension, beside Gainover's reflection, another image slowly began to take form. It was Anna's reflection. Not just one, but countless reflections of her, each identical in appearance. Even the light in their eyes shone with the same intensity as her own, as if they were truly alive. Seeing her likeness appear beside Gainover's reflection, Anna finally halted and looked around. At last, she gave her mind a chance to work instead of blindly swinging her fists in fury. That was when Gainover's voice echoed through the dimension once more. "Go," he commanded calmly. "Bring my daughter to me." His reflections mirrored his movements and issued the same command to the Annas standing beside them. The light in those reflections' eyes flared as they stepped out of the ice sheets and rushed toward Anna in a surging wave. Just when I thought she was about to properly engage her brain instead of her rage, Anna reacted. She threw a confident punch at the nearest reflection. To her astonishment, the reflection met her strike head-on with equal force, perhaps even slightly greater, driving her back several steps. In that moment, I understood why Gainover had not attacked her immediately. He had been patiently copying her, bidding time to create those reflections. Each one was an exact replica of Anna, identical not only in appearance, but also in strength and skills. There were more than 100,000 of them, and Anna stood alone. The outcome was inevitable. Anna was soon overwhelmed, surrounded on all sides, overpowered, helpless, and finally subdued. The replica Annas restrained her and carried her deeper into the mirror maze. Watching this, I frowned. They were not taking her toward the heart of the mirror maze where Gainover was hiding. Instead, they were moving toward another end, where an incarnation of Gainover stood waiting for them. He had lied. No surprise there. "You have grown up beautifully, my dear daughter," Gainover's incarnation said, as the replica Anna's dragged Anna. They had restrained before him. "Forgive the rough welcome. I had to take precautionary measures. After all, your mother and her side of the family have poisoned your mind and heart against me, to the point that instead of holding a banquet to celebrate breaking through to the card demigod realm, you set out on a journey to hunt me, your father." Restrained and forced to kneel before the most hated being in her life, Anna slowly lifted her swollen, bloodied head. She strained against the replica Anna's restraints, trying to break free, but no matter how fiercely she struggled, she failed. In the end, she could only glare at the bastard who dared to call her his daughter while slandering her entire family. "I know you won't believe me. After all, you have been fed lies for so long that you will refuse to believe the truth even when it is staring right at you, and may cling to those lies instead. I would not blame you for doing so. Still, I know you, my daughter, are stronger than any of them give you credit for. You can handle the truth. The truth I have kept to myself and never allowed another soul to know, fearing they would hurt you if you began to ask questions," Gainover said dramatically, his expressions as striking as each word he spoke. "If I did not know better, even I might have begun to second-guess everything I had heard and learned about him." Not receiving the reaction he expected from Anna, Gainover was not surprised. He continued nonetheless, knowing that if a lie is told often enough, it can come to be perceived as the truth. "My daughter, they say that I abandoned your mother and married your stepmother over a diamond grimoire. Now that you are a demigod yourself, do you still believe that lie? Do you not feel there is more to it?" Gainover asked, waiting for Anna to react. She had remained unresponsive for so long that he began to wonder whether she was even listening. Once again, however, he was met only with her bloodlust-filled glare. The sight took him aback, and he frowned, momentarily breaking character. He had not expected Anna to believe his lies, but neither had he expected her to simply ignore them. He had anticipated her lashing out, defending her dumb blood of a mother and her inbred family. If she had lashed out, he would have taken pleasure in breaking her. Instead, her complete disregard only infuriated him, as though she were deliberately ruining his amusement. Strangely, that indifference stirred his sadistic side. It reminded him of his ex-wife, who had worn the same detached expression when he divorced her and married into the Davis family. Recalling that day, Gainover unconsciously broke into a drooling grin. Only he knew that he would pay any price for a dream nymph card crafted using his ex-wife's personality rights. Momentarily, Gainover could not help but entertain the thought of using Anna as a hostage, threatening his ex-wife into satisfying his sadistic desires. The only reason he appeared so laid back was his belief that Anna was firmly in his grasp, and that the Southern Hope would have no choice but to secure his release. Several minutes ago, he had been waiting for his inevitable end. Now, however, he saw new possibilities, all made possible by his dumb daughter. Snapping out of his fantasies, he refocused on his original plan, turning his daughter into a weapon against the Southern royal family and the Southern Hope. He grew giddy at the thought that the seed he had planted years ago was finally reaching fruition. It was an unexpected windfall at what he perceived to be his darkest hour. "My dear daughter, it was never about the diamond grimoire. I was merely collateral damage in the struggle for power between the Southern royal family and the Southern royal court. It all began when your uncle chose to travel the enlightened path. The Southern ruler was left without an heir. The royal family wanted to choose your mother, but the royal court opposed it because I, her spouse, possessed neither the strength nor the status required to be a prince consort. They told your mother that she would have to divorce me and marry someone stronger or of higher status to become the Southern heir. Your mother rejected them without hesitation. However, I was not fine with it, so I decided to do something about it. I appealed to be granted a diamond grimoire of one of the unparalleled bloodline predecessors. My appeal was rejected without even consideration because they knew that with my origin card ability, predatory upgrade, using such a diamond grimoire of one of the unparalleled bloodline predecessors would have allowed me to gain the power to stand beside your mother, making her eligible to become the Southern heir. That is because my origin card, predatory upgrade, can absorb the power of the grimoires used to upgrade my grimoire. In other words, if the grimoire I used to upgrade my grimoire possessed origin cards, my origin card would permanently take a portion of their power and abilities depending on how high the complementation rate is. So I decided to take matters into my own hands and steal a diamond grimoire belonging to one of the unparalleled bloodline predecessors. But before I could succeed, I was caught in the act. I tried to explain myself, yet no one was willing to believe me. More accurately, no one was willing to side with me, not even your mother. Although they did not punish me for this crime, the way they looked at me changed, growing worse with each passing day. In the end, I had no choice but to leave, divorcing your mother, because that was the best for her. I didn't want to come in the way of her dreams and duty. My dear daughter, leaving your mother and you was the most painful and hardest decision I had made in my entire life. Only I know how I struggled after leaving you guys. I was lost, and in that moment of weakness, your stepmother and the Davis family approached me. Taking advantage of my unstable mind and heart, they lured me into their elaborate conspiracy. I promise you I never knew that they were actually filthy demon worshippers. I only knew of it when you revealed it, massacring them. All I'm trying to say is that over time, the facts were twisted into the version you heard and were taught about me, poisoning your mind and heart against me. I never meant to hurt you or your mother. I always had your best interest in my heart. Anna suddenly let out an enraged grunt, interrupting Gainover's fanatical rant. For a moment, I almost thought he believed his own lies to be the truth, making me question whether he was trying to deceive Anna or himself. Shut your damn whining, you heathen, Anna spat coldly. And how dare you badmouth my family to me, when the only reason you are still breathing is because they chose not to kill you out of consideration for me. If you ask me, they made a mistake letting you live. Since that mistake was made because of me, I believe it is my duty to correct it. Sigh. Gainover let out a long breath, shaking his head in disappointment before continuing. My dear daughter, believe what you wish. After all, I am the one in the wrong for abandoning you. Sometimes, I wonder if I should not have broken it off so early, if I should have at least endured until you were grown. However, you must understand that the royal palace no longer felt like a warm home to me. It felt like a cold prison, not only for me, but for your mother as well, because of me, Sai. There is no point in dwelling on what could have been. I believe that what I did was the best decision I could have made given the circumstances at the time. The only reason I told you all this is because, in the end, a part of me could not help being a little selfish and greedy. I was overtaken by the thought that perhaps, just perhaps, you might see the truth in my side of the story and find it in your heart to forgive me for abandoning you and leaving you in the care of those lying Mons. Don't you dare, Anna screamed, cutting in before Gainover could insult her family once more. Seeing such a fierce reaction from her, his eyes glinted with a subtle grin. The harder she resisted now, the more firmly she would believe in his lies once he was finished with her. More importantly, he had found her trigger point. Knowing what enraged her and what calmed her would serve him well in brainwashing her against everything she knew and believed about her mother and her family. My dear daughter, no matter how hard I try to remain indifferent, it pains me to see how their lies have poisoned your heart and mind against me. Gainover continued his act of the misunderstood, tragic father. Anna was not buying it in the slightest. She shouted over him, cutting him off. Shut up, you damn heathen. I didn't want to bother arguing with you, but now I believe that would be better than listening to your relentless whining. My uncle treated you, his brother-in-law, like his own brother. He confided his worries and fears in you, trusted you, and sought your guidance. Instead of helping him, you guided him into taking the enlightened path, making him unfit to become the next Southern heir. You claimed the royal court hindered my mother's path to becoming Southern heir. They were merely a tool my family used to dismantle your conspiracy to exploit my mother. It was a ruse, meant to conceal the fact that my grandfather already knew how you had betrayed my uncle's trust and drove him astray, far from salvation. He spared your life only because my mother pleaded for you and willingly withdrew from the succession to become the next Southern heir. She was a fool back then, convincing herself that you acted as you did because you believed she wanted the position of Southern heir, when actually, it was all for the sake of your ambition. It was not the royal court that rejected your appeal for using a diamond grimoire used by the unparalleled bloodline predecessors to upgrade your grimoire. It was my grandfather, using them as a tool, preserving face for his only daughter. My mother knew this and respected her father's decision, knowing he had every right to be furious with you. That was why she asked you to abandon your attempt to secure one of the diamond grimoires used by the unparalleled bloodline predecessors to make her the next Southern heir. You claim you were stealing one of the diamond grimoires used by the unparalleled bloodline predecessors for my mother's sake, but we all know you did it out of your own selfishness and greed. Otherwise, you would never have attempted such a crime, fully aware of the consequences. That night, for the first time in her life, my mother also saw you for what you truly were. Even so, she still pleaded on your behalf to my grandfather. When that failed, she used me, informing him that she was pregnant with me and that his granddaughter would need a father while growing up. You say that after the incident, everyone began to look at you differently, when in truth, it was you who saw them differently. Once they saw your true face, they could no longer be marks for your con. Knowing your ambitions would never come to fruition in the Southern Palace, you divorced my mother while she was still pregnant with me. You claim the Davis family took advantage of you at your weakest hour, when the truth is that they offered you a diamond grimoire that once belonged to an unparalleled bloodline predecessor who died at the hands of a devil. The price was marrying one of their daughters, becoming a part of their family, a condition you accepted fully aware that they were demon worshippers. As a matter of fact, this mirror maze of yours was built using that predecessor's origin card. Do you know how I know all of this is true? Because the people you claim wronged you never once badmouthed you to me. They told me the truth as it was and never disrespected me by insulting the scumbag they perceived as my father. Meanwhile, you claim to be telling me the truth, yet you do not even have the decency to refrain from disrespecting me by disrespecting my family. You could have simply told your side of the story, but instead you chose to demean them at every turn you got. The fact that you still hold a grudge against them after so many years tells me enough about you not to trust a single word that comes out of your mouth. As Anna revealed the truth piece by piece, her glare at Gainover's incarnation burned with a fury fierce enough to dry the oceans. You say you never meant to hurt me or my mother. You keep insisting that you always had my best interests in mind. But we both know what you are thinking right now, how you can use me to get out of this situation and reclaim what you lost once my mother agreed to divorce you. You are nothing but a selfish bastard who cares only about himself and will say anything to save his own ass. Anna shouted through clenched teeth, even as she remained helplessly restrained by the replica on us. You know what's funny? I was expecting the man my mother once fell in love with to be exceptional, but so far you have been nothing but a huge disappointment. That settles it, then. I have better taste in men than my mother. I suppose this trip was not a total waste after all. I cannot wait to rub it in her face the next time we meet. Even though she was captured and overpowered, Anna remained confident, as ever. Gainover believed that the source of her confidence was her young boyfriend, the Southern Hope. He would be lying if he claimed he was not afraid of the Southern Hope breaking into his dimension to rescue her. Even with Anna taken hostage, he was not foolish enough to underestimate a card apprentice who had slain nearly 4 dozen elite demigods trained under the masters. Especially now that he knew Anna was aware of the entire, unadulterated truth behind the incident involving him and the Southern royal family, she would never again fall for his slippery tongue. Moreover, until he was far away from this godforsaken region, he did not dare to relax in the slightest. The last time he was in the Southern region, he was lucky to leave with his life, and now he didn't dare to make the mistake he had avoided last time. Listening to Anna, I could not help but lift my brows in surprise. The Southern royal family had done an excellent job concealing their internal turmoil. I suppose they believed their version of events was far preferable to the truth that a third party had infiltrated the royal family and nearly exploited it for their own ambition. The truth did not cast the royal family in a favorable light. It revealed an incompetence starkly at odds with the omniscient image held in the minds of their citizens. I also could not believe that the Southern princess I knew had once been hopelessly in love with this ladyboy. He was several centuries old, yet still lacked any manly features. I still do not understand the appeal some women feel toward men with such girlish bodies. I can imagine a few men taking an interest in them, mistaking them for tomboys until they noticed their bulging Adam's apples. Whatever the case, it was not as though I was in any position to judge the Southern princess. Of all the problems before me, my priority was securing my 3 women, making sure they knew they were mine and there was no escaping me. That sounded psychopath stalkerish in my mind. Well, those three bring out the best and the worst in me. What are you waiting for? Finish it already, Anna shouted at Gainover's incarnation, demanding him to be done with it. But when she saw him bite his lip in hesitation, she sneered. There is no point in waiting for Wyatt. He will not come. Before coming here, just in case, I made him agree that he would not come to my aid no matter what. Your only move now is to kill me, and then he will kill you. My dear daughter, it pains me to know how little you think of me, and it pains me even more to see you like this. Please understand, sweetie, Daddy does not want to do this. They left Daddy no choice. Daddy wants to resolve this without either of us getting hurt. So please, cooperate with Daddy, Gainover said, continuing his farce despite Anna having revealed the truth. It cost him nothing to maintain the act, and on the off chance that it worked, he would have hit the lottery. Yet even as he spoke, his mind wandered, wondering what was taking the Southern Hope so long to come to Anna's rescue. He could not help but ponder whether Southern Hope would truly watch Anna die. He had been hoping the Southern Hope would break into his dimension to save her. Only then could he begin negotiating his release from a position of dominance. But as more time passed, his confidence eroded, and panic slowly crept in, forcing him to second-guess himself. Gainover truly did not want to summon the Southern Hope to initiate negotiations, but he knew time was on his side. His plan was to escape before more parties became involved, particularly the Southern royal family, and especially the Southern ruler. He was waiting for the chance to settle the score with him for meddling with both of his children. Having waited long enough for Southern Hope and getting no response, Gainover ordered his incarnation and the replica Annas to bring Anna to the heart of his mirror maze dimension, where he lay hidden. This was to further secure his hostage, just in case the Southern Hope intended to take matters into his own hands and attempt a rescue. Once the replica Annas dragged Anna to the center of the mirror maze, Gainover proceeded to call out the Southern Hope for negotiations, having concluded that the latter would not come seeking him, even under threat to Anna's life. Rather than pressing aggressively, he decided to begin softly. However, at that very moment, Anna, still helplessly restrained by the replica Annas, suddenly summoned forth a mysterious energy from her body and blasted all those restraining her into dust. What the? Gainover exclaimed, turning to see Anna not only break free from the replica Anna's restraint, but also begin destroying them, as though they were mere decorations. He immediately realized that Anna had been hiding her strength and faking it from the start. After capturing Anna, he had considered such a possibility. That was why, when he ordered the replica Annas to bring her to him, they delivered her only to his incarnation, far from the center of the maze. It was a test to see whether Anna was feigning weakness in order to get close enough to assassinate him. He had even gone so far as to insult her family to provoke her, knowing that if she were faking it, she would surely react to defend them as lacked the patience and endurance to pull this level of planning. She passed all his tests, leading him to believe that she was not faking it and had truly been captured. After all, he knew Anna lacked the patience to endure or plan ahead. This was evident in how she continued to charge like a bull, blinded by rage, through an unknown dimension, even though she knew it was getting her nowhere. Now that he thought back on it, Gainover realized she had been playing him from the moment she charged at his dimension door, despite the Southern Hope warning her that it was a trap. She had pretended to be a short-fused, reckless girl solely to lower his guard. As he began to scrutinize Anna's actions up to this point, he realized something far more troubling. She seemed to know about his mirror maze dimension even before she entered it. Rather than worrying about Anna, who was steadily and relentlessly reducing the size of his army of replica Annas, his thoughts fixated on a single question. How did Anna know about his mirror maze? Even the Davis family, who had given him the diamond grimoire belonging to an unparalleled descendant, possessed only limited knowledge of it. So how did Anna know? However, recalling his conversation with Anna, he remembered how she had revealed that she knew the Davis family had offered him a diamond grimoire that once belonged to an unparalleled bloodline predecessor who died at the hands of a devil. From this, he realized that Anna did not know about his mirror maze dimension itself, but rather about the mirrorscape dimension of that unparalleled bloodline predecessor, whose diamond-grade grimoire he had used to upgrade his own. At that moment, Gainover understood that Anna had been planning this for decades. She had been steadily gathering information about him and those associated with him. A sudden fear gripped his heart as he realized that, in hoping to sow a seed that would one day grow into a tree to shelter him, he had instead planted the seed of his own death. I noticed that Anna was relying solely on her physical strength to contend with the hundreds of thousands of replica Annas. However, it was worth noting that her physical strength had been boosted to the extreme limits of her physique and bloodline by her extreme divinity, turning each punch and kick of hers into a decisive death blow. Death blow. It was believed that when cornered by death, a creature that manages to overcome the fear of death can mobilize its absolute peak strength into one final strike with maximum critical rate and critical strike as a single act of defiance against death itself before they were embraced by the ever-forgiving death. This attack was known as the death blow. Each of Anna's strikes was a death blow, further augmented to the extreme by her extreme divinity. The physical strength of an unparalleled descendant was renowned across the 5 regions. With the extreme path added to the mix, the force behind each of Anna's strikes had already surpassed the limits of the chivalry class and was bordering on the semi-noble class. It was no wonder that Gainover's replica Annas stood no chance against her. They, too, could only rely on physical strength, as Anna never displayed her cards or runes. Although they replicated her raw power, they failed to replicate the other advantages granted by an unparalleled bloodline and extreme divinity. The maximum critical strike and critical rate effects of extreme divinity were a perfect example of this disparity. Gainover soon snapped out of his contemplation and immediately ordered his replicas to assist the replica Annas in subduing Anna. Unlike the replica Annas, who were limited to physical strength alone, the replica Gainovers employed his cards and runes. Unfortunately for them, they could not display their full power for fear of friendly fire, which gave Anna enough leeway to continue resisting. From where I stood, it was clear that Anna would soon have to resort to using her cards and runes before these replicas fully grasped the battlefield and started coordinating with one another. Yes, Anna was strong, but in the end she was still a single person facing an entire army. Gainover did not participate in the fight directly, instead continuing to issue orders to his replicas from afar, carefully ensuring they did not kill one another through friendly fire and inadvertently aid the enemy. What surprised me was that he hadn't tried to hide elsewhere within the mirror maze, deliberately avoiding the center, but instead had chosen to remain nearby. It made me wonder if there was a reason a coward like him was fighting through his pawns in open rather than staying concealed. I checked the center of the mirror maze dimension for array formations or hidden traps, but found none. This only deepened my doubts about the source of his confidence. And then, the replicas attacking Anna in a haphazard manner began to slowly organize themselves into a proper battle formation, especially the replica Gainovers, putting immense pressure on Anna, who fighting them all alone. Anna fought the replicas of herself and Gainover in the mirror maze dimension with ease. Even though there were more than 100,000 of them, she showed no sign of being under pressure or being overwhelmed. She weaved through their ranks effortlessly without breaking a sweat. From where I stood, it looked like watching a first-person fighting game, with her, the player, surrounded by an army of zombies, the replica Annas, and zombie mages, the replica Gainovers. She cut them down with single, decisive strikes, all while fluidly evading their attacks. Faced with her death blows, the replicas never stood a chance, their overwhelming numbers rendered meaningless by absolute strength. That was until the replicas suddenly began to form a battle formation. The replica Annas attempted to establish one but failed miserably, while the replica Gainovers, in contrast, succeeded on their very first try. At that sight, I unconsciously burst into laughter. It felt as though even the mirror maze dimension itself was mocking Anna's lack of tactical sense. I could not think of anything more insulting than that. Once the replica Gainovers had successfully established the Millennium Soldier battle formation, the replica Annas finally caught a breather, as the pressure on Anna increased drastically. Soon after, the replica Annas also managed to establish the Millennium Soldier battle formation. Together, the two Millennium Soldier battle formation formed the Millennia Soldier battle formation. Seeing this, Gainover's pensive expression unconsciously broke into a grin. Feeling overwhelmed, Anna no longer hesitated. She summoned her grimoire and activated the most powerful field card in her arsenal, Unparalleled Arena 1. Instantly, the mirror maze dimension morphed into a vast amphitheater, with the towering mirrors that formed the maze now occupying its central arena. The walls of the amphitheater were adorned with vibrant murals that recorded the unparalleled lores. In the audience seats stood gigantic full-body statues of the unparalleled bloodline's predecessors, those who had chosen to become one with the world's will, their statues serving as silent spectators. Soon, the eyes of these statues began to glow with divine light as the unparalleled bloodline ancestors descended into their respective forms to witness their descendants' battle. "How is this possible?" Gainover exclaimed in shock upon seeing Anna use her bloodline field card within his dimension. He was not the only one taken aback. I, too, was surprised. As far as I knew, a field card could not be used within a dimension as the terrain in here was dominated by its card apprentice. One would have to first break the dimension to play a field card. It was only after I investigated using my primordial soul pupils I uncovered the reason. Gainover's mirror maze dimension had been constructed using the unparalleled bloodline's mirrorscape dimension. As a result, the bloodline field card, Unparalleled Arena, was not restricted within it. After all, it was the ultimate field card of the unparalleled bloodline. Unparalleled Glory. Anna activated one of the two abilities of the Unparalleled Arena, boosting all her prowess tenfold. Consequently, the power behind her death blows surged from borderline semi-noble class to peak semi-noble class, even brushing against borderline noble class strength. With a single attack, she was now erasing hundreds of replicas at once. It was not just her strength that had increased tenfold, but her agility as well, allowing her to easily break free from the entanglement of the Millennia Soldier array. Seeing this development, I, who had previously believed Anna would soon be overwhelmed by Gainover's replica army, began to think otherwise. I was now starting to believe that, given enough time, Anna would reach Gainover himself, destroying his army of replicas along the way. However, Gainover had tricks of his own. I noticed that the replicas slain by Anna were slowly reforming within their respective mirrors. Once their forms were fully restored, they rejoined the Millennia Soldier battle array at Gainover's command, turning the entire battle into an endless cycle. I began to wonder how the mirror maze dimension was able to sustain such an enormous level of consumption. After all, considering the level of strength these replicas displayed, they were definitely not cheap to create or sustain. Before I could even investigate further using my soul pupils, I overheard one of the wills residing within the statues. It identified itself as the card apprentice of the mirrorscape dimension that Gainover had used as the foundation for his mirror maze dimension. It explained that the replicas would cease fighting and return to their respective mirrors if Anna stopped fighting. By continuing to fight within the dimension and striking back, Anna was fulfilling the conditions required for the replicas to step out of the mirrors and reform after being destroyed. If she were to stop, the replicas would not only refrain from attacking her, but would also be forced to return to their mirrors. The will further explain that while this mirror maze was different from its original mirrorscape, it was built upon the same underlying principles. After all, Gainover himself did not truly comprehend it. His origin card had merely stolen it. Therefore, even he was surprised to find that Anna could use her bloodline field card, Unparalleled Arena, in the mirror maze dimension. It also claimed that the mirror maze, though efficient, wasn't as versatile as his mirrorscape. Considering the developments so far, I knew that Anna was aware of the mirrorscape dimension. Yet she continued to fight back relentlessly, which meant she did not care about the conditions of the mirror maze dimension and had chosen to force her way through it. After all, if she intended to kill Gainover within this place, there was no avoiding a direct confrontation with the replicas standing between them. However, even with her newfound surge in power, it would be impossible for her to break through the infinitely resurrecting replicas and their battle array formation to reach Gainover. Booster Dice. Gainover's emotions finally stabilized after the initial shock of Anna summoning Unparalleled Arena within his mirror maze dimension. Seeing that his replica army was still able to keep her at bay, despite her sudden and explosive surge in overall strength, reassured him. He believed that, due to the nature of his dimension, Anna would eventually be exhausted, while his replica army would not. so long as she remained hostile and continued attacking him. Then, he would subdue and teach this ungrateful seed that he had planted in the southern royal family a lesson. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Anna activate another card aloud, her voice carrying a taunting challenge, as if daring him to stop her if he could. Booster dice, 1. Booster dice are being rolled. Dice 1 rolled a 6. Dice 2 rolled a 6. Card Apprentice's next attack will gain Dodecap Booster. Boom. Anna's next attack, amplified by her booster dice card, annihilated half of the replica army in a single strike. The impact shattered their millennia soldier battle formation and caused the mirror maze itself to collapse, forcing the mirror maze dimension to fracture and vanish along with its remaining replicas. In the aftermath, only Anna and Gainover remained, standing within the unparalleled arena. I had no clear measure of how much Anna's attack had been enhanced by the booster dice card, but from what I witnessed, its power bordered on peak noble class, perhaps even approaching semi-ruler class strength. Gainover stared at Anna in shock, unable to comprehend how the tides of battle had turned so abruptly. One moment, he had been certain that the odds remained in his favor. The next, he had lost everything. The despair in his gaze spoke volumes as he asked, his voice heavy with disbelief. If you possessed such strength, why didn't you use it from the beginning and end this sooner? My mother used to say there is no fun in defeating an opponent who knows they are going to lose. Today, I finally understood the meaning behind those words. I don't know why, but it is far more satisfying this way, and even dangerously addictive, Anna replied. She activated a cleaning card, cleansing herself, then equipped a new armor card and changed into it. Those few seconds of despair in your eyes just after you were assured that you win, when you held your sigh of relief as you realized your doom was inevitable, were worth it. But that is still not enough to make up for the grievances you caused me and my family simply by existing and breathing. Only in death can you compensate us. My dear daughter, do you truly believe that? Gainover asked calmly, gathering his spiraling thoughts despite his dire situation. After witnessing the prowess Anna had displayed while fighting his army of replicas, he knew with certainty that he was no match for her. Fighting her would be foolish. He stood more chances talking and charming his way out of this one. No matter what I may have done, or what you believe I have done, it does not change the fact that I am still your father. Whether you accept it or not, that truth will remain unchanged. The blood flowing in your body is half mine. There is no way you, or your mother, or her family, can deny that. My dear daughter, I know you are capable of many things, but I do not believe killing your father is one of them. Gainover spoke self-righteously, feigning confidence in his own words as he began to preach Anna. Also, my dear daughter, no matter what you do now, you cannot change what lies in the past. I suggest you let go of it. Let go of your anger, and allow me to walk away. I promise you, you will never hear from me, nor hear about me, ever again. It will be as if I were dead. My dear daughter, for you, I will live as a ghost. So, I beg you, my dearer Anna, it is time you let go of this anger and stop allowing it to dictate your life. Only by releasing it can you truly be free and begin to live on your own terms. Anna waited patiently, watching Gainover with a gentle yet teasing smile, her gaze filled with undisguised mockery as it lingered on him. She let him speak, savoring the sight of his struggle for his miserable life as he pleaded and tried to persuade her. Then, unable to restrain herself any longer, she finally took a step forward, and then another. Seeing this, Gainover's sense of urgency surged. He knew that nothing he said was having any effect on Anna. She was coming for him, intent on ending it all. Soon, overwhelmed by fear and panic, he began to babble, desperately trying to sway her and change her mind, yet he did not dare to fight back. They say a person's true self is revealed in how they face death. And Gainover, even when confronted with it, still tried to con his way out through words. However, his pleas no longer held any logic, nor did they make any sense. It was clear that his mind had been overwhelmed by fear, his words and actions driven by nothing but raw instinct. The grin on Anna's face widened into something eerie and sadistic as she watched Gainover lose his wits before her. Seeing him babble like a fool, pleading for his life, exhilarated her and filled her with an unprecedented sense of joy. She could not help But wonder who the fool was that claimed revenge brought no satisfaction and that only emptiness awaited those who pursued it. Standing before Gainover, Anna took one final look at him before driving her hand through his chest, reaching for his divinity and heart. However, to her surprise, the moment her hand pierced through him, the despair on Gainover's face vanished, replaced by a sudden grin as he uttered, "My daughter, thank you for the gift. My daughter, thank you for the gift." As Gainover uttered those words, Anna did not get the time to voice her astonishment, as she immediately felt a mysterious, yet powerful suction seize the arm she had driven through his chest to destroy his divinity. Her eyes widened as her gaze dropped to her embedded hand, only to find Gainover's flesh wrapping around it, drawing her deeper inside him. Shock and revulsion surged through her, but she did not allow them to cloud or delay her response. Without hesitation, Anna resolved to sever her own arm and abandon it. However, before she could act, Gainover's body deformed, morphing into a massive blob of flesh-like dough that rapidly expanded, swallowing her whole. Booster dice. Anna activated, straining with all her might to resist the crushing grasp of the flesh dough. Booster dice are being rolled. Dice 1 rolled a 3. Dice 2 rolled a 2. Extreme divinity influences the booster dice. Booster dice will keep rolling until both dice get the extreme rolls. Note: extreme rolls mean dice landing at the far high or low ends of the probability range. Any result between 1 and 6 triggers a reroll. Dice 1 rolled a 5. Dice 2 rolled a 4. Dice 1 rolled a 6. Dice 2 rolled a 6. Card Apprentice's next attack will gain Dodecat Booster. Anna blasted the blob of flesh encasing her, bursting out from within like a piñata struck open, sending chunks of flesh scattering across the arena of the amphitheater. She did not let her guard down and immediately activated a cleansing card, attempting to purge the flesh clinging to her body. However, at that moment, all the other fragments of flesh strewn across the arena dried up and died, while the flesh still attached to Anna suddenly began to replicate at a terrifying rate, slowly spreading over her body. Soon enough, her entire form would be engulfed if she failed to get rid of it. The eyes of the statues belonging to the unparalleled bloodline predecessors in the amphitheater's gallery began to glow, their wills straining to warn Anna of the grave danger she faced and the means to resolve it. Overwhelmed by a flood of soul whispers, Anna snapped in frustration, shouting at the statues, "I'm still not well versed in using soul whispers. So shut up and let me think." Anna did not need the statues to warn her. She knew that Gainover was not dead. If he were, she would have been able to retrieve the unparalleled arena and leave. Since she was still within it, she knew he remained alive, and it most likely had something to do with the flesh that had taken root on her body and was slowly spreading throughout her form. Anna immediately began activating various poison resistance and curse purification cards on herself, attempting to rid her body of the grotesque flesh from Gainover's remains that was spreading over her like a massive hairy mole, with some areas even growing teeth. The horror gnawing at her mind was evident in her eyes, yet she forced herself to remain calm and think of a solution, knowing she was neck-deep in trouble as the statues bombarded her with soul whispers. Under the influence of the unparalleled glory of the unparalleled arena, the effects of the poison resistance and curse purification cards were amplified tenfold, yet they were still unable to help her rid herself of the flesh burrowing into and spreading across her body. From outside, I saw Anna in her current state, and all the sexual tension between us vanished instantly. All that remained were my pure feelings for her. Without hesitation, I made use of my dual presence to mimic Agent Lewis's teleportation, breaching the unparalleled arena's boundary and appearing beside Anna by using her spiritual channel, the one that connected her to the spiritual plane and allowed her to draw rule power from it. "Wyatt," Anna exclaimed when she saw me appear next to her. "What are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to stay out of? Wait, how did you get in here? Don't sweat the small details, I have my means." I hurried over to save your life, but seeing that you still have an attitude about it, "I've changed my mind," I said, watching Anna continue to lash out at me even when her life was on the line. "Great, but I never asked for your help to begin with," Anna retorted, unaware that her body, empowered by the tenfold amplification of the poison resistance and curse purification cards, was struggling violently against the curse of Gainover's flesh burrowing into and spreading across her form. As a result, the infected areas had become swollen and red, and as they rubbed against the tight armor she wore, blisters and lesions began to form across the afflicted flesh. Following my gaze and overwhelmed by the uncontrollable itching spreading throughout her body, Anna finally noticed how alarmingly bloated and inflamed she had become. Seeing the grotesque and hideous state of her own body, she shouted at me in panic, "Don't look at me. I'm too ugly." "I don't care about such things," I said, reaching for Anna as she retreated, putting distance between us, then turned away to hide her face. At that moment, concealing her hideous form from me seemed to take precedence in her mind over ridding herself of Gainover's flesh infesting her body. "Liar," Anna muttered, clearly not believing me. I stepped in behind her and wrapped my arms around her, whispering in her ear, "Believe what you will." Her body trembled as I embraced her from behind, her eyes growing teary as my words reached her. Then, with disarming honesty, she said, "Please, Wyatt. I'd rather you not be here for what could be my final form. Keep your eyes averted and remember me as I was before. Aren't you giving up too soon?" I asked Anna, finally hearing her genuine feelings toward me for the first time since she returned from her recent seclusion. "Especially with me here." Anna did not respond. Her feelings toward me were clearly conflicted. She was both angry at me and cared deeply enough about our relationship to be angry even in the face of death. "Just say the magic words, and I'll become your prince in shining armor," I assured her, using humor to ease the tension between us. "Or talk to your ancestors. They've already come up with numerous ways to deal with your situation. Honestly, though situation is dire, it's not very hard to get rid of it. I'd rather call on my prince than try to understand what those old fools are saying," Anna said bluntly, offending all of her ancestors with her rude words, causing them to break into an uproar. From what I could hear, they had plenty of opinions about her, with some even petitioning to disown her as an unparalleled descendant. They believed she was too foolish and stubborn, even by their standards. However, they also considered it a pity, given the purity of her bloodline. They seemed to hold mixed feelings toward her. For a long time, they had been trying to contact her through soul whispers, yet she never truly learned to perceive them, breaking their hopes and disappointing them each time she summoned the unparalleled arena. Some strongly believed that Anna was a career troll, deliberately provoking them at every opportunity. Otherwise, they could not fathom why a descendant would have no eagerness to listen to or learn from her ancestors, especially when they were eagerly taking the initiative to contact her and teach her. Ultimately, they concluded that they missed Anna's triplet and their ideal daughter. They blamed Anna for keeping their ideal descendant away from them. As for me, I believe these unparalleled bloodline ancestors were simply too bored in the afterlife, which drove them to behave so childishly. "You've got to call the prince. Otherwise, he won't know where you are or that you're in trouble," I reminded Anna. Because of her stubborn refusal to seek my help, we were both locked in a game of chicken. Either she would give in and beg me to help her, or I would give in and help her, even though she never asked me to, putting aside my pride. If the prince is too dumb to find me or realize that I'm in trouble, how can he save me? I might as well not call him, Anna retorted, making it clear that she had no intention of asking for my help and would rather die in my embrace. "Anna, why do you have to be so damn stubborn?" I barked in frustration, knowing I could no longer delay her treatment. "Why?" Anna shot back. "How dare you ask me that? You failed to keep your word to me. You said you would wait for me and take me on a date. But when I returned, you were announcing your relationship with that hussy to the 5 regions. If not for not wanting to give my mother the satisfaction, I would have dragged your ass off and locked you in the deepest part of the prison beneath the royal palace. Regardless of what I did, aren't I here for you right now?" I asked in my defense. "Besides, you need to be alive for me to take you on a date. You have a way of making everything my fault," Anna said irritably, hating my silver tongue that she once used to praise. "Why does it have to be anyone's fault?" I replied. "Why can't we just move on from that? You would like that, wouldn't you?" Anna remarked with a sneer. "Yes, I would," I answered honestly. "Because I don't want to spend my time with you fighting. I think it's the same for you. And the only way for us to do that is to let the past stay in the past and move on," enjoying each other's company. It's hard to do that when you say that I alone am not enough for you, that you need two more, and Lord knows how many more in the future. Anna revealed her deepest desire. I want you all to myself, as my prince consort. If you want me, then come and take me. I argued, not stressing that if she wanted me, she would have to learn to share with Susan and Jill. I welcomed her to challenge me if she want me all to herself, instead of suffering and making me suffer with you. Dying out of foolish stubbornness is not the solution to this. Fine. Anna finally nodded in agreement, then called out in a flat, deadpan voice. My prince, come and save me. Fear not, for I am here, my beautiful princess. I muttered to Anna teasingly as I retracted my limitless celestial domain from outside and summoned my celestial blood fate domain within the unparalleled arena. The moment I did so, every statue that had been speculating about my origin and debating whether I truly belonged to the card master realm erupted into chaos. They instantly fixated on my celestial blood rule domain, buzzing in agitation as they all tried to contact me at once. I pretended not to hear them. For a brief moment, they almost believed me, as only those of the unparalleled bloodline could hear them within this place. However, recalling my conversation with Anna, they realized that I could, in fact, hear them. I instantly regretted ever telling Anna that she could listen to her ancestors to deal with Gainover's flesh infecting her body. The unparalleled bloodline ancestors began spamming me with their soul whispers, demanding to know how I was able to use a celestial rule domain without having formed my divinity. Unlike the present card demigods, who had only ever heard of the celestial rule domain through myths, these unparalleled bloodline demigods understood the truth. Only celestials could wield a celestial rule domain, and if other beings wanted to wield it, they would have to do so by using a fragment of celestial will. And to use a fragment of celestial will, one had to possess divinity, as a mortal could not withstand the power of a celestial will fragment. Wyatt, is everything all right? Anna asked her young groom in concern within his celestial blood fate domain. She was no longer being bombarded by the soul whispers of her ancestors, yet she could sense that those whispers had now shifted toward her young groom. She didn't know if she should be relieved that her ancestors were not bothering her or be worried that they were now bothering her young groom. Having set aside her pride and asked him for help, she resolved to trust her young groom until the very end. Honestly, she had no choice as she was trapped in the unparalleled arena and slowly dying. After all, once within the unparalleled arena, neither participant could leave unless a proper victory was declared. Gainover was not dead, that was for certain, as his flesh stubbornly infested her body and was spreading across her body, fighting all her defense mechanisms as if it had a mind of its own. What worried her most was that she had no idea what Gainover was actually planning. She had clearly not achieved the clear victory required to leave the unparalleled arena and seek her family's aid to deal with flesh slowly burrowing into and spreading across her body. She was trapped there with her ancestors' wills, who couldn't communicate with her in a way she could understand them. Had her young groom not arrived, she would have been lost and helpless by now, forced to ruthlessly slice away the infected flesh from her own body in the hope of stopping its spread and eradicating it. In his presence, however, she could still hope for a miracle. As this thought crossed her mind, Anna suddenly recalled their first meeting. Memories of her young groom began to surface one after another. She was startled by her own lapse, for after forging in, she had felt little toward these recollections. They had been little more than information she needed to retain, not precious memories she cherished. Yet now, her heart unexpectedly fluttered and raced as those moments replayed themselves. She was flustered, overwhelmed by the feelings she thought she had lost. Unable to resist, she tilted her head slightly and stole a glance at her young groom from the corner of her eye, tracing his figure with her intense sense. Seeing him focused intently on curing her condition with a one-track mind, she was suddenly reminded of why she had fallen in love with him in the first place. More accurately, she realized she was falling in love with him all over again. With emotions she believed she no longer possessed bubbling up in her heart, Anna's face flushed as her heartbeat grew louder and faster. Confusion overtook her, and she momentarily forgot her surroundings. How is this possible? Anna asked herself in shock. It was then that she realized something crucial. By taking the extreme path, she had not severed her feelings by pushing them to an extreme and giving them form. Instead, the form she had given them was merely the fruit borne by her branch of feelings. In other words, she had never truly lost her emotions. They had remained there all along, waiting to grow, bloom, and blossom. Just as she began to lose herself in the torrent of emotions surging through her, her origin card suddenly reacted under the influence of her extreme divinity. Her excess feelings toward her young groom were being channeled into her origin card, more precisely into N. In the next instant, she felt her extreme divinity grow stronger. At this realization, Anna's eyes widened in shock. It was then that she realized her origin card's ideal/dumb/crazy daughter was not the result of her unconsciously stepping onto the extreme path, but rather a gift from her bloodline and the card world, meant to aid her in traversing the extreme path that she had happened upon. Nearly a century after the creation of her origin card, Anna finally understood the proper way to use it. She finally understood what her grandfather meant when he said that she was best suited for the extreme path. She finally understood why, despite everyone's misgivings about her practicing the extreme path, he had chosen her as his heir. She finally understood why her mother had forced her to practice the extreme path, even when everyone believed that it was this very path that caused the estrangement between the mother and daughter. It turned out that her mother and grandfather had long since uncovered the true purpose of her origin card while attempting to study it and create a perfect clone capable of wielding their own grimoire. Anna could not help but wonder why they had never shared this truth with her. Had she known earlier, what could she truly have done about it? Nothing. After all, when it came to emotions, even the strongest of card apprentices were as helpless as mortals. Yes, they possessed greater discipline, but that did not mean they could control their emotions. If they believed otherwise, they were only deceiving themselves. The Southern ruler and the Southern princess eventually realized that attempting to manipulate Anna's emotions and feelings would only backfire, as the extreme path was inherently unpredictable. What began as good intentions could easily result in the death of their princess, or worse, lose her completely to the extreme path. Therefore, they chose to let nature take its course, refraining from meddling in her affairs, especially where her origin card was concerned. Now that most of her manic-level feelings toward her young groom had been transferred to Anna gradually calmed down. Still, enough remained for her to feel disgusted with herself for having wanted to shackle her young groom through their marriage. She was also deeply dissatisfied with how she had handled the situation when her young groom informed her that she, Susan, and Jill were now his, and they had no choice in the matter. Anna's ancestors identified the ability Gainover used to infest her body as the cannibalism rune of Devour Rule's gluttony meaning. According to them, those who forged the cannibalism rune could consume the flesh of their own race for nourishment and recovery. If enough flesh from the same individual was consumed, the consumer could gradually acquire the physique and bloodline carried within that person's flesh. However, they also believed that Gainover was not relying on the cannibalism rune alone. He was using it in conjunction with the bloodline possession meaning of the blood rule and the undying meaning of the phage rule. Honestly, I was surprised by how much Anna's ancestors had inferred purely from experience. My primordial soul pupils confirmed that their conclusions were spot on. To be more precise, Gainover was using the cannibalism rune, aided by the bloodline possession meaning and the undying meaning, to treat Anna's body as an ingredient to upgrade his body. The cannibalism rune allowed Gainover to devour Anna's body and divinity, enabling him to obtain her physique, bloodline, and divinity. The bloodline possession meaning allowed Gainover's flesh to take deep root within Anna's body. The undying meaning allowed him to continue living as long as even a fragment of him remained. That was how he survived Anna's final death blow, which had been boosted by unparalleled glory and booster dice. The surviving fragment would infest organic or inorganic matter in its surroundings, slowly nourishing itself as it rapidly replicated, spreading and gathering energy until there was enough to reform Gainover's body once more. However, the new body will have varying degrees of mutations based on the source of energy used to recreate the new body. Gainover had figured out a way to use these three powers in tandem with his origin card, Predatory Upgrade. They complemented one another, all in service of his goal, using his daughter as a stepping stone to ascend to a higher level. If he were successful, I believe that he would achieve more than he had hoped for, as the synergy between his cannibalism rune, bloodline possession meaning, undying meaning, and predatory upgrade was very high. Neither Anna's ancestors nor I were surprised by Gainover's plans. He was not the first father we had encountered who planned such a thing. There was demigod Redfall and devil Muth Dia. Both had been willing to devour their own children to advance further in their pursuit of transcendence. In truth, I was somewhat impressed by Gainover's patience and planning. Everything I knew about him and his relationship with the Southern Princess suggested that he had been coveting the unparalleled bloodline of the Southern royal family from the very beginning. Perhaps Anna's birth, and even her hatred toward him, had all been part of his design. That made him a scary enemy to show mercy to. What were the Southern royal family thinking letting him live? Seeing that Anna did not have much time left, her ancestors, who had been frantically questioning me about how I was able to wield a celestial rule domain, began outlining the various methods they had conceived for Anna to get rid of Gainover, who was using the bloodline possession meaning to root his flesh deep within her body. Some of the more cunning among them used the urgency of the situation to probe me, pressing me to reveal all my means so they could tailor the most efficient method for me to help Anna. I did not understand what made them believe I would fall for that. Perhaps hearing my conversation with Anna, they thought I would be willing to sell my soul for her sake, and decided to test the waters to satisfy their curiosity. Before long, however, all of Anna's ancestors that were present in the unparalleled arena grew confused. They saw that I was not only ignoring their soul whispers, rejecting their help, but also doing nothing to alleviate Anna's condition. Gainover's flesh had already spread to more than 95% of Anna's body, yet I had taken no action. Soon, some of them lost their patience and began to question my motives, even wondering whether I was conspiring with Gainover. What they did not know was that I had a different plan altogether. I did not merely intend to help Anna get rid of Gainover's flesh infesting and devouring her body. I intended for her body to devour Gainover in return, and in the process, take all of his prowess as her own. I.e., I was helping Anna use Gainover as an ingredient to ascend. I didn't bother to seek Anna's opinion, as there wasn't enough time for me to present all the facts to Anna and persuade her to go with my plan instead of any one of the numerous plans her ancestors came up with. Also, because I knew what her answer was going to be. She wanted to do nothing with Gainover. She hated the fact that the half of the blood coursing through her body was his. If possible, she would have removed it. Knowing all this, her answer was obvious. Not to mention, Anna trusted me to do what's best in the circumstances. So, in a way, it was up to me, and I didn't have to seek Anna's opinion. Just as I grew slightly complacent, thinking everything was proceeding according to plan and that no enemy was in sight, I suddenly felt an immense pressure descend upon me. Anna and I reacted at once, only to realize that the pressure originated from one of the statues erected in the gallery. To our shock, one of the statues in the front moved. It leaped down from the gallery into the arena and charged toward us. Its gaze locked onto me as its will roared, demanding to know why I was doing nothing to address Anna's condition. FCK, I have had it with Anna's meddling ancestors. How is that statue moving, and why is it hostile toward you? Anna exclaimed in astonishment. She had never known that the statues of her ancestors could move within the unparalleled arena. Had she known, she would have asked them to fight her battles back when she was still immortal. That way, she could have slain demigods while she was only a card master, just like her young groom could. The statue rushing toward us slowed as it drew near, noticing that Gainover's flesh infestation, which had spread across 99.99% of Anna's body, had suddenly halted, unable to complete the final 0.01% of its expansion. Anna's other symptoms also appeared to have stabilized, neither worsening nor improving. The statue immediately realized it had acted impulsively, understanding that I was most likely treating Anna's condition in a manner unknown to them. Otherwise, Anna would have been devoured by Gainover by now. I think the statue is hostile toward you because you entered the unparalleled arena illegally and are intruding in the battle, Anna speculated based on her observations, before instantly cursing at the statue. Damn you old fools. Are your rules more important than my life? Being misunderstood by its descendant, The statue turned its gaze toward me and used soul whispers to explain that Anna's speculation was only half correct. It was able to move because of my intrusion into her battle, but it was not hostile toward me for breaking the rules. Rather, it had misunderstood the situation, believing that I was in cahoots with Gain Over, since I was not lifting a finger to help Anna despite them informing me of how to cure her. It wanted me to convey this to Anna on its behalf and also urge her to master Soul Whisper as soon as possible. Ignoring its request, I commented to Anna, "It looks like all your ancestors are a bunch of stuck-up snobs." The statue's eyes flashed in shock, a sense of betrayal washing over it. It knew I was doing it on purpose, but it could not prove it unless it planned to force me into admitting that I could hear and understand their soul whispers. Helpless, it turned around and left, having noticed that the symptoms of Anna's condition were finally showing signs of improvement. This meant that whatever method was being used to help her was working, though how effective the cure would be, only time would tell. "You said it best," Anna said with indignation, eyeing the back of the retreating statue. That was when I noticed the change in her. She had cursed her ancestors and called them old fools. Only the Anna I knew and had fallen in love with would use such rude speech toward her ancestors without a care in the world. I wanted to hug her, but she did not let me come near. Right now, she looked like a hideous abomination, with hair and teeth protruding from her skin. She had long since abandoned my embrace and was hiding her entire body behind a thin veil, keeping her distance from me. "Wyatt, I feel this sinister yet harmless energy entering my body. What should I do?" Anna asked. The drained, exhausted sensation she had felt ever since Gainover's flesh latched onto her body had vanished. In its place, a sinister energy began to fill her instead. "Don't resist it. Just trust the process and hand over your body to it," I ordered Anna, not going into detail about what was happening to her body at that moment, as I knew we would not see eye to eye on this matter. Moreover, some might find it disgusting and revolting, whereas I considered it no different from a child resorbing its twin in the mother's womb. Only here, it was a father and daughter duo. If you asked me, it was pure, unbridled nature at work. There was nothing disgusting about it. By now, having noticed the changes in Anna's body, her ancestors' wills had deduced the route I had taken to cure her, though they were still at a loss as to how I was accomplishing it. They realized that I was helping Anna's body devour Gainovers, the exact opposite of what Gainover had intended. Once again, I was immediately bombarded by Anna's ancestors' soul whispers. Their reactions were mixed. Some called me a heathen, others a dark genius. Some were satisfied with the end I had chosen for Gainover, feeling it was only fitting that the bastard who tried to eat his own daughter to further his pursuit of transcendence would instead become nourished in his daughter's pursuit of love and freedom. Yet all of them agreed on one thing. They were grateful that I had protected the unparalleled bloodline. Because once Gainover obtained the unparalleled bloodline by devouring Anna, he would not have been content with just that. He would have used the same method to hunt down others with the unparalleled bloodline, devouring them to further increase his bloodline prowess until none were left. In doing so, the unparalleled bloodline, long regarded as the strongest bloodline across all 5 regions, would have been reduced to prey within its own territory. To them, nothing could have been more shameful than that. Anna's ancestors' recognition and complaints meant nothing to me. I was not doing this for them, but for myself, to save my lover. Some of the things those assholes said about what I was doing to Anna were deeply offensive, not just to me, but to Anna as well. If not for my desire to keep them unaware that I could hear their soul whispers, I would have argued with them long ago. As it stood, I could only overlook their words, considering they were fossils bound by eroded norms. "Wyatt, I'm feeling bloated. There's too much energy," Anna suddenly blurted out in panic, fearing she might explode from ingesting so much energy. "Just share the excess with and through your origin card," I advised, knowing that Anna lacked the Devour Rules gluttony aspect that Gainover had used to forge the cannibalism rune. However, there were 3 of her, and all of them practiced extreme paths. Overeating would not be a problem for them. "Wyatt, what is happening to me?" Anna asked as she noticed that Gainover's flesh, which had infested and spread across her entire body, was slowly being absorbed into her. At the same time, eerie soul energy flooded her and her triplets to the brim, making them feel unbearably bloated. If not for their extreme divinity reacting in time, they might have actually exploded from the sheer excess of energy. Because of this, she was forced to temporarily lift her punishment on and have her use the energy being ingested into them to forge her extreme divinity and ascend to the card demigod realm, just like the other two. You are harvesting the fruits of Gainover's labors. Don't ask, just focus. I answered, not daring to tell Anna the full truth. I knew it would be too jarring for anyone to handle, let alone her. After all, that man was her father. She had planned to kill him, not consume him. Anna squinted at me, but continued to trust me. Soon, all of Gainover's flesh infecting her was absorbed by her body. She was brimming with energy, and so was her extreme divinity. The same held true for her triplets. They all felt invigorated, unable to have been in better condition. Just then, Anna's diamond grimoire materialized, hovering before her. It began to emit a brilliant light before opening to reveal her updated status page. There, in the second origin card slot that should have been empty, was now Predatory Upgrade. Anna was shocked to see Gainover's origin card equipped in her grimoire. Before she could react, the unparalleled arena spat us out, returning to its card in her grimoire. Upon arriving back at the main hall in Gainover's manor, Anna noticed alien runes floating in her extreme divinity. She did not remember forging or ingesting them. Yet to her dismay, they responded to her will and showed no signs of rule contamination. Moreover, her divinity felt far sturdier than before. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken nearly a century to refine her divinity to this level. Seeing these changes, Anna almost guessed what had happened. She rushed to the side and began vomiting violently, retching as though she might spill her insides. Even without her saying a word, I knew she was sick to her stomach by what I did to her. Gainover was using his cannibalism rune, undying meaning, and bloodline possession, meaning in tandem with the origin card, Predatory Upgrade. They complemented one another perfectly. Their synergy was so precise that they formed a dangerous combo. However, due to the restrictions of each of these prowess, there were no beings in the entire myriad realm on whom he could use this combination except his daughter, Anna Heatsind, and his granddaughter, Ada Davis. The cannibalism rune restricted his target to humans, while the bloodline possession meaning further limited him to human targets who carried his bloodline. Across the entire myriad realms, only Anna and Ada met these conditions. Ada was not only missing, but her physique and prowess held no appeal for Gainover, who coveted the strongest bloodline in the 5 regions, the unparalleled bloodline. Using my soul pupils, it wasn't difficult to discern how Gainover was combining his cannibalism rune, undying meaning, bloodline possession meaning, and the predatory upgrade, origin card to form a deadly combo. Once I grasped the underlying principle of his combo, a glaring loophole became apparent. It wasn't that Gainover had been careless. Rather, the flaw I noticed could only be exploited by someone who comprehended the blood fate plunder meaning of the blood rule or similar rule meanings. Therefore, I retrieved my limitless celestial array and deployed the celestial blood fate domain within the unparalleled arena, fully aware that doing so would cause Gainover's manor to manifest in real space, destroying warehouse number 234, which the city authorities had planned to preserve as a historic building. The glaring loophole lay in the bloodline possession meaning of the blood rule. One had to understand that bloodline possession did not apply solely to possessing one's descendants, but also to one's predecessors. As long as the target carried the same bloodline and had not comprehended the bloodline possession meaning of the blood rule, it functioned in both directions. If both parties had comprehended the bloodline possession meaning, then the one with the stronger will and deeper comprehension would emerge victorious and claim all the spoils. Anna had not comprehended the bloodline possession meaning of the blood rule, so she could not actively contend with it. She could only rely on her will to resist Gainover's bloodline possession. Even with her extreme will, Anna found it difficult to halt Gainover's possession because of his deadly combo. After all, his entire setup was standing on the bloodline possession meaning. However, the situation changed when I introduced the Celestial Blood Fate domain into the equation. Using the Celestial Blood Fate domain, I reversed the bloodline possession. Was that even possible? Yes. Within the Celestial Blood Fate domain in the card world, my control over the blood rule was omnipotent, unless I were to face the card Celestial or its blood rule stream spirit. As a result, the effect of Gainover's carefully crafted combo was reversed. Instead of him assimilating Anna and upgrading himself, he was assimilated into Anna, upgrading her instead. In the process, he relinquished all his prowess to her, including his divinity, runes, and origin card. This was possible because Anna's extreme divinity had influenced Gainover's combo, as it was now acting in her favor. "Wyatt, what the heck?" Anna shouted, wiping her mouth with the back of her left wrist as she glared at me with unbridled rage. For a moment, her anger toward me eclipsed her love for me. "What?" I replied. "Consider him paying off his child support with interest." Card name, predatory upgrade. Card type, origin card, unique grade. Card effect, upon the successful upgrade of cards, runes, physique, traits, the grimoire, etc., the card apprentice extracts the maximum possible attributes from the materials used, based on how compatible or complementary those materials are with the original foundation. Additional effects, lucky upgrade, random upgrade. Lucky upgrade passively increases the success rate of an upgrade based on the realm of the card apprentice and the rank of the original and materials used. Random upgrade. The card apprentice can use this effect to forcefully upgrade cards, runes, physique, traits, or the grimoire using less compatible or complementary materials. This increases the chances of triggering a random upgrade. However, if the upgrade fails, both the original and all materials used are permanently lost. Note: use materials lower than the card apprentice's realm to get a higher success rate boost when using lucky upgrade. The resulting upgrade from random upgrade is very random. Use at your own risk. What child support? I don't have a father, Anna yelled furiously, rushing at me and grabbing my collar. I ignored her rage and wrapped my arms around her waist. Pulling her into my embrace, she didn't struggle. With a sheepish smile, I gazed into her rage-filled eyes. Deep within them, I found the Anna I had been missing. "You think this is funny?" Anna raged, her grip on my collar tightening as she tried to lift me. Unfortunately for her, even with her newfound prowess, she was just as helpless in my celestial blood fate domain as everyone else. "No, I don't think it's funny. I did what I believed was in your best interest. But if you don't want the predatory upgrade, you can always give it to your sisters. I'm sure and would appreciate it," I suggested, attempting to calm her anger. Anna and her two extreme incarnations each possessed their own grimoire, connected through their first origin card, ideal, dumb, crazy daughter. Since they were fundamentally the same, they could exchange their second origin card with one another. It wouldn't be incorrect to say that Anna had 4 origin card slots, though she could only use 2 at a time, with one permanently locked to ideal, dumb, crazy daughter origin card. "How do you know and would like it? You haven't even properly met her," Anna said, jealousy flaring in her eyes the moment I mentioned Anne. Only my Anna would be petty enough to get jealous of her own extreme incarnations. Hearing her, my lips stretched into a wide grin, and I could not help but say, "I missed you. Welcome back." Anna froze at the sudden remark, and I seized the opportunity to lean in and gently kiss her lips, sternly warning her, "You had me worried. Next time you practice the extreme path, don't bottom out all your feelings just to create an extreme incarnation. Leave some so you are, and not someone totally new." "You were worried about me? That's hard to believe when you risked your life just to rendezvous with your little mistress in the central region," Anna retorted. She loosened her grip on my collar, then ran her hands over my toned chest, her movements growing bold enough that I even felt a bit of cupping. I immediately became conscious of my body and released her, retreating a few steps back. She was being far too proactive. She made Jill look like a rookie. "What happened? Did I make you uncomfortable?" Anna asked playfully with a sly grin on her face as she took a step toward me. "No, there are too many eyes watching," I replied, immediately fearing she would do something bold without my consent again. The sudden destruction of the warehouse and the appearance of a luxurious manor had immediately drawn the attention of the demigods stationed in the city by me and the southern royal family. By my demigods, I meant those from the freedom fighters, as well as the western princess, her companions, her guards, and the like. These assholes had yet to fully retract their intense sense, even after confirming that everything was fine. They couldn't be more rude. "Too many eyes." Anna frowned, continuing to approach me step by step. You had no problem kissing your mistress on a live stream. About that, I didn't know I was on a live stream until it was too late. I tried to explain, but Anna was not having it. She was just as forceful as I remembered. I wanted to ask her to stop calling Jill my mistress, but I knew better than to defend my other girlfriend to my girlfriend. Now that I was experiencing it again, I could not help but wonder what had been going through my mind to miss being sexually harassed. I had never been a big fan of public intimacy, while Anna was the complete opposite. To be precise, she simply did not care about these details. You are not leaving until you kiss me longer than you did her right now and right here, Anna declared as she threw herself at me. Her hands wrapped around my neck, her entire body pressing against mine as she hung on to me. You know I'm stronger than you now, right? I reminded her, making it clear she could not force herself on me the way she used to. I could leave whenever I wanted. I doubt that, but you can walk away if you want. I won't stop you. She replied almost nonchalantly, then added, but you know this, right? I know you're conscious of your feelings for me now. I shook my head as Anna might as well have said, your threats won't work on me anymore, because I know you love me. So shut up and kiss me before I get mad. Understanding her unspoken threat, I let out a sigh and nodded. She had me beat, but just as I was about to lean in, she frowned and commanded, remove your domain. Anna, now you're being too much, I protested, knowing that she had ordered the demigods of the Southern royal family to live stream me kissing her across all 5 regions. The moment I realized that, I abandoned all ceremonies and closed my celestial blood fate domain, making it difficult for the outside world to peer in on us. I had forgotten to close it after opening it in the unparalleled arena, so Anna's ancestor could see exactly how I intended to help her, clearing their misunderstanding. Wyatt, stop complaining and just do what I asked, Anna demanded sternly. She was not about to take no for an answer. Just the thought that the entire 5 regions believed her groom was dating Jill Norley infuriated her. She wanted to rectify that, to tell the world that Jill was nothing more than a slut who had seduced her groom while she was in seclusion. Seeing me still hesitate, Anna complained exaggeratedly. Wyatt, for once, could you just go along with what I'm asking? FCK it. I retrieved my celestial blood fate domain, then grabbed Anna by the head and fiercely kissed her. After a few minutes, our lips parted, a thin string of saliva bridging the distance between us. Flushed, Anna looked up at me and asked, so, who's the better kisser, me or her? Come on, Anna. I've accepted far more from you, I said, shaking my head and feigning disappointment. Anna's eyes widened in disbelief as she blurted out, you're sure? There's no way that little square or that the money grubber is a better kisser than me. Come on, let's kiss again. No, I wasn't talking about the kiss, I said, pushing Anna's face aside. She clearly did not like that and immediately protested. At that moment, I began to recall all the annoying things about Anna that I had conveniently forgotten. Then what are you talking about? Anna asked, sounding slightly relieved and no longer daring to make the mistake of asking that question again. She was content not knowing who the best kisser was in my experience. In her mind, I had only ever been romantically involved with those people. I, however, did not believe my body count had been reset after my transmigration. Why do you feel the need to compete and compare with them? I asked. I chose the 3 of you because you are different. If you were the same, or if I felt one of you was better than the others, or that I loved one more, wouldn't I have simply chosen the best one, or the one I loved most, instead of choosing all 3 at the risk of losing all 3? I explained this to Anna, hoping she would stop competing with the other 2, while also not going so far as to demand that she get along with them. Anna, nothing you say will change my mind. And now that I have you, none of you can ever escape my grasp. You know possessiveness isn't a good look on men, Anna said, rising onto her tiptoes to kiss my forehead. But for some reason, I like it on you. It was hard for me to tell what she was thinking at that moment. Then she continued, her tone sharpening. But you have another thing coming if you think I'm fine with sharing you with those 2. What? I blurted, only to be cut off as Anna spoke rapidly. Wyatt, you want to be with other women, is that it? I'll find you the most beautiful women in all 5 regions as your concubines, but not those 2. Now that I had openly confessed my feelings for her and accepted hers for me, Anna no longer hesitated to speak her mind. Then again, She had never been shy about pressing her opinions. "Wyatt, promise me you won't see those two anymore," Anna pleaded, her eyes growing teary as she rubbed her chest against mine. Anna was willing to accept me seeing other women because she knew I was not that kind of man. Even if I were, she believed she would only be sharing my body, while my heart would still belong to her. But when it came to Susan and Jill, it was different. With them, she would not only be sharing my body, but my heart as well. That prospect frightened her deeply, with the fear that one day she might lose me to the other two gnawing at her. That was why she pleaded so desperately for me to stop seeing Susan and Jill, even going so far as to offer to help me choose beautiful concubines herself. Amid her pleading, however, Anna's grimoire received a message from the very last person she wanted to hear from, her mother. The message read, "Stop making a fool of yourself and come home." The words were short and blunt. Anna did not know what to make of them and briefly wondered if her mother was provoking her. But then, and mentally spoke to her through their shared origin card. "Anna, you will never get him to commit to just us. Come home. Our mother will help us." If this had been before she fought Gain over, Anna would have ignored both of them. But now that she understood how her origin card truly functioned, she decided to trust her mother one last time. While she was at it, she intended to teach Anna a lesson as well. There was no us. Of the three sisters, only she had a groom. Having reached that conclusion, Anna stopped pleading with her heartless and faithless groom, who couldn't be more determined to cheat on her with Jill and Susan. Instead, she pulled him into a lingering kiss, lingering for a while before activating her teleportation card. In a flash, she vanished, returning to the Southern Royal Palace in the Southern capital. "What the?" I blurted as Anna suddenly teleported mid-kiss. I was surprised, because I had been worried she might want to spend the entire day and night expressing our love for each other now that our relationship was public, and I had been wondering how to talk her out of it. It seemed, however, that I had been worrying over nothing. Just as I was preparing to clean up the scene before leaving, a giant snake's head burst through the manor's roof, heading straight for me before coming to an abrupt halt a few feet away. It intimidatingly opened its mouth and hissed loudly. It was Lil Bame, and standing atop its head was a visibly furious Corey. "I thought we had taken care of your mood swings," I said, meeting Corey's rage-filled gaze. "What did I tell you, Wyatt?" Corey shouted, leaping down from Lil Bame's head and landing in front of me. "You'll have to be a bit clearer, honey," I replied. "You've told me many things." I squinted slightly, now fully aware that Corey was genuinely mad with me. "I asked you to pick one and stick with it. But what did you do? You went and found another one." To make matters worse, she even dared to go to big sis Susan and ask to become sisters. "What the heck were you thinking? Just leave big sis Susan alone already," Corey yelled, making it clear what had gotten her so worked up. I wasn't surprised by her reaction. When I decided to choose all three, Susan, Anna, and Jill, I knew my biggest obstacle would be Corey, even more so than the three involved. When it came to Susan, this girl had absolutely no boundaries and was also a total psycho. Because of that, I had prepared a contingency. Only Jill and Anna could wait, as their enthusiasm had ruined the timing. "How's Jill? You didn't hurt her, right?" I asked, knowing that with Corey's temper, it would not have been surprising if she had fed Jill to Lil Bame. "I was planning to, but big sis Susan stopped me," Corey replied indignantly. She was clearly annoyed that she hadn't gotten the chance to teach Jill a lesson. I knew this was bound to happen. Back on the terrace, when Jill said she would handle Susan for me, she had assumed Susan would be easy to control, believing she had no strength or background to rely on. Unfortunately for her, she was dead wrong. Susan had a reincarnator backing her. Corey had only inherited the memories and fortune of her past 2 lifetimes out of roughly 9 so far, and she was already a peak existence in the card world thanks to her pet. Not to mention, Susan was a demon merchant. If you asked me, Susan had the strongest background among the 3. Jill had seriously miscalculated this time. Even knowing that, I let it happen as I wanted to use Jill to provoke Susan, "Miss, I need some space," and to teach Jill to leave her calculating mind behind when it came to the 4 of us. She was treating this like a royal harem and had begun a power struggle. One thing I had always liked about Jill was the absence of drama around her, but it turned out I was wrong. Now that she could control her physique, she was no different from the other 2. "So, where is she now?" I asked, knowing that Jill wouldn't let it rest. I planned to stop her before she escalated things. She's with big sis Susan. Weirdly enough, they bonded over you. And how come you only keep asking about Jill and not big sis Susan? I thought you loved her too, Corey asked with a frown. Hearing that, I couldn't help but chuckle as I replied. I thought you wanted me to leave your big sis alone. I would love that, but I know you won't. I just wanted to point out how fake your love for big sis Susan is, Corey retorted, masking the fact that she was worried about Susan. She could no longer deny that Susan loved their narcissistic boss and was struggling with it. What annoyed her even more was that their boss was not making it any easier for her with his parade of LUTs. Anyway, I was planning to find you. The time for us to begin establishing ourselves in the dark realm has arrived, I said, sharing with Corey's grimoire a list of the 7 princes of the Hell faction's bases in the dark realm, complete with details on the staff and guards on duty. Muthdia had shared the information with me last night while I was busy massacring the Brothworks. I had immediately assigned Kuthdia to verify whether the information his father provided was accurate and to ensure he was not plotting anything nefarious. I had yet to hear back from him. Still, considering the time difference, I would have to wait a little longer before receiving his report. As Corey went through the list, Corey Park surfaced from her body and asked me, "Where did you get this list? How accurate is it?" Because if this list is correct, the 7 princes of the Hell faction have grown almost tenfold since I left them. Not to mention their territories, which have nearly doubled as well. Such a growth rate for a faction in such a short amount of time is highly exceptional. It also means the information I received from my old allies is either outdated or deliberately omitted. That seriously changes things. I'm still determining whether the list is authentic or merely a lure meant to trap us. It seems I was right to share it with you, I replied. From what you've said, I take it you already believe it's authentic, right? I asked this knowing Corey Park would not have spoken with such distress if she doubted the information's validity. Yes, I believe it's authentic. The information here aligns with what I've gathered from the Interrealm network while double-checking the intelligence I received from my old allies and comrades, Corey Park said with a nod. I nodded in acknowledgement and was relieved to learn that Corey Park was not blindly trusting her former allies and comrades. Otherwise, I would have had to seriously reconsider having her lead my operations in the Dark Realm and look to someone else, such as Moonfrost, since Slay showed no signs of awakening from her slumber anytime soon. Considering she was using my primordial calamity daughter gem and cursed bloodline to forge her new body, I believed it would take a while, as her racial ability and my cursed bloodline were fighting for dominance. I knew for a fact that the cursed bloodline would win, since the energy used to forge her new body from the 1,000+ curses was being channeled through it. She had no choice in this regard as she possessed none of her own. The victory of the cursed bloodline was a done deal. The real problem lay in its ability to subdue her racial ability. Otherwise, forging Slay's new body would fail, resulting in her death. Because of that, I didn't dare rush the process. After all, Slay was a crucial part of my plan to secure Card World from the threat of Devil Merchant Code, Interrealm transportation function, once and for all. Not that I was in any hurry. I had no intention of making a move until I heard Kuthdia's report, and I personally made sure that Muthdia had no plans of rebelling at the time being. Until then, I planned to win over the Froslings and turn the Winter Valley, one of the 13 deadliest places in the Dark Realm, into my own backyard. Are you two free right now? I asked the 2 Coreys. When they nodded, I continued. Then I can begin helping you acquire the trait I promised. Now that my plans were moving forward on their own, I had to ensure my pawns kept pace and were in the right place at the right time. Otherwise, all of my planning would amount to nothing. Really? Great. Corey beamed with joy, clearly thrilled that I was finally taking time from my busy schedule to help her gain the trait I had been promising her for a while. Corey Park also seemed to be in a better mood. She hadn't expected everything in the Dark Realm to remain the same upon her return, but the thought that some of her allies and comrades had sold her out troubled her more than the fact that most of them had joined the 7 Princes of the Hell faction after her death. She respected their choice, knowing they had done what was necessary to survive. However, those who had waited for her return, while silently feigning suffering and struggle to both their comrades and her, only to sell her out to Belphegor, were another matter entirely. That was something she could neither stomach nor forgive. She was furious, If not for her desire to give them the benefit of the doubt, she would have already rained down her wrath upon them. Corey Park's anger was as intense as her patience. She truly hoped she was mistaken and that none of her old connections had betrayed her before she even set foot in the Dark Realm. Good, but first help me clean up this mess, I said, pointing at the manor. With Corey's help, I quickly dismantled it and rebuilt a new warehouse. Seeing us at work, the demigods who had been watching stepped in to help, and the new warehouse was erected in no time. Though it resembled the other warehouses, it was constructed using materials conjured through elemental rule power. Elsewhere, I could afford to be arrogant, but this was my city. Here, I had to lead by example. Otherwise, I couldn't expect others to do what I myself wasn't prepared to do. Therefore, I was very conscious about my actions here. All done. Now can we get to my gaining a new trait? Corey asked as we hovered above, looking down at the newly built warehouse. Seeing her eagerness, I instructed her, head to the TSR building and prepare a card lab. I'll be there shortly. I intended to catch up with the demigods watching over the city first. Although they were from the Southern royal family, they were working for my sake. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for the Southern royal family to station a team of demigods in a third-tier city like Sky Blossom City. What now? Didn't you? Corey protested, her face twisting in displeasure, but I cut her off immediately. Just go. I'll be right behind you. Fine, but if you don't come soon, I'll send Bame to fetch you, Corey warned before taking off. Lil Bame hissed at me as well before turning to follow its master. Though the hiss felt a bit stern, I chose to assume it was a farewell rather than a challenge. Not willing to lower myself to the level of an overgrown reptile by being petty toward it, I turned to the card demigod guards from the Southern royal family. After some small talk, I asked whether they had noticed anything suspicious. No matter how insignificant it might seem, if it made you take a second look, I need to know, I told the team of demigods, while the Western princess and her guards watched me, clearly thinking I was being overly critical. If they had even half the enemies I was facing, they would be just as paranoid as I was. Gideon Grimm, Sansa Baylor, and others like them possessed abilities more than sufficient to give anyone a headache. I had to be this critical. Otherwise, those I care for would get hurt. Master Wyatt, I don't know if this is what you were looking for, but I sensed nothing unusual from the Whitebin family estate. It is always quiet and consistent, like clockwork. Nothing else in the city is as regular or stable as their estate. After noticing this, I even visited the estate personally, yet found nothing suspicious aside from the fact that the estate's array formation seemed excessively advanced for a prominent family in a third-rate city. Because of that, I inquired directly with the Whitebin family head, Jack Whitebin. It turns out that one of their family members, previously banished for serious crimes, had returned as a capable array master and helped establish the estate's current array in an effort to redeem himself and re-enter the family. I requested to meet this young array genius who had made such a glorious homecoming, but they avoided the meeting, claiming he was in seclusion while attempting to break through. I conducted a discreet check and confirmed that he was indeed in the midst of breaking through to the Card Lord realm. Considering his age, it is impressive. Since everything aligned and nothing appeared out of the ordinary, I left it at that. The demigod guard captain informed me, after reflecting on the matter in response to my persistent inquiry. The Whitebin family. I muttered to myself, my left index finger hooked beneath my lower lip. The last I had heard of the Whitebin family was when I met Eliza Whitebin at the silent auction in Sun Blossom City. At the time, there were reports that they planned to migrate to the southern capital, leaving a branch family behind to manage their assets and businesses in Sky Blossom City. Since Jack Whitebin was still the head of the Whitebin family in Sky Blossom City, I suppose they had put those migration plans on hold. That was not surprising. Jack Whitebin was a smart man. He should have recognized that, with my growth, his family stood to prosper far more by remaining in Sky Blossom City, where they were already established and possessed a solid foundation, than by moving to the southern capital. There, they would have had to contend with entrenched powers just to carve out a small foothold and establish themselves, a task far easier to propose than to accomplish. Moreover, leaving Sky Blossom City at a time when numerous powerful families, guilds, and companies from various two-tier and one-tier cities were relocating there would have been absurd. The influx was significant enough that the local authorities were already considering expanding the city, and ministers at the capital were deliberating an increase in Sky Blossom City's tier to secure additional funding and properly accommodate the new wave of immigrants. Departing under such circumstances would not merely have been foolish, it would have been brain-dead. Simply by investing in Sky Blossom City's real estate, they stood to earn hundreds of times more than they could ever hope to make by moving in the southern capital. If the Whitebins hadn't realized this, there was no helping them. Making a mental note to visit the Whitebins, I turned to the demigod guard captain and asked, "Anything else?" We noticed that citizens had been complaining about hearing strange, sometimes eerie noises coming from their home drains and the city's sewers. At first, we suspected that someone was attempting to infiltrate the city from underground through the sewer system, so we immediately launched an investigation. However, after a thorough 3-day search, we found nothing. Even so, we did not stop. We added the city sewers to our regular patrol routes. Yet to this day, we have found nothing unusual. However, ever since we began patrolling the sewers, our collective mood has gotten irritable and all of us have been plagued by nightmares, even when taking short naps. As a precautionary measure, last night we requested a purification squad to cleanse the entire city's sewer system, fearing it might be cursed. They should be arriving any minute now, the guard captain recounted before adding. Now that I say it out loud, I believe this falls under what you were asking us to look into, right? Listening to the last sentence the guard captain added, my face immediately paled as I activated my primordial soul pupils to inspect the demigod guards more closely, only to find that nothing was wrong with them, just as during my previous inspection. My mind immediately suspected Gideon Grimm and Sansa Baylor. Only these names came to my mind because among my enemies in the card world, only they had abilities capable of playing with an elite demigod's mind. No one else could manipulate a demigod so flawlessly, let alone a couple teams of elite demigods. Even so, I could not shake the feeling that Gideon Grimm was behind this, despite finding no trace of his origin card's roots within the demigod city guard team's soul pathways. The same was true for Sansa Baylor. I found no sign of her soul energy signature in their soul pathways either. But I didn't suspect Sansa Baylor. My suspicion lingered on Gideon Grimm because that bastard had nothing left in the card world to lose. Unlike Sansa, who had the love of her life, the man of her dreams, by her side as she wished, she would not dare to conspire against me again as she had with Ellen Duskborn, fully aware of what losing to me entailed. The fear I had installed in her would keep her at bay for a long time. Also, she was smart to weigh the gains and losses of angering me whose abilities were a bane to her own. Gideon Grimm, however, having sold himself to Belphegor and immigrated to the Dark Realm, truly had nothing left in the card world to fear from my retaliation. Not to mention, if he hated someone the most in the card world, then it had to be me, because not only did I ruin his plan to earn merits to rank up in the dark faction he joined, not to forget in the process, I revealed his origin card ability and introduced a precaution against it to the 5 regions. He had enough reasons to come after me and what I held dear. Emissary of Light is a bastard spawn of the devils. I yelled, loud enough to reach every nook and corner of Sky Blossom City. After mentally informing the Western Princess and her group to use their intense sense to monitor the entire city. The faces of the guard teams, who had appeared docile and well-behaved and even seemed to admire me, suddenly twisted into manic, fanatical rage. The transformation was grotesque and unsightly, laying bare just how deeply they hated the fact that I had dared to call their lord a bastard spawn of the devils. Before I could engage them in any meaningful conversation to extract information, they all lunged at me, shouting, "Keep our lord's name out of your mouth, you heathen! How dare you curse our lord, you infidel! Damn you, heretic! I will have your head for this. You will burn for your insolence, apostate. Let me light the pyre myself. I will use your blood to wash away the insult you just spoke, heretic." Seeing them rush at me without any regard for their own safety, fanatic light blazing in their eyes, I simply watched as they attacked, only to be stopped cold by my limitless barrier. Even after their initial attempt failed, they did not adjust their approach. Instead, they continued to assault me relentlessly, like mindless zombies. Each of them was an elite demigod drawn from the Southern Watch, trained from a very young age to remain calm and confront problems with clear judgment and disciplined wit. Yet the demigods before me were so overwhelmed and distraught that they seemed to have forgotten Thyr's centuries of training, continuing their futile assault despite repeated failure. I wondered whether they were hoping their lord would lend them strength through his power, enough to shatter my limitless barrier. Otherwise, what could they possibly expect by repeatedly dashing themselves against an limitless chasm? If not that, then they were simply insane. After all, what else would one call those who do the same thing over and over while expecting a different result? Finally, having witnessed the power of the emissary of light with my own eyes, I was convinced that he truly lived up to the terror shown in Clown Mask's future vision. I shook my head and uttered, "Celestial blood fate domain." The surrounding world was soon dyed red as I followed with a single word: silence. Kneel. At my commands, the demigod guard teams lost their access to soul energy and rule power, forcing them to cease their attacks and drop to their knees before me. However, to my surprise, I saw them resisting my authority through sheer will. No one had managed such a feat before, not even the powerful demigods trained by the masters. Yet these guards were able to withstand the dominion of my celestial blood fate domain over their blood purely through willpower. This was only possible because of the emissary of light's origin card ability, which had turned them into his fanatical followers, beings willing to betray their land and people in order to worship him. The only other person capable of flawlessly controlling multiple elite demigods without breaking a sweat, aside from Sansa and Gideon, was none other than the youngest of the three Mischief, the emissary of light. In Clown Mask's future vision, his prowess was second only to the supreme leader, who possessed both soul pupils and the myriad devil transformation. However, now, he stood as the strongest among the three. All I had gathered about him from Clown Mask's future vision and from Sansa's account was that his origin card ability revolved around the faith of his believers. In the Dark Realms, faith was believed to be an extremely powerful and fearsome tool in capable hands, yet weak and nearly useless in foolish ones. I believed this to be true because cults were a major force within the Dark Realm. They were the third largest force, after the Devil Merchant Code and the Interrealm Thief Guild. Unlike others who traveled to foreign worlds to plunder resources and celestial fragments, these cults instead aided the natives in prospering, cultivating those worlds as vast farms of faith. These individuals were extremely powerful, despite what their realms might suggest. I had never crossed paths with such fanatics before, largely because they and the Devil Merchant Code did not mix. The ideologies they followed made them natural enemies. The dark cults believed in domesticating native populations to farm their faith, often turning entire worlds into vast, world-level sweatshops. In contrast, the Devil Merchant Code believed in maximizing profit at all costs. To them, the most efficient approach was to mine a world of all its resources and then destroy it entirely to harvest its celestial will fragments. The dark cults did not prioritize celestial will, as faith allowed them to achieve everything celestial will offered and more. Even so, the Devil Merchant Code enjoyed far greater popularity and support than the dark cults. This was because the practices of the dark cults ran counter to the fundamental principles upheld by the dark races. Above all, faith could not be traded. For that reason, most of the dark races, along with the Devil Merchant Code, actively discouraged the practices of the dark cults within the Dark Realm. Something that could not be traded was something that could not be stolen or taken, something that could only be attained slowly and steadily through continued dedication and devotion. That fact alone was enough to drive many dark races away from the practices of the dark cults. Returning to the matter at hand, what troubled me was why the emissary of light was targeting me when we had never even crossed paths. I could not help but wonder whether Sansa had something to do with it. After all, I had made it clear to her that I intended to target the emissary of light sooner or later. Had she decided to light the spark earlier rather than later? Sansa? She stood to gain a great deal if the emissary of light and I fought until one of us was dead. However, her current situation with Baylor was too valuable for her to risk losing it by angering either of us. After all, once a victor emerged between the two of us, who do you think would be next? For the first time in Sansa's life, Baylor was seeing her for who she truly was and still choosing to remain with her, regardless of the reasons. It felt like one of her wildest fantasies had come true. His cold indifference was nothing new to her. In fact, she had enjoyed it throughout their entire married life. The best thing to come from this arrangement was the fact that Baylor knew everything she had done to Ellen. That knowledge gave her a sick, sadistic satisfaction, one that almost made up for the reality that Baylor stayed with her out of fear of what she was capable of, not because he loved her. Be it fear or love, his top priority at that moment was keeping her happy, being her perfect husband. She had stuck to his side when he was blind to her love for him, and had shamed their marriage by clinging to the memory of Ellen. As such, she had no problem staying by his side now, when he feared what her love for him could cause and despised her for the harm she had inflicted on Ellen. At least now, he acknowledged her love for him. It had gone unnoticed for so long that she was now satisfied with any form of attention. And who was to say that, given time, her love for him would not be answered? With her mind occupied by such possibilities, the idea of Sansa provoking me no longer added up. The last time I checked, she had swallowed her pride and bowed to me in obedience, driven by fear of losing her new life. She was planning to go on the honeymoon she had never been able to enjoy, simply because her husband had been too fixated on Ellen. Now he knew better. Yes, the more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that it was not Sansa. Then who was it? Or what would prompt the emissary of light to target me? Was he also interested in silver milk powder and the VR universe? Those seemed far more plausible reasons than Sansa. These two could easily help him amass more believers and strengthen the faith of his existing followers. With his prowess, it would not be difficult to rewrite everyone's perception, convincing them that he was the one who discovered silver milk powder and created the VR universe once he obtained them from me. In doing so, he would build his lore and establish an unassailable hold over his believers. Soon enough, he could turn the entire 5 regions into a vast farm from which to harvest faith. Before long, he would solidify his image as the one true son of the card Celestial and achieve celestialhood for himself. Was that it? I turned to the teams of demigod guards. They had fallen to their knees once their willpower was exhausted. The Emissary of Light's origin card had squeezed out the utmost of their potential, but in the end, there was no denying that everyone had a limit. It was a limit only they could surpass, and no shortcut could help. Theirs just happened to fall within the scope of my celestial blood fate domain, which was only natural, as they had yet to break past the limits of the current power system of the card Celestial, let alone contend with my celestial domain. However, only a handful of living demigods had ever achieved such a breakthrough, and they were not among them. If they were one of them, then they would not have been kneeling before me, but found a way to defy me. Just as I was thinking it was a pity that these elites of the Southern royal family had succumbed to a fake herald's false heaven, I saw the demigod guard captain's eyes suddenly light up with a warm, pleasant brilliance as he rose to his feet, defying my celestial blood fate domain. I was astonished as I had no idea what was going on, but somehow the guard captain was managing to defy the dominion of my celestial blood fate domain. Then I heard him speak in a voice that did not belong to him. "Hi, you must be the Southern Hope I keep hearing about. I'm the Emissary of Light, the one true son of the card Celestial. Pleased to meet your acquaintance." My eyes widened in shock. The demigod guard captain before me was no longer himself. He had become a medium for the Emissary of Light's soul projection, allowing his will to project here through one of his believers to communicate with me from beyond our borders, from within his massive and gorgeous church built in his honor by his believers. My eyes widened at what was unfolding. The fact that the Emissary of Light could project his soul into one of his believers by breaching my celestial blood fate domain caught me off guard. Honestly, it alarmed me. I knew for a fact that the Emissary of Light had only just stepped into the demigod realm. He was still far from surpassing the limits of the card world's current power system. This could only mean that his abilities allowed him to do so. It was likely his origin card. The way it worked was simple in principle. When enough people believed the lies about him, they became true, no matter how absurd. However, this consumed an equivalent amount of the faith he had accumulated. Faith, after all, was omnipotent, so long as enough people believed in it. I recalled witnessing the soul projection of Demigod Windsor, back when ABA Windsor could not bear the humiliation of her defeat and had called upon her demigod father for help. Fortunately, Anna had been there to handle the situation and de-escalate it. Demigod Windsor's soul projection had relied on a card equipped in his daughter's grimoire, summoning an apparition with a breath of his will. In contrast, the emissary of light's soul projection made use of his believers as a medium. By breathing his entire will into theirs through faith, he enhanced a believer's willpower and strength beyond their natural limit. Clearly, the emissary of light's method of soul projection was far stronger and more efficient. Seeing that it was only the guard captain who had managed to defy my celestial blood fate domain, while the other demigod guards remained firmly under its influence, I calmed myself, confirming what my soul pupils revealed to me. It was merely a trick, as I had told myself, now that I had uncovered the secret behind it. My worries vanished. Still, the emissary of light was capable of many miracles as long as his faith could afford it. So, hiding my shock and unease, I gazed toward the emissary of light, turned into a one with contempt, sneering. Man, do you really enjoy tooting your own horn? The true son of the card celestial? Why not go further and claim you're the creator of the myriad realms? Or are you worried you can't accumulate enough faith to make that become the truth? The guard captain's eyes narrowed as the emissary of light spoke. You seem to have an opinion about me. How could I not, when you attacked my people in my city? I replied, maintaining remarkable restraint toward the emissary of light. His shell was a southern citizen who was taken prisoner in his body while protecting my city and its people. Otherwise, I would have long since used my limitless domain to finish him off. If he had something to say to me, he should have come in person. Now that they have accepted me, they are my believers first, then your citizens. As for attacking your city, I did no such thing, the emissary of light argued, his gaze sweeping across my celestial blood fate domain before settling on me. I had no idea what he was thinking, but his reaction to my celestial domain told me he knew something. Perhaps he understood that a celestial domain could only be wielded by the celestials or by those possessing a celestial will fragment. His next words only further confirmed my suspicion. A fine celestial domain. Even my believers, aided by my power, could only submit to it. I met his words with a deadpan stare, betraying no emotion. The truth behind my celestial domain was one of my least appealing secrets, and it would take far more than that to draw a reaction from me. At best, he would have assumed that I had acquired a celestial will fragment from somewhere. Never in a million years could he have guessed that I was a newborn hybrid celestial. I remained calm and indifferent, knowing he was testing me, just as I had tested him when I revealed my understanding that his powers were fueled by the faith he gathered from his believers. We were both probing each other, seeking a measure of where we stood in relation to one another. I did not bother trying to fake my expressions or emotions to mislead him, as the moment he realized I was putting on an act, he would gain a foothold from which he could start reading me, unraveling my methods one by one. The fact that he was running an entire cult, even after both his strongest allies and his greatest enemies, the supreme leader and the matron, had already realized the source of his miraculous strength were his growing believers, proved one thing. He did not rely solely on his origin card like the matron. He possessed enough cunning to achieve accelerated growth and development, keeping his friends close and his enemies even closer. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. I feigned a laugh, my gaze blank, before issuing a stern warning. Erase your hold over my citizens and never again step foot in my territory without my permission. Otherwise, I will pay your little empire a visit this instant. And I promise you, you will never be in the mood to joke in front of me again. Master Wyatt, you seem to be under a grave misconception. I did nothing to your citizens here. They became my followers of their own accord. As for you paying a visit to the Empire, we will always welcome a genius like you with open arms. You are welcome to visit the Empire anytime. I will be your host, the emissary of light said with a laugh, beginning to understand why the teenager before him was called the Southern Hope. From the way he referred to these demigods as his citizens, he clearly believed that the southern region belonged to him. He had truly bought into his title, the Southern Hope. The emissary of light could not help but commend the Southern Princess in his thoughts. From the looks of it, the so-called Southern Hope would never leave the southern region, instead spending his entire life living up to that title. The Southern Princess was truly a diplomatic genius. With such simple means, she had chained an arrogant bird, whose brilliance should have reached far beyond the card world, to the southern region. Today, He had learned a great deal from her. Thinking of the southern princess, the emissary of light's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, as expected of the woman chosen by me. 1. He had met the southern princess during one of her diplomatic visits to the empire. He had been instantly taken by her. If not for his fear of the southern ruler, the southern prince, the field marshal Lorne, the unstoppable general, and so on, he would have turned her into one of his followers during her recent diplomatic visit to the empire. Ha ha ha, you really think I am helpless against your tricks, don't you, humbug herald? Stop spouting nonsense and free them. They are citizens of the southern region first. Religion has no place in the 5 regions. I broke into laughter, sensing that the emissary of light was looking at me like a clown. I knew his scorn stemmed from his belief that I was overestimating my place in the hierarchy of the southern region. To him, I was nothing more than a tool the southern royal family was using to prosper, one they would discard the moment I lost my value. He was not wrong. Many within the southern region's upper and top hierarchy thought the same. My only solace was that Anna and Colleen did not. The Anna I knew and loved was back, and Colleen was the elder I never had. She was not smart, but wise in some ways. Her brazenness compensated for the rest. She embodied a simple, direct creed. Keep it simple, dummy. However, this perception of me existed largely because the southern princess and I chose to portray it that way to all 5 regions. The closer we appeared, the more likely we were to draw out the jealousy of the human heart. We gave people something to speak of and laugh about behind our backs. The southern princess for her ignorance and narrow-sightedness, and me for overestimating myself despite my humble beginnings. In doing so, they were able to remain satisfied within their own perfect little world and not disturb us, forcing our hands. This applied to the emissary of light as well. No matter how intelligent and cunning he was, when it came to matters of the heart, he was just as ignorant as the rest. I could see him relaxing his guard within my celestial domain, even going so far as to glance at me with disdain. This was human nature. No matter how great or intimidating my other achievements were, once I revealed a single flaw, they began to see themselves as superior to me, even though the reality could not have been further from it. For example, back in my freshman days, one of my classmates was popular and athletic enough to get an athletic scholarship. He had no shortage of attention from girls. The rest of the boys, driven by jealousy, constantly bad-mouthed him and tried to get him into trouble. One day, he came to us in tears, claiming his girlfriend had cheated on him. From then on, the hostility vanished. Aside from spreading the story of her infidelity, sometimes they defended him and even helped him. They ignored the fact that she had only cheated because he had slept with her sister and that he was exploiting the incident to pursue other girls. This was how the human heart worked and was no reflection of their intelligence in any way. How do I know this? Make your best guess. Master Wyatt, this is no trick. No one is held against their wishes or being forced. 5 regions might not have a place for religion, but their heart clearly does. Otherwise, they could summon as it is my duty to protect my followers. I hope you will overlook this incident on my behalf, the emissary of light said, ignoring the fact that it was his so-called followers who had attacked me first. He showed no intention of apologizing for their actions, yet had no qualms about asking me to release them. I did not understand what he thought was happening here. Underestimating me was one thing, but being so arrogant within someone else's territory? Did he truly believe himself to be untouchable? Without waiting for my response, the emissary of light continued as he slowly neared me. Humbug Herald? That's a new one. Master Wyatt, it seems you have been ill-informed about me. If you can spare a few minutes of your precious time, I will help you see what these gentlemen and ladies have endured. Watching him approach, I could not help but smirk, knowing he was up to no good. Even so, I simply stood there and let him come closer. Soon, an apparition of the true emissary of light began to emerge from the guard captain's body. The apparition grew until it stood nearly 2 stories tall. It regarded me with a benevolent gaze, extended its hand above my head, and chanted aloud, "I, the true Son of Heaven, guide you back to the embrace of heaven, freeing you from these materialistic illusions." Soon, a brilliant golden light showered over me, entering my body and attempting to influence my soul and its will. It was similar to a demigod's bestowal, except it targeted the will instead. I allowed the light to enter without obstruction and run its course, while the Hive Spirit recorded all relevant data, so we could later use it to free the other demigods from the emissary of light's influence. As I had expected, when the light sought to affect my soul and its will, the world calamity tree seeds shell encasing my mutated ego gem protected me. No matter how miraculous the faith appeared, it was merely another expression of primordial energy, the building blocks of the entire myriad realms. The Western Princess and her group had finished the task I assigned them earlier and were now undertaking the new task I had assigned them. Remembering my earlier order not to intervene, they could only watch us with shock and concern, praying that I knew what I was doing and that things would unfold as I had planned. After all, the horror and terror of the emissary of light had long since spread across all 5 regions. The mere fact that his soul projection could stand within my celestial domain, a place that had rendered them all helpless, was enough for them to understand that the emissary of light was everything the rumors claimed and more. When I inspected the demigod guards assigned to Sky Blossom City for the nth time using my primordial soul pupils and found nothing wrong with their soul pathways, nor any traces of Gideon Grimm's origin card roots within them, I had to accept the fact that it wasn't Gideon Grimm. With the most obvious suspects ruled out, I had no choice but to consider other likely candidates, such as the Supreme Leader and the Masters. However, the Supreme Leader's specialty did not involve controlling minds. Even if he had gained such an ability in this timeline, I was certain he would not be proficient enough to avoid detection by my primordial soul pupils. His organization's upper management was filled with his incarnations for a reason. If he could control minds, he would never trust that ability over his incarnations. This removed any possibility of him mastering a mind control technique to a level that could fool my primordial soul pupils, that could peer into the mysteries of the origin source. That left the Masters. It could either be them or their hounds. Under normal circumstances, they would have simply kidnapped the people I cared for and forced me to come to them, where they held absolute advantage. But it had already become clear to them that the card Celestial was biased toward me. For once, the card Celestial was not at their call, rendering their world decree useless, and they were losing their SHD enough to threaten the southern region with war and economic isolation. Having relied on the card Celestial for so long, they understood better than anyone how much this lone factor mattered. Therefore, unless they were absolutely certain, they would not dare to move against me directly. Instead, they resorted to indirect methods to keep me in check, such as threatening the southern region with war and economic isolation. They knew this approach was like poking a hibernating bear, but they did not mind as it was clear that once the bear woke up, it would kill them anyway, so they might as well prevent it from getting proper rest, on the off chance it would wander off a cliff while half asleep. So, if it was not the Masters, then who was it? Someone I did not know? That was when the emissary of light surfaced in my mind. I then remembered what I had seen in the clown mask's future vision, how he had turned the most loyal card apprentices of the eastern and western regions into his followers, and how they had betrayed and killed their loved ones for him. Unable to trust their own allies and comrades, the morale of the western and eastern regions' forces had plummeted. However, they soon discovered that the easiest way to identify an emissary of light follower was to curse the emissary of light aloud. During that period, poets and writers of the 2 regions composed songs and stories condemning and cursing him. The soldiers sang and recited them day and night whenever they found time to rest, ensuring that those beside them were not followers of the emissary of light. So, on a hunch, I decided to test the same approach. I cursed the emissary of light loudly enough for the entire city to hear. After instructing the Western Princess and her group to monitor the city and capture anyone who behaved aggressively or strangely upon hearing the curse. To my surprise, my hunch proved correct. Soon, the Western Princess's group and I had captured all of the Emissary of Light's followers. That was when the Emissary of Light's soul projection appeared to check on them. I had no idea why the Emissary of Light was targeting me when we had not even crossed paths before today, but that did not stop me from deciding to land a decisive blow on his arrogance. So, when the Western Princess and her group returned after capturing all of the Emissary of Light's followers in Sky Blossom City, I asked them to livestream the entire event while also sharing the footage I had recorded since his arrival. Yes, all 5 regions were watching and listening to our actions and exchanges the whole time. Therefore, even as I remained indifferent to his tests and provocations, I deliberately played the role of the innocent and righteous Southern Hope, while showing the 5 regions who the emissary of light truly was and what he was capable of. After all, in trying to reveal the true nature of the emissary of light to the world, I should remember not to expose myself as well. Now, that would be foolish. This approach against the emissary of light was a double-edged sword, which was why neither Sansa nor Carl dared to use it against him in the Clown Mask's future vision. After all, the emissary of light worked on a belief and faith power system. Had it been when the emissary of light was just starting out gathering belief and faith, then maybe this could have worked, but now that he had enough belief and faith to pull out any miracle out of his ass, it was a very bad idea. They would only be giving him a larger stage and a broader audience to recruit more followers and believers. However, I had full faith in my abilities, at least enough to know that I could reveal his and his abilities' true nature to the 5 regions. As for the Empire, they were a lost cause for now. Anything I did would only appear to them as blasphemy or provocation, or as deceit meant to confuse them and make them question their herald, the one true son of the world. I would not be surprised if they launched a crusade against me after witnessing the livestream. After all, the human mind only sees what it wants to see and only believes what it wants to believe, even if the truth were to drop on their head. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.